Voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest,
Well, hello and welcome to another exciting episode of The Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Well, it's a beautiful Saturday, the 15th day in the month of November 2025. I dare say how many days to Christmas? Okay, let me not even go there. I'm not alone this beautiful morning. My colleague is here. He's the only young man with too much pride. I had to do this because I know he has his own space of doing his own too. But Savior, a very good morning to you.
All right, welcome on board. It is still the morning boss. My name remains Savior Udo. It's normal when you see a grown adult like this, still fascinating, and you're still hoping that someone would get him a Christmas clothes. But of course, he's already dancing around in the studios. You know, he's been saying, "Oh, Christmas is around the corner," and all of that. But the Lord will help us to actually help him so that we can actually get him perhaps Christmas shoes and you know. But welcome on board, and top on our radar this morning.
Oh, well, we have so much to talk about this morning. PFN, that's the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, is raising alarm over the Christian genocide as terror attack surges.
And of course, the People's Democratic Party convention in crisis, courts, banners, and factions collide. A very serious one there. You know, this PDP situation cannot be overemphasized, and we would actually see what will happen today at the party, because that's what I would call it. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Also visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605, because here you have more than a voice.
Oh, yes, you definitely have more than a voice with us, because we strongly believe that your opinion matters, and at all times we only would urge you to join all of our conversation today. And how best would you do that? Go straight to our comment section on all platforms, like he mentioned. On YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. On the comment section, let your voice be heard. Let's know what your opinions are. And just maybe if we have a bit of time, we might just be reading those comments on the show later as we progress. All right, let's get to some very interesting conversation that did trended yesterday. Loretta Onoche, former aide of former President Muhammadu Buhari and now executive in the African Democratic Congress, ADC, made a bold declaration yesterday. And she asserted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not return to power in 2027. Stating that he has no pathway back into the presidency. But during the launch of the ADC's Movement for a Better Nigeria support group, she stressed the party's commitment to grassroots mobilization and discipline, non-violent political engagement. Well, this turn of events really marks a notable realignment in Nigeria's political field. Of course, by taking a public stance against President Tinubu's future ambition, Onoche is positioning the ADC as a serious challenger and, of course, signaling a break from previous alliances with the 2027 election horizon already emerging. This move raises questions about shifting loyalties and, of course, the strength of opposition networks and how Nigerian voters will respond to these evolving narrative. Again, I dare say this is another interesting one, because Loretta, excuse me, Loretta was with the former president, who is late now. And to think that at this point she's jumped ship to the ADC, clearly states how very interesting political elites can be. At this point, she's trying to drive a fresh ship or jump into a fresh ship to, move her ambition forward. But, the part where her statement comes really heavy for me is what I would call the pathway claim test, right? What concrete metrics and, of course, ground games and strength does Loretta and the ADC has presently? Yes, we know they have very strong big wings, like, of course, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and several of these of these other people in the ADC. But the truth be told, with the way the internal rancor of the ADC presently is going, would they really have a strong hold in the 2027 election? These questions and more is quite what we should be looking at. And of course, the part of economic planning pain index, I beg your pardon, which again, opposition consistently talk about. Inflation is rising, high cost of living, I mean, it's just there. Would that be the reason why President Bola Tinubu might not get to the glass, I beg your pardon, to Aso Rock come 2027? These questions are begging for so much answer. But again, if a political elite like Madam Loretta Onochie is talking, you definitely would want to know that they have some plan in their sleeves. And that, I tell you, cannot be overemphasized in any way. Because again, capacity, credibility, how would we rate this government on the part of security, on the part of economy, on the part of agriculture, on the part of education? When you look at all of these indexes, these clearly might just be one of the bases that the ADC is going to lynch on. And I dare say 2027 is going to be a major election.
You know, I love the fact that you're giving this wonderful submission as regards to Loretta Anoche. You know, my question, David, the same Loretta Anoche that we're talking about today, was she not the former chairman in this DDC? That's the question I need to ask you. The person you mentioned, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, that you talked about today, was he not in the corridors of power? Was he not the former vice president? Amechi, a two-time governor and a minister, right? These are the people that are forefront, right? Aregbesola, commissioner in Lagos first, moved to becoming a governor in Osun, and afterwards now a minister. Now I'm talking about the people that are actually in that coalition leading it.
Sure.
Dave Mark, of course, your former Senate president. Okay, so what did they really do that was quite different at the time they were in power?
Well, they will tell you that the economy was not the same way it is right now at the time they were in power. And that, again, is going to be a fair ground to talk about, because when you look at the cost of living back then and now, 70,000 naira minimum wage cannot even get you a bag of rice.
Okay.
And that wasn't the same narrative or the same way it was last time out.
So the inflation that we're facing in Nigeria, is it just about Nigerian thing or it's around the world? Is it a global thing or is it just about Nigeria?
Well, if it's
do we have price changes in different parts of the world, or is it just about Nigeria?
Their cost of living is not the same.
I understand, but I just want to know
if your cost of living is deepening and your purchasing power is also deepening, then you are in some serious trouble. We might not see it this way. In fact, there was a particular stat that was rolled out by, I can't recall if it's the UN, I'll try and find it out, of countries that are, I think it's the UN, yes, I think it's the UN or World Health Organization, thereabouts, of countries that are most likely to go into acute hunger in 2027. And guess what? Are there Nigeria? Is part of that.
Of course, I would say that any predictions or projections can be made, okay? But it's left for our government to do the right thing. But this is what I would just say.
But no, projections are clearly based on the indices of the economy that is of the now.
Of course, statistics.
Good.
No problem.
So that's
but this is it, David. So I love the fact that all of these politicians today, they move from the said political party that actually brought them to limelight, you know, to the other party. They have selective amnesia, where they've forgotten some of the things that they didn't also do right, okay? And they start projecting, oh, these particular things are the things that want to bring in power or bring to place and all of that. See, nobody's saying that any party would actually win or incumbency would actually retain power.
Okay.
2027 is open for anybody. But this time around, the people would actually vote for the person and not because of a party, not because of coalition. But in this coalition, we're talking about the ADC. Is it the same ADC that is about power tussle there? That everybody wants to lead? Everybody wants to be captain? How do you make sense out of that? Everybody wants to lead in that party. Everyone is actually saying that I'm not going to step down for this person. So we have to go head to head for the primaries. And now, what has happened so far? Peter Obi said he was going to announce, or he was going to declare, his next move after the Anambra election. The election is over.
Well, I guess
they are still waiting.
I guess it's taking its time.
You understand? They are still waiting. And that's the reason why the ADC said, let everybody, whosoever that wants to, vie for that position of the presidential ticket in that party should officially declare, and take up their membership card. Wow. See, for me, David, I know that Loretta Noche is quite, she's quite intelligent more than all we're discussing. And anybody is free to make political projections and predictions, as regards to 2027. But all I would say is any opposition party that cannot put their house in order, David, they would be dead on arrival.
Well, again, I dare say that truly, if you don't put your house in order, you definitely might not be planning ahead, because if you fail to plan, it simply means that you're planning to fail. As it stands, the ADC clearly is not also getting it right.
Of course.
There's been the internal leadership wrangle that has been on. But would they sort all of that out for one common ground, which is, of course, gaining power? We wait and see. 2027 still has 2026 inside of it. So we get to that space when we...
Okay, just like what my colleague said, 2027 still has 2026 inside. But of course, our politicians are not making it look that way. Because they've just been, mentioned in 2027.
It's like they've taken off.
Do you understand? So 2026, I'm sincerely sorry. We're sorry. You look very invincible. You're not visible enough for our Nigerian politicians. But away from that particular one, yes, we have to talk about this very important conversation. The social media was recently set abuzz with reports claiming that former Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State had passed away. But those claims have been firmly dismissed by a former commissioner in his administration. According to the former commissioner, Obiano is alive in good health and continues to carry out his post-government activities as usual. The statement urges the public to disregard the viral death report. This incident highlights the rapid spread of misinformation and the importance of verifying reports before sharing them. With Nigerians' political and social climate already tense, false reports about high-profile figures can trigger confusion, unrest, or worse. Viewers are encouraged to rely on credible sources and official statements before accepting such claims as facts. All right, when it comes to this conversation, this is the only time I am always in support of the federal government regulating social media. Yes. Because this is not just about the former governor of Anambra State. This is about what we share on Facebook, on WhatsApp. There are ones that they just get to send the message to you and say, send to your family members. This is going on now. This is what is happening. And these are false information. You will only give someone hypertension for no reason. Now, whosoever, I know so many things are politically driven these days, but whosoever that the person is who started this particular false report, to what end? What was your major goal? What do you tend to achieve? This is beyond blackmail. You are actually raising someone from existence, saying the person is dead. So you are announcing the death. You are announcing the death of someone when they are still alive. And this shows how our Nigerian social media space sometimes can be quite gullible, with due respect. Because we don't verify news anymore. Except for some, broadcast journalists, except for some people, some elder statesmen, and maybe for a random youth or a random person who doesn't take, false information, anyhow, once they get to hear it, they still try to verify and reach out to some people to confirm. Because I saw that particular news drop and it spread like wildfire under how many minutes?
Oh, well, bad news fly bigger than real good news. So that's just what it is. Bad news truly flies faster and quicker than, good news. And
but sincerely, this is totally wrong. And I must say this officially, for the fact that I might decide not to have the name of that particular news outfit or that particular press company, of that particular newspaper company, but I would want you to desist from such false information. Because a few renowned media house also reported that particular news without confirming.
Well, that again is a very unfortunate situation.
Sincerely.
And it goes about some major conversations that we're supposed to be having, particularly the part of premature reporting versus official confirmation. At this point, if there is a premature reporting on the part of maybe a reporter, an eyewitness, or anyone, there should be some major official confirmation by any credible news source who wants to carry such stories. And like I said, it's quite an unfortunate situation because I really want, at this point, Nigerians to be very, very aware. What fake news can do is quite terrible and intense. He did mention the part of, slightly mentioned the part of health. So if this kind of news is quickly spread, what happens to the families of the said man? God forbid, maybe one person is hypertensive. You know what that is going to throw them into. You should know the implication of any kind of news that you put out there. And that, again, is one of the reasons why some of us who do not just jump at stories are that credible. And the honest truth is, as it stands, we should carefully look at systemic communication critics. Sometimes we criticize some of these stories, but of course, because they are fake news, they have that ambience, they have that presence, and so many people who want to believe it. Look, it's a lot to talk about. It's even distorts democratic process, implications here, because the death of such prominent figures is not one that you just look away from. And we only would urge Nigerians to try as much as they can to double check on news stories, because sometimes there are some people who just decide to want to destroy other people with these kind of stories.
Or maybe they want to trend. Do you understand? Or looking or chasing clouds.
That part of trending is a very serious.
Do you understand?
And again, it also goes to, say on the part of the regulation you mentioned.
Yeah.
I think we should regulate our social media space.
Now,
to the point where
if the federal government are talking about this, we would say, oh, they are coming after the youth. So many of them would say, oh, they are coming after the youth.
Yes, there should
why should they regulate social media space and all of that?
There should be some level of regulation. I know when we talk about the federal government regulating something, they go above and beyond. My personal opinion, anyways, they go above and beyond. But on the part of spreading these kind of stories and news, it's way off too much.
A very renowned media house actually posted it on their page. And
In
guess
fact,
what? Immediately they confirmed that this news,
they took it off.
Was untrue and it was false. They only took it off, but they didn't even apologize. And next thing, whosoever the handler was, posted something else, and they moved on. The only news that if I hear today or I read tomorrow, and I'm not going to argue, I would believe it. If they tell me today that David did a business of, let's say, $1 billion, I would believe.
Okay.
Because it's been talking about December. That's on a lighter note,
Yeah, just switch this conversation. But really, we would urge
we would urge
the public and of course this media outlets.
So this is from false reports, false news.
It's very important. It's very important for the safety of our economy, for the safety of our environment, for the safety of even you, because you don't even know who is close to you, who might take this story and an unfortunate thing happens in the end. God forbid. But really, this is our position. All right, then we'll take a very short break right now. Would, of course, after now, go straight to looking at what the front pages of the national dailies would be saying. And of course, we're bringing in our analyst who is already in the studio. I think I might want to ask him one or two questions, particularly on this fake news. We'll take this break right now. When we return, we'll be right back with the newspaper review. Stay with us. All right, I'm glad to have you back. It's still the Saturday morning buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. And of course, like I said before that break, we would be looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And I'm going to be starting off with the Guardian Weekend, where the banner headline of the Guardian Weekend here reads, Contentious PDP Convention. I like that particular word. Contentious PDP Convention. Complex deals that frustrate opposition party revival. Well, right there, you have the pictorial of four strong men. Four strong men. Above the nameplates, other headlines there reads, Campaign Against Hunger Unites Farmers, Other Stakeholders. Why Nigeria Needs More Universities After All. You can read that up on page 5 of the Guardian Weekend. Why Nigeria Needs More Universities After All. I would want to really read that thing because I don't believe Nigeria needs more universities. Moving on to other stories. Nuhu Ribadu, from fighting graft to tendering national security. Okay. Beneath the pictorial, other headlines, worry Cocoa Ports revitalization will boost national equity, economic inclusion. That's according to the NPA. And of course, that's on page 3 of the Guardian Weekend. Akiolu tax governments on better funding for education, special salaries for teachers. Akiolu tax government on better funding for education, special salaries for teachers. That's on page 43 of the Guardian Weekend. PDP crisis deepens as Demagun-led NWC ignores BOT's advice. Court order against National Convention. NDLEA strengthens maritime operations as Tinubu reappoints Mawa for second tenure. That's on page 2. FG targets 4.8 trillion naira grain from health sector. Renewal Investment Initiative plans. Okay, let me take that again for emphasis. FG targets 4.8 trillion naira gain from health sector renewal investment initiative. And the subhead of that particular headline reads, plans to reverse 850 billion naira yearly spending on medical tourism. plans to reverse 850 billion naira yearly spending on medical tourism. That's on page 3 of the Guardian Weekend. And then the bottom strip, which is of course the final headline there, Morik orders for suspension of 15% fuel import tariff and demands reversal. Of course, that's on page 2 of the Guardian Weekend. Well, that's the entire headline at the front page of the Guardian Weekend.
All right, and on First Daily, we have Tinubu reappoints Mawa as NDLEA chairman, extends tenure to 2031. Right, that's on First Daily. And the major banner here, 48 million naira bandits tax. Zamfara's village cries out. Right, we have health workers begin nationwide indefinite strike. Adamawa judiciary frees 57 inmates, grants bail to 29 others. And we have Oyo police roll out heavy security ahead of PDP National Convention. Troops smash terror cells, arrest 94 in sweeping nationwide raids. Armed bandits ravage 5 Sokoto communities, kill scores, abduct many. And of course, EFCC arraigned ex-banker for diverting customers $510,000 in Enugu. And the final line there, no safe haven for terrorists, Air Chief warns.
Oh, well, let's get the view of our analysts right here in the studio before we get to another set of papers. We have with us in the studio to help us make sense of these stories today and more, Dr. Peter Anosike, who is an economist, an erudite scholar in economics, finance, and a major writer. I like to use that word, major writer, right here in Nigeria. Dr. Peter, a very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Okay, before we will go to the headlines. What's your take on the spread of false news, which of course we spoke about?
On the issue of Obiano, those media houses don't research. If they do research, they will have known that one, there's no way Obiano would die in UK. Obiano doesn't go to UK. Obiano bought a house in Texas. He's living in Texas. He has his he does his medicals in Texas. Just like Ojo Zakano.
Right.
Ojo Zakano cannot die in UK because Kano doesn't go to UK. So they should know all these people. They should know the background of all these people. That's what journalism is all about, investigating. Understand me?
Right.
So I was disappointed when I read that news. So I told myself that this is just nonsense.
All right then, but again, the implication of that kind of news can be very damning, and we're glad again that yes, it's out there that it's actually.
And again, when it happened, Obiano's phone was buzzed because I tried to call him because I have his number. It was engaged, which means calls were coming in, trying to find out whether it is true or this or not. I have to even call his commissioner, MC Don. Have you read this news? Understand me? He said that he has seen it, but that Obiano is in America.
All right then, let's talk about what the front pages are saying. Which of these would you want to really, chime in your thoughts?
Well, that first. So I want to talk about the chief of air staff who said there's no safe haven for terrorists. So we have heard a lot of rhetorics. What we want is action. Understand me? Okay. What we want is action. And since the Donald Trump announcement, there has even been an escalation of violence. Understand?
I mean, let's have that first daily. Let's have that paper right on the screen. Good. very interesting. And I said very interesting because the banner headline there, Doctor, reads 48 million naira bandit tax. Zamfara village cry out. And then the bottom strip is saying no safe haven for terrorists.
That's contradiction. That's contradiction. So since it was made, so there have been an escalation even in North Central. So it seems that these terrorists want to welcome America. Understand? So, and for me, enough of this talk. They should turn their, as I used to say, they should turn their noun into a verb. Understand me? They should turn their noun into a verb. Let us begin to see action. Because this tax thing is not just in Zamfara.
Yes.
It's happening in Katsina, in many, even in Niger State.
Aminu Tambowa's constituency in Sokoto State, they also were asking for 50 million from the farmers.
All right, so Doctor, let me break it down because precisely this is happening in Safe community in Zamfara, where they said Bawa Ganga should pay 20 million each, and Gwanja and Gidan Isu should pay 4 million each. And Matseri 3.5 million, and other villages 1.2 million naira each. This was how the bandits actually, shared this money.
You pay to stay
stay alive.
Safe. Understand me? You pay to stay safe.
You pay to go to your farm.
Understand me? So, and this shows you that there are governments in Nigeria government.
Well, we would be dealing with that particular stories holistically when we get into the major conversation this beautiful morning. But Doctor, I really want you to have a say on this headline in the Guardian weekend that reads, "Why Nigeria needs more university after all." Even though I've not truly read the full story, what's your position?
No, for me, I have said this, that we don't need even one extra university. What we need is funding. Let the ones in existence be well funded. Understand? It's just like somebody who has just 2 children. He said, no, it's not enough. You need to give that to more. Why you don't have even money that to feed the 2? So what we need in universities is funding, not more universities. That's my opinion.
All right, then let's pick 1 or 2 other front pages if we have a bit of time. The Saturday Vanguard is where we're going right now. The Saturday Vanguard, the banner headline here reads, "Economy. Experts disagree with federal government on performance." The subriders there reads, "Nigeria's economic improvement largely on paper." According to Action Aid, "Stability not enough. We are in a very embarrassing situation." That's according to PICOL. "Nigeria still in debt trap. Economy has not turned corner." Adonri, financial analyst, is saying that economy looks healthier in charts than it feels in households. That's from Egbemuade. "Economic reforms were on the right path." That's from Muda Yusuf. Now, these are the subriders of that particular headline that I read earlier. Economic experts disagree with federal government on performance. Above the nameplate, court holds PDP convention. It will go on, but a judge insists. Clashes with Wike Lamido. Blue economy, worry cocoa pods / turnaround time, erode Lagos congestion. And then on home affairs, you have customers. Why prostitution thrives in a hypocritical society. Wike versus Yeriba. Tinubu intervenes. Peace returns to Abuja disputed land. Tinubu reappoints Buba Maura as NDLEA boss. FG clears 3.9 billion naira pension backlog. And then the bottom strip there, Air Peace counts $15 million loss after Lisa pulls out 3 aircraft. Well, these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Saturday Vanguard. And of course, this is where we have to draw anchor on the front pages this beautiful morning. We'll be going straight to the main conversation where we'll be talking about the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria raising alarm, saying Christian genocide as terror attack surge. These and more we'll be talking about after this quick break, and we urge you to please just stay with us. We'll be right back. We're glad to have you back. It is still the Saturday morning buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. Let's jump right into the major conversation, shall we? The situation in Nigeria is being described as a humanitarian and security emergency by some quarters. Leaders of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, including President Francis Wale Oke, there's a Pastor Francis Wale Oke, asserts that Christians are being systematically targeted, killed, kidnapped, and forcibly removed from their ancestral lands, calling it Christian genocide. Meanwhile, Senior Pastor Sam Ajayi of the Daystar Christian Center has urged national and international attention, saying that the evidence of targeted killings is everywhere: pictures, numbers, and reports. At the same time, attacks by extremists and terror groups are increasing across multiple states. Adamu Alero, a Nigerian senator, warns that under the current administration of President Bola Tinubu, the country's security forces are overwhelmed. Villages are being attacked, thousands killed or displaced, an entire farmland abandoned as internally displaced persons, IDP, floods into camps. In the Northwest, recent coordinated attacks in the Sabon Burning local government area of Sokoto State have seen multiple communities struck overnight and several declared dead, others kidnapped, and no confirmed official statements yet from authorities on that particular situation. Well, again, the international community is taking notice. The U.S. Representative Nancy Mace declared that Nigeria has become one of the deadliest countries in the world for Christians, criticizing policies shift that removed Nigeria from the U.S. country of particular concern list. In the face of mounting reports, religious organizations, civil society groups, and victims, of course, victim groups are demanding transparency, accountability, and immediate protective intervention for vulnerable communities. Well, we have in the studios, just like you already know, Dr. Peter Anosike, who is, of course, going to help us make sense of these stories, a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. He's also an erudite scholar in economy, finance, and of course, education, and a major writer right here in Nigeria. And we'll be having, yes, joining us virtually, Mr. Polevo. He's not joined us yet, I believe. I'm talking about Pascal Polevo. He is a public affairs analyst and also an educationist as well. An educationist, yes. A school proprietor, I dare say. Yes, that's who he is. All right, let's jump right into the conversation. Doctor, the part of insecurity cannot be overemphasized because, yes, lots of persons have come out to, talk about the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Now, the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria clearly has made their stand. This is a Christian genocide. But it's a bit contradictory to what the Christian Association of Nigeria has really been saying. They've been saying, yes, there's been insecurity, but on the part of genocide, they've been trying to differ a bit.
I don't agree with you. The president of CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, Daniel Oko, was emphatic. Daniel Oko called it the genocide in Nigeria. So I don't know which other association, but Daniel Oko was emphatic. He called it Christian genocide in Nigeria.
Now, Doctor, we would continue this conversation. We have to take a very, very quick break right now. When we return, this conversation, we'll be digging deep into it as we move forward. Please stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events,
All right, they're glad to have you back. Well, it's still the Saturday morning buzz right here on Voice of the People television. We, of course, had to take that break because we truly want to give you the best when it comes to awesome broadcasting right here on Voice of the People television. Okay, we're already in the conversation. And, of course, joining us also to make sense of these stories, again, is Barrister Ezeluche, who is a lawyer and political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good morning to you and welcome to the show this morning.
Much for the invite.
All right, then we have joining us virtually as well, Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo. Honorable Felix is an educationist and proprietor, public affairs analyst, and commentator. He's joined us virtually. Honorable Felix, a very good morning to you.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
All right, then. Well, I don't know where you are right now. I want to say if you are in Jos or...
I'm in Taraba currently.
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, we're talking about the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And again, this have been at the wake of the fact that several government officials and of course some other bodies like the AU saying there is no genocide in Nigeria, Christian genocide in Nigeria. Of course, the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria has been vocal about this, with the president talking about Francis Waloke, clearly saying that, look, there is Christian genocide that have made Nigerian Christians leave their ancestral homes because of this situation. First, what's your position with these conversations? And again, looking at the fact that there's been some level of, I want to use the word loosely, denial by some institutions like the African Union. What is your position with this kind of conversation?
All right, thank you very much. I think much of what is happening is politics as against reality, and that is sad. And when we play politics with human lives, that means we've lost our sense of humanity. And so for me, what is playing out in the country at the moment is more of an ethno-religious genocide. There is genocide. Nobody can deny that. People are being killed every day. But my only concern is the labeling. And the labeling is correct, but not very correct. So the labeling is correct in the sense that, yes, majority of the persons who are being killed are Christians, unfortunately. But then the grand plan is not just to exterminate Christians, but to put supreme a particular ethnic group. It is more of an ethnic agenda than even a religious agenda. And so what is happening is that certain ethnic group in this country feel that the whole of the land called Nigeria that you and I claim ownership to is for their grandfather. And so they want to take over everywhere that belongs to their grandfather, especially in the northern part of the country. They feel most part of the northern part of the country is their grandfather's space. And so them as grandchildren and great-grandchildren should take over, especially some of those locations where they have a lot of agricultural prowess. So they want to just see that. And then unfortunately, sadly enough, most of the current occupants of these environments where they have interest in are Christians. Most of those communities in Benue, in some part of Taraba, in Plateau, are dominated by Christians. And so they want to chase these people out to take what they feel rightfully belongs to them that was lawfully earned by their great-grandfather. And so the victims there happen to now be Christians. And then on a normal basis, any religious leader now, most of the people that are being killed is just coincidence. So I didn't mean those localities in Taraba, in Benue, in Plateau that are agriculturally endowed, that these people want to come and put up there, are inhabited probably by pagans or by Muslims, who would have also been shouting that we have pagan genocide in Nigeria, we have Muslim genocide in Nigeria. So it is correct to say there is Christian genocide because most of the victims are Christians. And they are the ones occupying most of these communities. But the hidden agenda is not just to exterminate Christians, but to take over some of these agriculturally viable lands and communities that are there. And then they do some pocket of, killings in some Muslim communities to disguise the whole process. And then funny enough, and sadly enough, painfully enough, most of the people doing these killings are adherents of Islam.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, I like to stay with you on this really, because just like you mentioned, it is not just not just Christians, like you mentioned, but there are concerns about the fact that the presidency has made a statement, of course, after rejigging his cabinet with, of course, fresh service chiefs. He did say that there would be no excuses tolerated on the part of these service chiefs. But yet, we still see these killings go on and on. Isn't that about time that the presidency calls on a state of emergency, particularly on the part of security in Nigeria? Or do you think there is some level of no political will at all, which again, some quarters have said is the reason why we have this kind of insecurity bedeviling us this much in the country?
It's crystal clear, sir, that there is no political will to combat this challenge. People are just playing politics. Ridiculous security. The president himself, from his heart of heart, knows how to combat this issue. He knows that the Nigerian state has the capacity to face these people head on. But because their hands have been submerged, because there is no sincerity of purpose, because we are busy romancing with terrorists to the point whereby we want to even rehabilitate terrorists in this country at the expense of the people whom they have killed, the families of those persons they've killed. Today, the presidency, what are we after? We are crying foul that Trump is trying to invade Nigeria. It is now we are realizing that we are a supreme state. It is now that we are realizing that we have our own constitution, that we can govern ourselves by our constitution, that we don't need a Trump to come into the country. It's now. All because their families and relatives have not been affected. I was discussing this some few days ago in a sister station, and I said some of these people making noises because, see, sir, there are families that have been cleared. You find a family of 12 persons, is only one person that is alive. The family name is being eroded. You see a situation where a woman who is even pregnant with a child, she's killed. The fetus in her womb is even, cut off and removed. Before now, they used to say even terrorists and during war and all whatnot, they don't kill women, they don't kill children. But this is what we even see. What threat is that even child in the womb? He has not even come out. He has not even realized himself as a being. That pregnant woman, what crime has she committed? Her crime is just because she's a Christian or she's living in that locality that you claim is for your grandfather. So it is a call for us, like, let's re-examine ourselves. The presidency needs to be sincere. Let's re-examine ourselves. Are we really sincere about this? Do we want to live as a country where we see on social media certain quarters of people celebrating? When they say they've killed people here, some people are celebrating it. When they say they've killed others there, some people are happy about it because it's not my ethnic group that has been killed, it's not my tribe, it's not my religion. Are we really ready and sincere that want to live as one Nigeria? Let us stop deceiving ourselves and stop wasting lives. If we really don't want to live together, let's free some people. If you feel this is a place for your grandfather, then allow others to live and go to where probably they can be accommodated by other people, or their grandfather too has a particular place for them. Let them go and live. But we need to redefine our identity as Nigerians. If the president claims he's the president of Nigeria, then he must stand head on and fight insecurity. These lives of people is equal to his own life too. It is also possible those people that are being killed, they would have also become president like him tomorrow. He should know it's beyond politics, it's beyond the fact that he's president, it's beyond the millions of naira he will make as president and all the rights and privileges of the office of the president of this country. It's about humanity. And once he loses that humanity, his presidency loses its test.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Felix Pascal. Let me bring it back to the studio here. And I want to, of course, continue the conversation with you, Doctor. The part of denial on the federal government, particularly also from the service chief, the CDS did make a statement that there are no genocide in Nigeria. And of course, some other political elites, like, of course, the Minister of Aviation, saying that he's a Christian. He was employed by the presidency, so there are no Christian genocide. I mean, how much of these denial can we continue to have as a people to clearly and holistically putting an end to insecurity in Nigeria? Because we read on the headlines this morning, 48 million naira bandit tax. I've never heard that before in my life, and I'm hearing it for the first time.
Well, for me, the denial is expected. He should not have said anything different, because saying anything different means admitting weakness, admitting that's irresponsible, that's not being able to perform his function. But I thank God for the social media. Without the social media, most of these killings would not have been brought to the public domain, because the legacy media have all compromised. Within 2 years, Tinubu has held a meeting with the Newspaper Owners Association of Nigeria 4 times. Understand? So, and I sent a story to a newspaper here in Lagos. The editor told me, Peter, we don't entertain stories against the president or any story that is anti-president. I can mention the newspaper name, understand? But let me just keep it there. So the denial is expected. The legacy media has compromised, and without social media, we will not have been getting all these things, because I have gone to where there's a disaster, understand? This, I was told, don't publish any figure of the dead people without hearing from us. Understand me? Do you understand that? Wow. That's the law enforcement agencies there, that you shouldn't publish any number of dead people without them giving you figure. Do you understand? So that's, I was representing some newspaper then. Understand? So what I did was, the figure that I got, I sent it through social media. You see it? I send those figures through social media, because I know that if I get to the Sun, they will say, how did you verify these dead bodies? Understand? Because they have compromised. So, but my friend in Taraba made a revelation, which I quite agree with him. This Christian genocide for me is coincidental. Assuming it is pagans that are in Plateau and Benue, what is happening now will also be happening there. Because the mandate is to recover those land for their great-grandfather. Understand? Who said that they would dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. So it is that mission that they are still carrying on. When the Agatu massacre happened, I found out that a World Bank team to Agatu. Understand?
Right.
So I saw that was when during the time of Samuel Orton. So after that, the whole village town was ransacked. And 3 years after, I went to Agatu. It is still that same way. So those people have been pushed to IDP camp. That's paving way for the marauders to take over the community. And do you understand? So what they're now doing is building putting booths, sinking boreholes in IDP camp, which means they have become their permanent homes.
As against going back to their
against going back, which means their mission is succeeding. Understand? Those villages are being evacuated for them, even by the government of the day. So it is a mandate that is being carried out, but But fortunately, the main occupants of those areas are Christians. Because these communities are being renamed in Fufude. Understand me?
Okay.
They are not being renamed in Igbo or in Hausa, and we know the people that speak the Fufude. So government knows what is happening. And if they want to stop it, they will stop it. That's my take.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anosike, for that wonderful submission. You know, I would only like to highlight a few statements of yours when you talked about, you know, some parts in Benue as at the time. I remembered living in the north as well, the likes of Kudende in Kaduna, Chikun Agua Extension, you know, Kakuri, where you would see the core northerners telling every other northerner, okay, which the southern Kaduna, this place I'm mentioning to you, that's the southern Kaduna.
Which is Christian area.
The Christian area, you know, and it is barely developed. It took El-Rufai time for him to even do some things there, okay? And there I was living. You know, you would see the core northerners telling the northern Kaduna, the southern Kaduna people that you do not belong here. So whenever there is any issue at all, that's the first place they come to attack. And this didn't just happen there. It happened also in Borno. You know? Yes, which is Christian-dominated areas. Okay? So if you check this situation, you would agree with me that either directly or indirectly, there is systemic killing. There is systemic attack. And now, in a political space where a predecessor and successor are having a little rancor, a president declared state of emergency immediately. But now, northern elders are requesting for the president to declare a state of emergency in their land. Yet, maybe, just maybe tomorrow it will be declared. But as of now, it is not. So, Barrister Eze Eluche, I would like to come to you. I'd like to ask, is the Nigerian government complicit in humanitarian crisis? Is it a case of gross incompetence? I'd like you to dissect this conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've realized or identified that land grab is one of the key approaches to this issue. So you begin from the Buhari regime. Buhari, when he was in office, the government will always tell the people, what do you want? Your life or your land? Why don't you give up your land and have your life? Under the Bola Tinubu regime, when he went to Yele Tower, he actually told people to make peace with their killers. So you now see government complicity. And it's even repeated in their pronouncements. When El-Rufai was governor, he made a pronouncement that he went all the way, he knows these killers, that he went to Mali, Burkina Faso to pay them off. And then he also said, when you kill a cow, it is a debt that must be paid. That they will also kill, and they will kill humans. Bala Mohammed, current governor of Bauchi State, yes, said Nigeria is a land for every Fulani from anywhere in the world. So you see that there is government pronouncements, and that covers the area of intent. Because when you want to prove a genocide, it's not just killings. There must be intentional killing to achieve a purpose. So there is an identified purpose, which is to take over the land of these people. And then you follow it up with ethnic cleansing or even religious cleansing, so that you ensure that the people in that area are wiped out. And like the Pascal and Dr. Anosike have said here, when they kill or when they sack a community, they don't just leave it fallow, they occupy. So there was intent to ensure that those people don't come back. So all the qualities of a genocide has been established. And even the qualities of government complicity. That is why even a declaration of a state of emergency by this current regime now is useless. Because it's only been, they are reacting not to the killings, they are reacting to the threat posed by the US government. If they were reacting to the killings, they would have done much more. But they're only reacting to starve off whatever the US plans to do. And unfortunately, if we buy that angle, if we buy this so-called declaration of the request by northern elders to declare state of emergency in security issues, it amounts to nonsense. because the killings will still continue, and it has been continuing ever since even the declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
Right.
Even that declaration, you ask yourself, as a Nigerian, is Nigeria not a country of particular concern to you? To most Nigerians, it has been. Not just in the area of security and education, in sports, in everything. Nigeria is a country of particular, because we know our potentials. And we're not realizing those potentials, so we are a particular concern. But in the areas of religious freedoms, which the US government felt like, it is certainly is. Do you realize that in Bauchi State, if, for instance, you approach the Bauchi liaison office, because I have friends who've done that, and you are a Christian, and you want maybe a certificate of origin from your state liaison office, you will not be issued. They will tell you to go back to your local government area, to the place where you're coming from. But Northerners who come to the liaison office get. So it is systemic. I mean, it's just so that Christians do not feel that they belong to that area. And funnily enough, this thing is spreading. It's metastasizing. It is even coming down south. It's not going to stop in Bauchi, Benue, Nasarawa. Enugu State is feeling the brunt of it, the pains of it. You hear one day that entire communities are wiped out in Enugu State. By who? These Fulani bandits, Fulani tribes, militia.
So they came to Owo as well on those states.
And when they even killed the daughter of a former statesman, what did Mr. President say? Despite the empirical facts that the killers were Fulani headsmen, he asked them, "Did you see the cows?" That is, in fact, he alluded. He tried to shift the blame that there's some people referring to the Igbos. That was what Mr. Bola Tinubu said when there was a killing in Ore. Did you see the cows? And the people around said, "We saw these people." They said, "Did you see the cows?" That tells you that the current regime understands the issues, and by not being proactive to stem the tide, they are definitely being complicit.
So Barrister, isn't this entire conversation, all of these empirical facts, clear enough that Nigeria needs this level of help, even from the US government?
Well, it is very clear, but you know, when you see somebody who goes every day, you go and beg for loan to pay salaries, beg for loan to tar roads, to even build railway lines, you beg for loan. Then when somebody comes to help you to address an issue, you remember you are a sovereign state. Sovereignty is not only when issues of such matters come up. When you go about insulting yourself, born from every...
Barrister, they said the loan is needed.
Okay, it's needed.
That was what they told us.
Likewise, the help, because for more than 10 years, with over 55,000 killings of Christians, with several communities vanquished, over 19,000 churches destroyed, we certainly do need help to address this genocide. And you see, we are talking as if it's in the abstract. When you look at what is going on in Bamako, in Mali, where these extremist jihadist elements, Islamists, have cordoned off the capital, a capital of over 2 million, and they are at the verge of even going in and killing everybody. Now, even nobody's going to come in to help Mali, because Mali is like a pariah state now. Now we still have the opportunity to seek help. We are busy talking grammar, trying to define what we don't even understand.
Even statistics.
Yes. Abuja can be cordoned off. And then what do we do? And we see when you listen to comments by the chief of the army staff, and then you make cosmetic changes. To what extent? What does that mean? Does the chief of army staff, when last did he handle a gun? So you now look at the issues. Who are the major, the rank and file, the soldiers in the infantry? If these same characters have permeated the military, having a Christian chief of naval or chief of defense staff is of no moment. And that has been established severally. Because in most of these communities where these killings take place, what happens? What happens is that the villagers say, yes, we see soldiers come. At times, soldiers will be 1 kilometer apart from the killings. They will say they have not been asked to move in.
Yeah, so Barrister, I was going to come in there. Yes. If you are really conversant with Kaduna State.
Yes, I am. I served in Kaduna, by the way.
Oh, you served in Kaduna. So that's lovely. Yeah, so you know, when we are going to Jos, you know, we have Kafanchang to the right and the left, you know, plying to Jos.
Yes.
And we have a particular road in between Kaduna and Jos.
Yes.
That community, they will tell you that once it is 6:30, 7 p.m., you cannot drive.
Good.
If you do, it will be a point and kill. You are a buffet for these bandits.
Yes.
And just like your statement, the army, the military are actually on this side and that side. But this community, these guys have taken over and there is nothing being done. There is nobody that can actually question them. No checkpoints, no nothing there. Instead, your security operative will be telling you, your officials will be telling you, when once it is 5, stay in Plateau or you stay in Kaduna. How did we get here? And I'd like to ask you, can Nigerian security apparatus effectively address the threats posed by extremist groups and bandits without compromising human rights?
No, they cannot do that. You know why I said they cannot? The entire structure of the military is not in a position to do that. Why do I say that? Look, like you see, even in the southeast, there is almost, they have to beg for people from the southeast to even join the army. So how can that same army protect or enforce security in the southeast? Among the people of the middle belt, they'll tell you that, look, there are some ranks which are invisible barriers to them. They cannot even overcome such barriers. So how can an army, how can the structure of Nigeria allow the military to engage or to even stop these threats of terrorism? So the reality is this: we have to look at our structure. The Nigerian structure is not positioned to address these issues. And unfortunately, for too long, we've had this series of killings, and you see that there is a bias in the system, whereby people from certain areas will do certain things and get away with it. People have wondered if, for instance, the young lieutenant who confronted the minister, if he was not from where he is from, or if he was not representing the officer he was representing, will there be a gang up of the military establishment to support him? Let us presume he was Igbo or from Rivers, where will he be now?
Okay,
so we have to be realistic.
Barrister, I would like you to hold your thoughts there, but on this particular conversation, Barrister, I'd like to have you one-on-one for us to go on that one, because where you're actually taking the conversation to, I'd like to actually explore that particular one. But of course, that's how far we can actually go on that particular topic, in as much as we have so much to say, but of course, time may not permit us to do that. But let's do justice to that of the PDP convention. There have been a crisis presently, and the crisis is quite serious, because court is saying you are not allowed to do any convention, to hold any convention. And another court sitting in Ibadan is saying, go ahead, we are solidly behind you. And of course, Lamidu, I beg your pardon, also got a final judgment yesterday as regards to halting this same convention. And banners has been printed, shared everywhere. And different factions are colliding as we speak. So you don't go nowhere. It's going to be a very explosive conversation. We would like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this one. Stay tuned, please. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Saturday morning buzz on Voice of the People television. In a dramatic turn of events, the People's Democratic Party's highly anticipated national elective convention scheduled for November 15 and 16 in Ibadan has been thrown into disarray. One federal high court in Abuja issued a final order halting the convention, finding that former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido was unjustly denied the opportunity to purchase a nomination form for the chairmanship race, thereby instructing the party and Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) not to proceed without him. Simultaneously, however, the Oyo State High Court in Ibadan adjourned its ruling on the jurisdiction challenge and reaffirmed the interim order that the party may continue preparation for the convention. Adding to this complexity, supporters of Sheyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State, have deployed large banners at the convention venue proclaiming his 2027 presidential ambitions, signaling internal power displays, even as the party's national leadership is in flux. Amid the conflicting court orders, the administrator of the National Judicial Institute, NJI, Babatunde Adejumo, has defended the judiciary, stating that divergent rulings from courts of coordinate jurisdiction are not signs of failure, but part of system normal evolution. The unfolding scenario leaves the PDP at a crossroad, grappling with legal entanglement, factional ambition, and the daunting task of presenting a united front. And of course, I will still have in the studio to make sense out of this whole conversation and to dissect them precept upon precept. We have Dr. Peter Anosike in the studio, and of course, I will also have Barrister Luce, who's also here to do justice to this conversation. And joining us virtually, we have Honorable Felix Pascal. But let me start with Dr. Peter, because he is my PDP prophet. Ever since we've been doing morning buzz together, we've been talking about PDP, in and out of PDP's conversation, and just like I mentioned to Dr. Anosike this morning, whenever I hear PDP's conversation, I'll just remember your explanation or the example you gave to me some time ago. Dr. Anosike said, PDP situation is like a car that the engine is knocked. Not only that, but a car that can never be revived again. And this particular conversation, disturbs me a lot because I feel these are elder statesmen. These are men that have been in the corridors of power. What is that thing that is that difficult that they cannot share their swords and come, together to build, a very strong opposition party, instead of everyone, going loggerheads, with each other. But, Doctor, what are the implications, of the conflicting court orders on this PDP convention, and which court ruling takes precedence?
Well, for me, before I walked into the studio, I called somebody in Ibadan, and he told me that they are trooping to the venue that is holding. Understand? And I know that it will hold, but it's a mere jamboree.
It's not a party.
Yes, it is a mere jamboree. And again, we also have a kind of a pariah security agency. My thinking was that Ebotoku would instruct the CP of Oyo Police that his men should stay away from this convention. But Oyo State Police are providing security for the convention, which to me is strange. Which to me is very, very strange. Because, but like I told you before, INEC will not participate. And once INEC did not cover the convention, it is just an exercise in futility. We understand? Which means Wike's own faction is still holding the winning card. Because there's no way INEC will recognize this convention, and even if they present a presidential candidate next year, INEC will not recognize it. But what is happening has been ordained already. Understand? What is happening has been ordained already. It will continue to happen until after the 2027 election is over.
Okay, I remember in your comments the last time we were here together, you said the Wike faction is the mold that is planted in PDP, that they will not leave or release the grip of how they hold PDP, the same way Abure is actually holding the Labour Party. But of course, let me come to Barrister Ezeluche. But Barrister, can the PDP proceed with this? Of course, they've already done that by proceeding, with the convention. But I would like to know, despite Abuja court order, and you being a legal practitioner, you would have to explain to us, how can a court in Abuja says no, another high court in one state saying yes, go ahead, another court is also saying this one has to be halted? Barrister, is the judicial still in sync in Nigeria?
Well, yes, they are in sync.
So what is the consequence of this particular situation?
The reality is this. All this is orchestrated. They are orchestrated right from the very top. I will assure you one thing. If the different courts were giving orders, conflicting orders, related to the APC, immediately the Chief Justice, the National Judicial Council will step in and wield the iron stick. Are you with me?
Yeah.
They will not allow it to waste one extra day. So all this is orchestrated and from the very top. And those who are thinking that the Sheyi Makinde is a different faction from Wike don't understand the politics these guys are playing. They are playing with our minds. During the last elections, there were a couple of governors who moved along with Wike. One was the governor of Abia State, the governor of Enugu State, the governor of Benue State, and Sheyi Makinde. So the whole scam they are playing is on themselves. Nigerians should live above these scams. Let me tell you what will happen. Sheyi Makinde will emerge himself as governor of
presidential
under
candidate.
the PDP. Of course, it's a waste of time because he knows that at the end of the day he will double for the president. So it's just a scam they are leading Nigerians through. That's why I don't believe we should be discussing these PDP issues anywhere, because they are playing with our minds. And even those who are members, the founders of PDP realize this, and they virtually said, okay, this government is doing this because they have limitless funds. They can throw these monies around, get court orders, bring people to attend rallies in the name of a convention when they know it's all a jamboree.
So,
it's a total waste of time.
Barrister,
Yes.
sorry to butt in here.
Yes.
So the concern for me would be the part where there is conflicting judgment from two major, courts.
Yes.
And again, question now would be, should Nigerians consistently believe in the judiciary as it stands? That's on one part. There is also the part of the Sule Lamido who has said, look, as it stands, I went to the court to reclaim my rights and not to fight the PDP. Is he even, well, I don't want to say if he's right to want to fight for that right of his. What's your position with these two stories?
Well, the reality is this. If you don't believe in the judiciary, what do? When you have a friction with somebody, you carry a knife and go and stab him. So there must still be that belief in the judiciary for most things. But in the political arena, like I told you, even the so-called man who you said went to buy a form and was denied. How many people have tried to buy forms in APC and were denied? And they go to court and the cases don't even get listed.
Some even bought the form, they took it from them.
Yes, the cases don't ever get listed. So don't think that there is a confusion in the judiciary. It is orchestrated. Because otherwise, right from the day the judgments are made, the CJN knows what to do. I mean, if it's realized that there is dubious transactions going on, the CJN knows what to do. It doesn't have to wait for 1 week or till the end of the date for the convention to make pronouncements. And I wouldn't be surprised if another court today, a Saturday, gives an order that it should go on. And still the CJN, the Judicial Commission, will keep quiet. So we have gone beyond being fooled by the antics of these characters. It is all well orchestrated and it's to create confusion within the ruling party. Ask yourself, like I said earlier, if it was the APC, will this last for 1 day? It will not, because it does not fall within the system. You won't even have, when you go to file a similar application under the APC, you will not be listed till after the convention has taken place. Because it's still the prerogative of the registry of the court to list your cases. But if you go today, Saturday, to file a case to further cause confusion in a ADC, in Labour, or in the PDP, Saturday you get a date on Monday. So Nigerians should believe in the judiciary. In good time, the judiciary will rescue itself from the machinations of these characters who are rubbishing it. Just like Nigerians, in good time, we need to rescue our country because all this is being manipulated.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Zeluche. You just made it clear now, okay, from your statement that the PDP is also indirectly working with the ruling party.
I didn't say that. I said the PDP has been so messed up that even the 2-3 factions are all sponsored by the ruling party. Makinde cannot tell me he's working against Wike. It's not possible.
Okay.
They are working in sync,
Okay,
but they will come out and quarrel in public.
Barrister, it's safe to say that indirectly what I said is what you're still saying.
Well,
but I'd like to go to Honorable Felix Pascal, who is in Taraba presently. Hello, Honorable, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, my brother.
Okay, so Honorable, you heard what Barrister Izeluche said. I didn't say it, he said it. But let's talk about party leadership and unity. Okay, how will the convention outcome affect the party's leadership and direction? Okay, and of course, I would like to take this simultaneously. Can the PDP reconcile its warring faction and present a united front ahead of 2027 general elections?
All right, thank you very much. Let me say what Barrister is shying away from saying. that it is well planned, as Barrister has opined.
Yes.
It is highly orchestrated.
Yes.
And they are after the script of Mr. President.
Simple.
That's all. He just wants to have a soft landing against 2027. He doesn't want PDP to feel a candidate. It's all well planned. All the people going to one court or another, they are all their boys. They are sending this one today. They will send that one tomorrow to go to that court and collect this order. They will speak with this judge to deliver that order. They are just acting a script. And unfortunately, Nigerians are not aware of this. The same Makinde that joined Wike, you know, and they formed G5 against another candidate and said it's the turn of the South. And they will support a Tinubu ticket, even while remaining in PDP. So has he suddenly now realized that Tinubu is incompetent and can no longer deliver and take Nigeria to where Nigeria wants? So you will find out that all they are trying to do is to block the spots. And eventually, after this convention, is either they come out to say, okay, the convention was fine, let them go on, and Makinde becomes the candidate, and then they get to have a soft landing, thereby blocking any northerner from picking up the ticket. Because for Wike, he feels that if he allows them in PDP just like that, they can maneuver their way and find a northerner may come eventually to have the ticket of the party. Because he is already working for Mr. President, even while remaining in PDP. So they are just acting their scripts. Yes. The only sad reality is that you and I, the ordinary Nigerians, are just the victims. But when we look at these things side by side, our politics, it is not good for our democracy. We cannot allow this country to slump into a one-party state. We need an opposition. They have crumbled all. Tinubu is determined to just crumble any opposition in this country. Look at what is happening in Labour Party. Look at ADC. The moment El-Rufai went to SDP now, the secretary of SDP and the chairman of SDP and each other's throat. Who will sign the documents they will take to INEC eventually? So any party they just hear strong person is going there and making waves, they just send their disciples there and they scatter everywhere. And we cannot continue like that, because the moment we slum into a one-party state, it's just like a dictatorship. So it is better he removes the agbada and just wears a khaki, you know, and then we are under military dictatorship in the country. So it is unhealthy for our democracy. I don't know why most of this, and it's sad that today most of our election issues have to be determined by the courts, as against the people determining who they want and how they want to run their affairs. Imagine a party now like PDP. They have their constitution, they have their guidelines and whatsoever, but most decisions about how PDP will exist, the well-being of PDP, how they will bring out candidates and all whatnot, has to be determined by a court, not by the members of the party. Because some people just want to play the card of a person. So it is a time Nigerians have to wake up. We have to look into the eyes of Wike. Nigeria is bigger than you.
Okay.
Nigeria is bigger.
Okay, so honorable.
It is our country. We cannot be playing politics with the life and well-being of the people of this country. They are only interested in themselves. They are not interested in what happens in this country. Look at how lives are being lost. And look at how the economy is and all whatnot. Their only interest is how do we manipulate this and manipulate that to remain in power.
Okay, honorable.
Nigerians must confront these people.
Honorable Pascal, thank you so much. I was waiting to get to that point, but of course, you had to mention his name, talking about the FCT minister. You would agree with me that it is said that Wike is not or has not indulged himself in anti-party yet to the PDP, even with everything that is going on. If Anyanwu can be suspended, okay, but that of Wike is untouchable, okay. And to buttress your point, you talked about when once the ruling party see that anybody wants to rise from wherever, either from the north or whatever, next thing they send their people to just look for how to actually cushion that effect to make sure that they neutralize, whatsoever party it is. Because just in agreement with your statement, for the very first time in a long while, I saw Ganduje and Yusuf yesterday. The predecessor and successor of Kano State. I was surprised. And they said that for unity. And the same Kwankwaso of Kano also mentioned that his door is open and Tinubu is his friend that is willing to actually have dialogue. So how will this one-party state, affect the political landscape of Nigeria if successfully they get through it? And of course, is Wike bigger than PDP that cannot be sacked or sent off from their party?
And by extension, is Wike bigger than Nigeria and Nigerians? Because what he is doing in PDP is affecting Nigeria and Nigerians' status democratically. So it is a moment that Nigerians have to look beyond just PDP and confront these people on the basis that at the end of the day, it is our country that is put in bad light. Now they are busy jittering. The US have put us as country of concern. Who brought about this? It's just the lack of political will of some few individuals. Nigerians must rise up to take their country. We must confront these people and challenge them beyond, the challenge I'm having, where these people have just put us in this whole mess is, there is this increasing growth of the poverty of the mind that they keep structuring us on. Not just the physical poverty. An average person, educated person, some to the rank of a doctor, some professors, they are still held down by sentiments of religion, ethnicity, and region. It has to be our brother, it has to be our sister, it has to be from a tribe, it has to be from a religion. That is what is putting us in this maze up to tomorrow. The moment we realize this and unite ourselves that these guys don't have a religion. Tinubu is a Muslim. Wike is a Christian.
Let me just make it. Let me give you something. You asked the question whether is Wike bigger than Nigeria. That is
bigger than
the PDP. The issue is not Wike. Wike is a nobody. The issue is Mr. President Bola Tinubu bigger than the PDP and bigger than Nigeria. Because everything Wike is doing in PDP is because the president allows him to do it. Have you watched Wike's convoy when he goes to his state? Soldiers, policemen, navy, everything.
Using motorcade.
If he was
a
single individual, who is he? So the issue is not Wike. Wike is just being used by the presidency, by the president to achieve goals. And the day Mr. President feels he's done with Wike, like Amechi was discarded by Buhari and Peter Odele was also discarded, they will discard Wike. It's a matter of time. But there's nobody.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. And I'm going to come to Dr. Party ideologies is what I want to talk about. From your perspective, do you think political parties in Nigeria clearly have ideologies that they follow? Because this is a PDP that was just one of the greatest parties in Africa in 1999, becoming something that is going extinct as we speak.
There's no ideology about selfish interest. There's no ideology in Nigerian politics but selfish interest. If there's ideology, you cannot be in APC in the morning, PDP in the afternoon, and ADC in the evening. So what is chasing them is their interest. And for Wike, Tinubu equipped Wike for what he is doing. He has security, he has money. Understand? He has security, he has money. So that's why he is behaving like Rambo on the news.
Should the PDP crumble, where would FCT Minister Nyesom Wike continue his political career path?
He is 75% in APC, 25% in PDP.
You think he's going to have that space in the APC?
One, he's the APC party leader in River State. He's not contesting with anybody. He appointed the APC local government chairman in River State.
All right, let me bring the same question to you, Barrister.
Okay, yes.
Party ideology.
Yes. Well, no party in Nigeria has any ideology because they were just set up by people who come together for power grabbing, including the Labour Party.
Including
the Labour
Thank you
Party.
so much, Doctor.
The only
Barrister,
yes, the
thank
Labour
you.
Party is people came around the Labour Party because of the person of Peter Obi.
Yeah.
They saw in him as somebody who has the kind of qualities they want in a leader. So that's why people voted for Labour Party. Labour Party itself is look at it, it's structured in a way that's no ideology. So the day we decide to begin to build ideology-based parties, that's when we know we have begun a democracy. But can you really do a democracy where people are so hungry? You see, one of the drawbacks we have in this country is even this democracy issue. No country has developed using democracy. No country whatsoever. Not even the US. In the US, we say they have 250-something years of democracy. It's not true. The US, up till the 50s, women could not vote. So up to the turn of the century, women could not vote. Blacks did not even get ability to vote till the 50s. So the people who could vote in the first 200 years of US democracy was white, adult male tax landowners. So you take people who have a vested interest in the territory and make them the electorate. But in Nigeria, every Dick, Tom, and Harry says he has a vote. Somebody who has not eaten for 3 days, if you give him 5,000 naira, he will sell his vote to you. So as long as we have this democracy that is foisted on us as the path towards democracy, it's not going to work. No country has developed using democracy. But when you now use other means to develop, and the people have been sensitized and developed, their minds have been developed, you can now say, okay, come and vote.
So, Barrister,
yes.
Can you give us examples of other means, please?
Of other what?
Other means.
Other means, unfortunately, we missed it because when we had a military regime, most countries developed by autocratic regimes. Singapore, the Latin American, Asian tigers.
Malaysia, China, all of them.
Yes, they developed using a strong will. Somebody wants to move the country forward because if the person who wants to move the country forward is leading, if you are not willing to lead, you must flow along. But when you have these kakistocrats in place, you have these characters who just want to buy properties in America, in London, and everywhere, leading you. They can only lead you to an abyss. That's the unfortunate thing we have. So the way forward for Nigeria is, I don't know, we missed it, like I said, with the military. When Gowon, for instance, was president, when Nigeria was awash with cash, what did the young man say? We have too much money, we don't know what to do with it. Gowon was busy paying salaries abroad. When his mates were busy building infrastructure in their various countries. So how we get it back in this country is we need to restructure. Because as presently populated, considered Nigeria, I see no path forward for this country.
All right, then. Let's have maybe 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Honorable Pascal, your concluding thoughts, 30 seconds on this particular conversation, and of course what we've spoken about before we jump to trends in 30 seconds.
Okay, for me, I think Nigeria as a state must realize itself and not allow some few persons to just manipulate us and put us in more mess than where we are at the moment. And so I believe also that we can be able to revive ourselves if we are willing. And I subscribe to the school of thought that we urgently need to restructure the country. That's just the pathway for us to revive, to regrow, and then make better this country that we found ourselves in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, Honorable. And I urge that you stay with us. Doctor, your concluding thoughts, 30 seconds as well.
Restructuring will bring competition. With competition, will advance.
You just spoke from the economics angle of this conversation. And of course, that makes him who he is, an economist. Let's jump to a very major trending conversation, shall we? Nigeria's healthcare system is teetering to the brink after joint health sector unions, that's JOHESU, and the Assembly of Healthcare Professionals Association, APCA, declared an indefinite nationwide strike beginning today, citing the federal government's prolonged failure to implement the adjusted consolidated health salary structure. And of course, other long-standing welfare demands, with services expected to be severely disrupted across federal health institutions. The announcement comes amid a backdrop of already ongoing industrial action by resident doctors. Meanwhile, the broader public health crisis deepens as inflation and rising living costs erode access to essential diabetes care across Nigeria. Well, this cannot be overemphasized. The health sector is down tooling, and this is a major situation on our hands. Let me start off with Barrister here. I would have loved if the producer is very much ready with a particular stat from the cable index where there was a reeled up number of patients per doctor across Nigerian states in 2025. Enugu State has 299 patients to one doctor. Lagos State have 2,136 patients to one doctor. Osun State has 3,146 persons. Edo State have 3,111. I mean, the list is endless. What that means is we have limited health practitioners to the patients in Nigeria. Barrister, your position. Johesu going on strike, of course, with the indefinite strike of the National Association of Resident Doctors.
Well, the reality is this. I wonder how they've been coping. Not just Johesu. Workers are made to steal to survive in this country, or to cut corners. Because when you see Johesu medical staff, they have to work in very uncomfortable environments, and you pay them peanuts. When we were giving each member of the National Assembly a vehicle worth 150 plus million, which can pay the entire salaries of maybe one hospital for 1 month, you give it to one man as his car allowance. Then you also give other allowances. You don't realize that these are also human beings who have aspirations, who have families, who are also planning for their own betterment. And you add that to other kind of benefits that the political leaders, political rulers have. You really wonder how have our workers been coping. Johesu is long delayed because I have also people who are medical personnel around me, and you have to supplement them. Abroad, nurses and doctors are well paid. Here in Nigeria, you pay them peanuts, and you expect them to perform miracles. And the government will come out with promises that will never get realized. Okay, even when you pay them salaries, what of the working environment? What of the lack of power supply? What of the lack of facilities? Doctors have watched patients die in their hands. Look, apart from even the money you pay them, when you have trained somebody and he's a professional, and he sees what he can cure, an ailment he can make well, and because of the lack of these facilities, he watches patients die. Not once, not twice. It will affect his psyche. So let us not look at this as only money. The facilities, the environment. The other day in Lagos State, a doctor fell from a lift because she tried to enter it and she didn't know it was not working, and she fell and died. So the environment is suffocating. And those who have ruled us shamelessly, they still travel every day for the slightest medical conditions. They travel abroad and they spend millions. The other day we heard that General Buhari died in a London hospital where the daily fee was in the thousands of pounds. The amount you are paying, and not just Buhari that died there, Abdul Salam Abubakar is also there. And they stay there on long-term basis. And you expect Nigerian doctors and nurses, physiotherapists to work under such conditions. I honestly don't know how they're working, because what most of them do really is this. Not just in the medical field. You bring supply, they have to take and go and sell somewhere they have against their own conscience. But the fact is they must eat. And what you're paying them cannot even take them home. So the government we have is not serious. They're not serious about the security, about our health, about our education. They are simply not serious because we didn't elect them there. They know how they do with the judiciary and the INEC to get into government. So until we have people-oriented governance, these kind of things will happen. When you talk of Johesu today, tomorrow you talk of the electricity workers. Next will be the port workers, because they are all impacted. And the main source of it is we have very poor and weak kleptocrats in government who destroy Nigeria.
All right then, Doctor, let's have your position as well. I don't know if the producers are ready with that particular picture of figure, the analysis, but Doctor, let's have your...
Well, for me, the problem is not just those in power, but the people. Our civil society group, our trade unions. This is an issue of legislation. Once we get it right there, our hospitals will become like the other ones in the world. There should be a legislation that once you are a public officer, you must patronize public institutions. If they can forget about salary increment and push this thing, understand? Once you are a public officer, you must patronize the public institution, public health. Your children will patronize public schools. This is the only way to get this institution being funded. Once they know that that if doctors are on strike, it's going to affect them, they will make sure that doctors will not go on strike. Once they make sure that ASU is on strike, their children will come home and stay with them. They will make sure that ASU will not go on strike. So this NLC, instead of a standard increment, this civil society group, instead of we no go agree. There are quality activism that they should go into and change this country.
In terms of policies and laws made?
Sure, because Johansson is on strike. If the president has headache, he will jump into his presidential jet and go that to France.
All right then, Doctor, before you continue, let's have that particular, there you have it. This is patients to a doctor in Nigeria. 299 patients to a doctor in Enugu State. 2,136 patients to a doctor in Lagos State. Now, these figures are quite alarming.
I can bet you that one digit is missing in Enugu State. I can bet you one digit is missing in Enugu State. It can't be 299.
To a doctor?
It's not possible.
So how many doctors do they have?
Yeah, that means they have over 10,000 doctors in Enugu State? No. Look at all the states. It's clear that a digit is missing. It must be 2,000 and something.
So the scary part of this that I want to find out is how much does both lawmakers and of course the government in power have to see Nigerians go through this pain if 299 patients is to one doctor, yet these doctors are clamoring for good welfare and they're not being given.
Excuse me. 299 per patient is international standard. It cannot be true.
It's not for Enugu State. It cannot.
It cannot be true.
I can tell you that. Look at the other figures.
It cannot be true.
There's no massive production of doctors in Enugu State. It's part of Nigeria.
Yes.
So if Lagos do others have that 2,000 plus, 3,000 plus, what you have to say, why will Enugu have 299? And I know Enugu State. In fact, that should be in one hospital.
Okay, so when it comes to Enugu State, I think I should still be able to comment on that. Okay, so I am not also in support of this
at all.
Let's say this is just a small private hospital or whatever. You understand?
Talk for that.
But when it comes to a government hospital, I don't think I'm in support of
the numbers are even increasing. There you have it. We have in Anambra State, 5,277. If my producers are ready, can we have this reeled up a bit from, of course, on those states where you have there you have it. Anambra State is 5,000 plus. Akwa Ibom, the same thing. I mean, the numbers just goes up and goodness me.
Kaduna,
and even that Kaduna is not correct. I'm sorry to say.
when you hear this Nigerian Bureau of Statistics nonsense, I mean, when you go to hospital, you see the realities.
That's the truth.
So not all these figures, because
Barrister, you're saying on this table, we're saying these figures.
The facility does not even contain
the reality is far above.
In the reality,
it's far above this.
Yes.
It's sincerely, it is far above.
They have a Cross River is about 10,800. Good.
Now, the only number I can agree to here is Bayelsa.
At 8,000.
Sincerely.
400.
Because they're very small.
Because they're a very small community, from Biama to whatever, So, you understand? So, I can still talk about Bayelsa. But when it comes to other states, no, David, I beg to disagree.
Look, in Nigeria, we have learned not to look at NBS figures. But when you go to a general hospital and you have to wait from 8 o'clock till 6,
to see just one doctor.
Or you get an appointment and they tell you to come in 3 months' time.
That's when you
appreciate
better.
it. But not these figures. Because
no.
there are many of these states that don't have up to 500 doctors.
Okay, so quickly, I'd like to, Honorable Pascal.
Well,
hello, Honorable Pascal, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so of course
I'll give you real time. Let me give you real time stats.
Taraba has over 28,000 from that same list.
Okay, Honorable Pascal. So I would want you to give us the real time, just like you're talking about. But of course,
speaking from now.
Yes, in his local government.
In your local government. Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Where I'm speaking from now, in local government of Taraba State, is inhabited by over 150 persons. We only have 2 doctors.
150,000.
It's only one that is in a Canada hospital, and then one is in a private hospital owned by a church.
Now, that is the reality.
That's the reality.
Wow.
So just 2 doctors, would.
We recently had the strike issue in Taraba. Medical doctors went on strike and all whatnot. The doctors we have in the whole of the state are not up to 50. And it's a state that is close to 3 million persons.
At this point, I'll just tell you about them. Back home.
I think right now what that means is this statistics from
is low.
If you don't do anything,
it's unbelievable.
Sincerely,
It's unbelievable.
Nigerian Bureau of Statistics should be scrapped. Because they just turn out nonsense.
In fact, on that list, it's about the Taraba he mentioned now. I think it's about 28,000. I saw it a couple of minutes ago.
It's not
28,000. And he just said now that it's a country of a state of man. Goodness. Well,
David, why you sound as if you are disturbed?
It's disturbing because this is the lives of Nigerians. And
no.
If lives at this point are not of primary concern, then we have a major problem in our hands.
But guess what? Your government are saying they are doing better. They are even telling us how their reforms are wonderful. Okay, covering every sector.
I agree with you. This is not a laughing matter. Not too long ago, a minister of health said his coat was sewn by a doctor. That not all doctors should be in practice. I mean, that's the idiocy of those who are ruling over us. Every day, check the statistics. America is celebrating that so many Nigerian doctors are coming over to work in their countries. If you understand how much it costs to train a doctor, and that we're losing them, they even have to pay to work abroad. And to the government, it's of no moment.
Barrister,
you realize how sick it is.
Would you blame politicians that would rather pick professors to go and count votes or somebody that didn't go to school?
Good. I mean, it's a very clear.
I think that's the best I can actually say.
I agree with you.
All right, then. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor this beautiful morning. And I would say my submission in all of this is that as political elites listen to us, we only would urge that you do right by your conscience, because that is the most and a very important part of life. I mean, if you cannot protect lives and properties, again, when I talk protection, I'm not even talking the insecurity that has bedeviled the nation. I'm talking about even doctors who are on strike and health workers joining this strike. But unfortunately, we only would hope that you will do right by your conscience. Of course, this is where we have to draw anchor. Big thank you to all of the analysts that lending their voice this beautiful, beautiful morning. And I'm going to start off from Dr. Peter Anna CK. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here. It was a pleasure having you. Also, we had with us in the studio as well, Barrister Eze Luce. Barrister, a big thank you to you as well for lending your voice.
Thank you very much for having me on board.
All right. Also, Honorable Pascal Felix Pouleveau, thank you so very much for as well giving us your part of the voice this morning.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
All right, then we have to go. I want to say thank you also to all of the guys at the back that made this production possible. From my director to the Indies person, of course, to the sound guy, and of course, the bars person. I want to say a big thank you to you guys. And yes, major thank you to you out there that have taken your time to see us this amazing morning. As we go, I will always say this: don't allow the weekend weaken you. Stay positive. Don't also forget to always pray for Nigeria, because there is no great nation like ours. We hope to do better as the days go by. I remain David Edwin, and I'm saying do have a beautiful weekend ahead.
And of course, I don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Enjoy your weekend.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you hang out with us today. I say us because I'm not flying solo. In a short while, you're going to be meeting my co-anchor. But I would like to welcome the very first comer, right? If this is your first time, accept a warm welcome from us. This here is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Today, we are going to be starting with the rumored death of Willie Obiano. He's dropped a comment. He said he woke up to see his obituary online. So we're going to be tackling all of that for starters. But that will be after you meet my co-anchor.
Vivian, good evening. Good evening to our viewers.
Yeah.
It's good to be here today.
Absolutely. Isn't it crazy when you wake up to your obituary and you're wondering, but I'm alive and all? I'm talking about Willie Obiano now.
Very crazy.
It's crazy.
It's not a good thing to witness, but it's part of life sometimes.
All right, guys, tighten your seatbelt because it's your seatbelt. I beg your pardon, because it promises to be an awesome edition. Now, the Super Eagles are happy people because they've been giving some huge amounts of money and promises have been made. We'll also be telling you what Wiki has said, about the face-off he had with Lieutenant Yerima. He said he didn't call him a fool. But I've got the video where he was calling him a fool. So we're going to be taking all of this, and then Thames is trending really. Love Me Jeje had just hit a milestone. So hey guys, stay with me, right? We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back, guys. It is Hashtags, like we said earlier on. So if you're game, let's get this show on the road. Willie Obiano is the first hashtag. So Senator Ben Bruce was he was one of the first people to have broken the news. And shortly afterwards, he recanted. Right now, he's under fire on X for not verifying his news before he broke it. What am I talking about? You see for yourself. Let's go to X now so you take a look at the post Senator Ben Bruce put up. Ben Murray Bruce says, I'm deeply saddened by the reported passing of my dear friend, former Governor Willie Obiano. He was a man of charm, courage, and commitment to his people. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and the good people of Anambra State. May his soul rest in peace. Now take a look at the next post so you know exactly what time. Yeah, it was about 5:37 today that Senator Ben Bruce put up this post. Now take a look at the next one and note the timing. Yeah, this is dropped at about 6:34 p.m. today. And this is Ben Bruce again saying, former Governor Willie Obiano is not dead, with an exclamation mark. Gosh, What do you do with this? Do you bury your head under the sand or what?
Well, I think this goes a long way to show that he's got credibility.
Okay.
Yes. It's not
easy to do. Yeah.
It's not
because he didn't even pull down the other one, but he just sort of did an update. But you see, netizens are not looking at it the way you're looking at it.
Well, perhaps because a good number of them are not broadcasters. So
no, you can't even say no. I'm not
a good number of them.
I will.
A good number of them. We can agree on that one.
No,
that a good number of them.
No, we are not even taking that. We are not going down.
Okay.
In fact, guys, let me take you to X so you see how netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag. Willie Obiano, particularly to the post Senator Ben Brice put up. So Ifeluwa says, you are a popular figure. Always verify before you post sensitive stuff like this. Arinze says, but you tweeted otherwise. Didn't you verify it first? Andy TMM says, you don't fold. A man of your caliber should have called the family before tweeting. Abuja property guy says, so the news is fake. Now, wow. Let's take a look at the other group of reactions now. Yeah. Ugo Abudo says, next time, don't be in a hurry to announce without hearing from the family. Ezekwem Zek says, you were fast tweeting without confirming. Rasta gone north. Wow. Rasta gone north. Says, you rushed to send a condolence message to your friend or of your friend. Next time, wait and get the right information before you X. Dr. Kalu OON says, Peter Obi is coming. I don't even understand. Do you understand what Peter Obi is coming has to do with all of this?
I don't even understand myself. That's why I'm wondering why he actually put it out there. It's quite funny. But this goes a long way to say we're all humans.
No, this goes a long way to say, look, verify before you rush.
I'm actually heading somewhere.
I'm not even listening to you.
Wait
verify before you rush to break.
Now. These are the same legislators that have been complaining that fake news should carry certain penalty, certain this, certain that. Yeah. Social media should be banned and all of that. If stuff like this had happened, that there's a law that say, for example, you carry out fake news and something, he would have been facing it, right?
What will he?
Well, that's a very big question. But the truth is, if there's a law and then there's no punishment for him, that means every other person can definitely go scot-free because he is going to be setting the precedent with his position. That's what it means. So now, that's why I said we're all human, so we should be very careful. I'm not saying, I'm supporting the senator. No, I know that it's quite terrible what
But then I agree with you, I mean, to err is human, to forgive is divine.
For someone who is actually running a media outfit, again, it's another very good reason to verify. I mean, you're also very close to the corridors of power. You're close to people. In fact, you called him your friend.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to just put a call. So if
it's his friend, he probably would have access to his family.
Even if it's just to even call the current governor of Anambra State to confirm the story. Because, I mean, the governor of Anambra State today would know definitely if something is wrong with Obiano.
But by the way, Sahara reporters as well as Daily Post, I think, went on to say that it was in a London hospital that he had died. And interesting. All of that. Now, the Vanguard has an update to this. Why don't we take a look at it? It's still hashtag Willie Obiano. Thank you so much. Vanguard newspaper says Obiano hail and hearty, says former commissioner for information Adinuba, right? Adinuba. Thank you so much. My colleague Shegun also put up, this post. It just dropped. It is Willie Obiano himself, and it's titled Willie Obiano speaking on his rumored death. He says, my beloved Undi Anambra, friends and well-wishers, I woke to hear of a rumor making the rounds about my well-being. My well-being is what he said. Let me assure you personally, I am alive, hale, hearty, and in excellent health. By the special grace of God, I am doing very well. It is unfortunate that some individuals still find joy in spreading falsehoods simply for reasons yet to be established. But we will continue to rise above mischief. To everyone who reached out with calls, messages, and prayers, I sincerely appreciate your concern, your love, and goodwill. Let me take that again. I sincerely appreciate your concern. And then he says, your love and goodwill mean more than words can express. Please disregard the rumor entirely. We remain focused, grateful, and guided by God's grace. Dalunu. Okay, Dalunu, and may God bless you all. Chief Willie Obiano, FCA, and this just dropped, actually. There you go, guys. that is tying this up nicely with a bow. And so we move on now to the next hashtag, hashtag crackdown. Lagos State is cracking down on street beggars. There's a video, right? It's a bit, it tugs at your heartstrings because you see a mother and her child, you know, being evacuated and all. So, let me not just say too much, right? This is the foundation. Lagos State is cracking down on street beggars. They're saying no more, we won't let you hang around bridges and all of that. So I take you to X so you see the post that is going to launch the video. Hashtag crackdown is what it is. Punch newspaper says, this is actually a very new story. Lagos cracks down on street begging, arrests 15 beggars. The Lagos State government on Friday arrested 15 street beggars during enforcement operation at Ikosi-Ketu and Mile 12. I think that's the bridge at Ikosi-Ketu.
Yes.
It's always a very busy one. Take a look, guys.
Go meet your baby. I tell you, call him Muwali. I tell you. Oh yeah. Epic, man. Fast. Oh yeah, go inside. I'm up for road, daddy. Solo so que Ṣàgámù ló lọ ni.
Ikechukwu, there are reactions to this particular hashtag. I don't know if you want to say your piece. You've been saying stuff to me while we were watching that video.
Okay, so it's not surprising that this is happening because it's sad, first, to have these street beggars in the cosmopolitan city. I mean, you want Lagos to be, in the modes of cities like Dubai, London. You need to actually keep Lagos, at a certain level. And you don't need stuff like this around. Secondly, these street beggars, they kind of act like, associations. They have an unspoken rule. I've seen them, in close contact where they gathered. Someone actually called for beggars. He wanted to actually give them something in a church. I'm not going to mention the name. And then they assembled. What I saw that they were over 500.
So
and
someone quickly called them to say, "Come on, this place with you."
Yes, and the first set of people that came started calling the rest. And it was funny that as at the time numbers I saw was about 500, and they were still coming. And then after this thing, I heard a few of them having conversations of, perhaps there was an issue that happened a day before that. And they were like, okay, nobody you supposed to go back for that side. Like they actually allocate slots or spots for people who have to go to certain places. And,
But you see, so that's on the downside, right? But let's flip the coin. Is it actually possible that these people are homeless and not well off economically? I mean, once upon a time, what a former governor of Lagos State did, and he used to be a minister also, Rajiv Fashola, what he did was to just bundle them up and take them to their home states. I don't know if that is the better modus operandi than arresting them. But then, so I'm asking, what if really they are homeless and they're not economically sound and they actually need help, right? So is it strange that people who gather together begging, at a particular spot all the time, is it strange for them to have each other's number?
Well, I mean, if you look at you asked a very, very, very good question. So, but we have to look at where they're coming from before they turn into beggars, right?
Okay.
Yes, you have to look at where they're coming from. For example, okay, this person is actually doing very well before, and then the person starts struggling, and then the person finds himself on the street. Okay, this one was actually doing drugs before, and then he left his family and then joined the street. He had to survive, start begging.
Or probably they left their state in search of greener pastures and came to Lagos.
Came to Lagos.
Can I tell you about a
start
story?
Begging. Even some persons from other parts of Africa.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
so there's this particular leper. It's because I've interviewed him a number of times. I've done reports on him. There's a place called Alabarago around, the
Maza area.
Yeah, yes. The outskirts and all. This big market where you buy electronics and all of that. It's Alabarago.
Alaba International.
Alaba International. So Alabarago is a community for lepers. They are lepers, blind, deaf, dumb, and those that are unable to walk because of their leprous hands and feet and all. So one of them used to be a teacher in the north, Kano. And he said because of his leprous condition, he was asked to come to Lagos State for treatment. I think there's a big hospital in Idaraba where they're treated and all. So he said along the line, he lost all the monies he had. He had to now, himself and most of the people he knew, they resorted to begging. So there are people like that.
So that's what I'm saying. We have to look at that. That's a condition that brought them, why there are also people who just want to be beggars. Right? There are people like that, knowing that it's quite lucrative, so they just have to, latch in on it and then start making money off the street. But the truth is, now in this particular case, right, we cannot really tell what their situation until they start getting interviewed.
Absolutely.
Okay, how did you get here? And then the government will be able to actually decipher how to go about it. But I think the best way to actually deal with it is exactly the same way Fashola dealt with it.
Take them
get their state and then reach out to the governor. Don't just bundle them.
Yeah, reach out to their governors.
Don't just bundle them.
So there must be caretaking.
Yes, because there was a case of a guy who actually, from Abia State, I think he got released, some few months ago this year. He'd been in prison. There was an incident of, stolen generator that was stolen by armed robbers, and then I think he bought it and all of that. He got him landed in prison, and he had spent about 12 years in prison until somehow one of these people who goes to the prison to actually preach met him and asked him and all of that. He said this is how he actually got himself here. He knew nothing about it. And then, it broke the net. The story started going everywhere. The governor of the state, talking about Abia State, to reach out to the Attorney General, reach out to the Lagos State Ogun State government, and then they looked at, the modalities. He was released eventually.
Wow.
Now,
was he settled?
Well, I really cannot tell if it was if he was settled. But now he's been released. The two state governors worked in sync and to ensure that this actually happened.
I like stories like this.
But now, in this case, they should do it too.
Yeah, they should do it. And who knows? Probably they are working towards doing it.
I hope
this
so.
is a clarion call to the state government to ensure that these people are not just arrested. That things must be done in sync with wherever they are from to ensure that they are well settled. But netizens are reacting to it. You'd be shocked the angle from which they are coming.
Okay.
Let's go back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to #crackdown. So Lady C says, please, a mother begging with a baby strapped on her back, elderly beggars, etc., seem to me like they need help and rehabilitation, not arrest, except there's more to the story. Yeah? The next one. So Don Ave says, cracking down on street begging, but keeping street dirtiness or smell. Indeed, what a cleanse from at Tokumbo Wahab.
That's the Commissioner for Environment in Lagos.
Yes, and then he goes on to say misplaced priorities won't wound them. One more, let's take a look at it. So Aminu Musa says the government got to find them job or empowerment, else then they wouldn't have any reason to arrest them. Do you understand what she's saying?
Yeah.
The government has to find them job or empowerment, else they do not have any reason to arrest them.
Yeah, basically, if you're taking them off the streets, you have to engage their mind with something else.
Yeah,
That's exactly what we're talking about.
You remember when Lagos clamped down on Okada riders, right? And people were saying, look, if you are going to ensure that the streets are clean, are clear of Okada riders, you have to empower them. That was when they now went and they bought lots of tricycles for them. And so they sort of metamorphosed from riding bikes to driving
so that's the only way. I mean, nature abhors vacuum. If you take something out of somewhere and that place is vacant, something else will occupy that particular space. It is natural.
Did you take note of the person that was saying, so you are clamping down on street beggars? How about cleaning the city?
It's
not too long ago, I think the Oba of Lagos has said, look, Lagos is becoming dirty again, that they should reinstitute the individual home cleaning ritual and all. If you take a look at that video we saw, you'll see heaps of dirt. So they are saying, okay, you want to clamp down on street begging, but also ensure that Lagos is clean.
I mean, Lagos,
that's for real.
Every city should be clean. Yeah. You know, the thing is, I really like to look at what a state is actually dealing with. At this point, debt. I think so far so good. We want to say Lagos State has been able to do a lot better than a lot of states when it comes to cleaning the city. It's not the alpha and omega really, but they've actually really done a little above, you know, every other state in terms of being clean. But I also don't want to believe that, you know, these street beggars are actually there's any connection between them and, you know, Lagos being dirty in this case, right?
No. That person wasn't referring to them. He was referring to the state government that, okay, so you're clamping down on street beggars, but also ensure that the streets are clean. Well, but I'd like for us to wrap this one up so that we'll move on to the next one. It's a story we've been following right from the get-go. It is Nyesom Wike versus Lieutenant Yerima. This time around, the hashtag is #Minister Wike. So Minister Wike had come out to say that, okay, so there was a press conference and he was saying he did not call Lieutenant Yerima a fool, but that he was just trying to make him understand the angle from which he was coming. Yeah, we have that audio. You're going to be taking a look, taking a listen to it in a short while. Also, there are people who have been saying that Lieutenant Yerima should apologize to the FCT minister. But also, the table is being flipped, and people are saying it should be the minister who should be apologizing to Yerima. So let me take you to X now so you see an update to this particular hashtag. #Minister Wike. So, the Nation Nigeria says, FCT Minister Wike denies calling military officer a fool, says words misinterpreted. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has refuted claims that he referred to a military officer as a fool during a recent confrontation. Wike explained that his statement was directed at carrying out an illegal order, not at the officer personally or the military as an institution. Guys, take a listen to Wike as he tries to spin the story.
And do what the court. Some people say I said the boy is a fool. And what I meant was this: you cannot be carrying out an illegal order. That's what I meant. I didn't say military a fool. I couldn't have said that. I know the role of the military, the role they have been playing in this country, what they have passed through in fighting insurgents and terrorists. There's nobody. And I've always given my support to security agencies. As I came as FCT minister, go and see their securities. Go and see what I provided for them to fight and do their work. So if I know that, why would I say it? It's not true. But you, what you're doing, you're not doing what you're taught as an officer. The mere fact you're an officer does not mean that if you do what's wrong, It's like a professor in the university who will not allow young girls to rest, or will not allow people every time bring money for this and that. Then when I see that professor, I'll tell that professor, you're not supposed to be a professor at all. Even those who tell you.
Ikechukwu, did you hear the part where he was? I don't know if you, I didn't catch it, but you caught the. Did you catch the part where he was saying from the beginning?
Yes.
That he didn't call him a fool.
He didn't call him a fool.
What?
That he was actually just trying to talk about the guy carrying out illegal order. That's exactly what he was saying.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you heard it, and I'm also hoping that the viewer, wherever you're watching from, heard as well. But people are saying, you said he was a fool now. In fact, that's netizens are the ones reacting, right? So let's continue to take a look at responses to this particular explanation that the FCT minister has just put out. It is hashtag FCT Minister Wiki, really. So the Stoic Comic says, no be the video where everybody watch. Emmanuel Agaji says, you go explain tire. So in case you didn't catch it, right, we have the video where the FCT minister was seen shouting at Lieutenant Yerima and calling him a fool. Take a listen.
Director, the man took the we will not allow going on chief of numbers and they begin to carry that.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that? Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your man, good officer.
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
me up. Will you keep quiet? Get me a big fool.
I'm not
you are a big fool.
I'm not a fool,
you can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not a fool.
Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
And for the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on order.
For which order? You will see whether you will not be.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
I'm
an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
Kechukwu, that settles it, yeah?
Absolutely.
Did you hear anybody calling anybody a fool?
It was clear. No? It was very clear.
I don't understand.
I think this is Wiki's way of apologizing without really apologizing. Trying to actually refute and take back his word.
There is no gray area here. You either apologize or you don't.
That's the way, people like that, people who feel they have too much power. I mean, he's very much under a lot of pressure. So that's exactly why he's coming out to say, I didn't actually call him a fool. I respect the military. When I came in as FCT minister, I did XYZ for them. I know the sacrifice they've done for this country. I'm actually only speaking to the fact that, the order he was carrying at the point was illegal. But, I mean, the young man clearly stated that he's here on, an order, and that order is XYZ that you also can actually confirm. You called the CDS. The CDS also told you that you should leave that place. If this young man was actually acting on illegal grounds, the CDS would have, called him and said, hey, you have to leave that place before I send people down there. And definitely he would have left. But the CDS understood that his job at that point wasn't illegal. So for Wike to actually be saying, the young man is actually acting on illegal ground, it's quite funny. But like I said, I think this is his own way to actually try to soft pedal and then spin the narrative in such a way that it's going to really be a little fair on him, because he's definitely seen the traction and the reaction of people, knowing that it seems like he's actually losing it at this point. I think it should stay clear the media at this point, because
I think so too.
It should stay clear the media, because the more you actually go talk to the press, you definitely put yourself in more soup, and that's exactly not where he wants to be at this point.
Yeah, and this soup, I think, is just not any kind of soup. This is hot soup
with nkwobi kind of meat.
Please. Now, Pandev is saying that Lieutenant Yerima should be the one to apologize to FCT Minister Wike. But Odi Kalu just came out to say that, no, this nonsense must stop. It is the other way around, that the FCT Minister was the one that was out of line. Oseni Rufai has that particular tweet, so we'll take a look at it now. It is still hashtag Minister Wike. So Oseni Rufai says, for the record, let me be clear, Nyesom Wike is a minister of the Federal Republic and an appointee of the president. He is neither a police officer nor a bailiff. A lot of people who claim to be lawyers go about this thing with no regard for law. Wike was plainly on the wrong side of everything. Law, common sense, decorum, and ministerial propriety. The only thing he had on his side, oh my gosh, well, it is his words, not mine. He said the only thing he had on his side was alcohol. And then he goes on to say Wike had no right to be where he was. There is no ministerial right or power to enter land in adverse possession without a court order. Ideological purists like me may quarrel with it, but a lot of people forget that Section 3.3, subsection 2, subsection A of the Nigerian Constitution grants a right to kill lawfully in defense of property rights, and effective possession is an intangible property right. Do you understand what he's saying? When
Absolutely.
it comes to land, you can kill.
He's talking about, yes,
wow.
The owner of the land, and of course the military there, they have the right to actually do whatever. That's why a lot of persons were actually applauding the young man, because if he had gone ahead to actually react, react to the way these guys are, take action. It would have been something else. Take action to the reaction these guys were actually giving him the other day. It would have been something else, because in the end, nothing would have happened to him.
In fact, I want us to go back to that tweet because it's a concluding part of it. But let's still go back. I want to read that last paragraph again. Ideological purists like me may quarrel with it, but a lot of people forget that Section 3.3, subsection 2, subsection A of the Nigerian Constitution grants a right to kill lawfully in defense of property rights, and effective possession is an intangible property right. The next one, that's the concluding part of this post now, which I think is important for us to take a look at. So, Wike was a trespasser using force to enter land in adverse possession and without lawful court order or warrant. He was on a mission of ministerial vigilantism. He was lucky to come out without injury or worse. An officer of less discipline, or one who takes Johnny Walker for breakfast, may have been less parsimonious with a projectile. The Shiites in Zaria did a lot less, and see what happened to them. I am not sure people realize what amount of trouble this puts Wike in. This affects the authority of the president as C-in-C, that will be commander-in-chief. The officer corps will be looking out for how the C-in-C handles this. In case anyone wonders who wrote this, my name is Chidi Ansel Odinkalu. This nonsense has to stop. This is wholesome.
Chidi Odinkalu is a very brilliant mind. A human rights activist.
He is a human rights activist.
And that's exactly why
that's the angle he's coming from.
Yes, that a lot of persons who disagree with him, but he's a purist, and that's exactly why he's actually stating it the exact way it is. Wike is actually not in a good place now.
He's said a number of things. He made comparisons between what the Shiites did in Zaria.
Yes.
And El Zazaki landed in jail with his wife for years. Right? Because of what
he almost lost one of his eyes.
Yeah, because of what transpired between him and then Chief of Army Staff Tukur Buratai. Yeah, so Odinkalu is saying right now that something dastardly would have happened.
Trespassing is a very huge offense.
Yeah, but he's saying if not because of the restraint and the discipline of the young naval officer, it would have been a totally different
It was
story.
clear because the guys behind him already were angry. And it was like, guys, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
He just needs just one action, and
I'm glad that didn't happen. So Odinkalu is also saying that people are watching to see what the CNC is going to say. He's not said anything.
The military, the retired generals and co have actually been giving their takes, and you know it's following a particular line.
Yeah.
It says one thing: they are not happy. They want to hear the president react.
Yeah.
That's what they're waiting for.
So the president is probably taking his time. Let's see how it's going.
Yeah, obviously. I want to also believe that, for a man, I'm talking about a president that I've come to know how he actually takes his time before he takes a decision. I think he's definitely going to take a decision.
I think so too.
Pretty soon. Either we get to see, the FCT minister apologize eventually, or, he might just lose his position as the Minister of FCT.
Wow, that's massive. On that note, we wrap this up, this particular hashtag. We'll move on now to another story we've been following, hashtag Super Eagles. Gosh, it was a massive thriller yesterday. It was the Super Eagles versus Gabon. And it was massive, I can tell you that. Ikechukwu was here all the way. So there's an update to this particular one, yeah? Before you take a look at the update, though, someone brought us a very beautiful piece of the mood in which the Super Eagles were in before they went for that particular match. It looks like they are all church boys or something. Yeah, but let me take you to X so you see what Mr. Ademola said before he put up this video. Credit goes to the NFF for the video you're about to watch. But see, Dr. Victor Ademola says, Super Eagles ready for Gabon 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier. And then he says, listen to them sing. Look at Iwobi. Iwobi was doing something very funny. So take a look at him when you're watching the video. And then he goes on to say, Nigeria en route, Rabat, Morocco, NFF Media. So credit goes to NFF Media. This was before the match, right? So you understand how it was with them. Take a look, guys.
Blessings of the Lord. With the blessings of the Lord. Anyone I touch, Johnny must be blessed. My eyes are filled with the blessings of the Lord. Walking in the light of God. Are you happy? Are you
Well, if this doesn't make your day, I don't know what does. Ikechukwu. It's motivating, right?
Absolutely.
You were telling me that this is a culture. This is what they do.
Culture. I mean, go to any
single match.
Go to any pitch in this country. In the morning when they're about to train, you hear these songs. At least you hear at least 90% of the song you heard here.
Just this same pattern.
This same pattern.
Yeah.
Morning, evening, you go, you hear the same. Like, it's a culture. Christians, Muslims sing along. Like it's a culture. Before they now go into prayers where the Christians will pray and the Muslims will pray.
Wow.
And look at starting what done in this cap.
Yeah, I know, right?
Actually, now that cap, the way he actually, put on that cap, the direction of that,
before you continue, that's, okay, Iwobi had his ball on his head, but that's Nwabali there,
yes.
The cap. So
you're
talking
that
about
cap, right?
Yeah.
The position that toggle is facing,
yeah,
means peace, right?
Oh.
If you put on a cap like that, it means you're going for peace. If you leave it behind, it's war. Then
really?
Side is for married.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Just that cap.
That cap. But a lot of persons don't know.
Yeah, but thank you for telling us, right? It's a scoop. We should be consulting you for all of these things,
Yeah.
Tell us how much. Yeah, tell us how much. I knew you were going to say that. But there are more posts regarding the Super Eagles. Let's quickly take a look at them before we move on now. The next one is going to be showing us how happy these Super Eagles are at the moment because of what you're going to be watching in a short while. So let's take a look at the next post, shall we? Nigeria Stories was the one that broke the news about the protest shortly before the match between the Super Eagles and their Gabonese rivals. Same Nigeria Stories is the one that is, so I'm following them. They said, after Super Eagles' 4-1 win over Gabon, the National Sports Commission and private sector stakeholders fulfilled their promise of rewarding the team with $30,000 for each goal scored. That's massive, guys. And then he goes on to say, this pledge was delivered directly to the team in the dressing room. Take a listen.
In the name of Mr. President, we hereby make this donation. It's a token contribution to what you have seen today. It is a pointer to what is going to come on Sunday, inshallah, when we win. We promise it per goal, and this is what we have per goal. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Skibo is in 1 house. Skibo is talking. 1 house. Skibo is talking. Hey, Skibo, you're on the floor. So, I'll make it very quickly. So, on behalf of all the team, I just want to say that we stand there very united. The boys really tried. Also, I have to say thank you for solving some of the small issues, the speed bumps. And this is a great motivation, so I really appreciate you both coming down. Everyone coming down, this distinguished gentlemen, everyone here. And I can only say that on Sunday, inshallah, there's going to be a
Ikechukwu, that small envelope, that's how much are we looking at?
We're looking at plus or minus 180 million naira. If we are looking at $1.15.
Yeah, that's because $30,000 times 4 goals.
Yes, that's 120,000 US dollars. So it's a lot of money. At least each player will be going home with, give or take, say 4-5 million naira.
That's cool.
That's cool for the first game, and we're going for the other one on Sunday. So if they do another 4 goals, we're looking at double it.
Did you hear them say that this is a tip of the iceberg?
Yes.
This is counting down to what's going to come on Sunday.
And
yesterday on the NewsHour, you said you were predicting 3-0 in favor of Super Eagles.
I mean, maybe they listen. If I want to believe they listen, they follow the news. So that means they might just want to double it. Perhaps we'll see 6-0 because I saw the game against Cameroon and DR Congo.
DR Congo shocked Cameroon.
Yes, and I'm really.
Now that you're talking about it, let's take a look at the reactions because DR Congo, the president is actually promising them massive money.
That DR Congo side is not even as good as Gabon that will play. Trust me. I saw that game. I was like, how did they even pull that off? But it's football. So the Super Eagles should actually be ready to.
Let's go back to X so you see how netizens are reacting to hashtag Super Eagles. Shall we do that? Yes, let's do it. So, Tunichi says all of that money is someone's weekly wages. Your girl Shay says Nigerians, cash, culture. The voice says by the end of these qualifiers, the commission will go broke because Osimhen is ready to score 3 goals per game. Them use goals swear for the Agbabola. The next one, let's take a look at it. So, Lady L says, I will not be there having high blood pressure while someone is fulfilling destiny and pocketing their money. BOT says, that money is not up to $120 million in my eyes. Kenneth says, great gesture from the commission. Tibo says, way to go. And then Yagulam says, massive. The next one, yeah, that's the one I want you to see. So, Bet Gambino says, the president of DR Congo promised each player of the national team $1 million US. Is that even possible to win the sole ticket to qualify for the FIFA World Cup? For context, that's 1.4 billion naira to each player. Now they face the Super Eagles next. What will that be a motivating factor for a win? Ikechukwu, I'm speechless if this is true.
I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be their first ever World Cup if they eventually do it. So, can they do it? Yes. I mean, I'm talking about the president. Do they have the money to do it? Obviously, they do. That's
the thing. Do they have the money to do it?
Yeah, this is a country. This is a country that is quite very rich in minerals. They've got golds. They've got diamonds. They've got other, natural earth minerals, resources that can actually help them get this amount of money.
Can they do it? And let's see. We saw what they did to Cameroon.
I'm talking about the man who wants to pay them. But these players that I saw,
they're hungry for it.
I don't think.
But I'm saying that you don't think they can do it because I think the Super Eagles has the more hunger to go for this World Cup. But let's take a look at one more thing. One more hashtag. That is hashtag AFCON Morocco. It is massive what you're about to see, guys. It's going to be a free pass for anybody who wants to leave Nigeria or any African country to go to Morocco to watch, the matches. It's a big deal. Let's go to the next hashtag now as we begin to wind this up. We are cruising to the end of the show. Nigeria Stories again says, breaking news, CAF announces free e-visas for fans attending AFCON Morocco 2025. This is a good incentive.
This is big. This is big. Morocco is doing everything just to be the center of Africa at this point.
Yeah.
They've hosted a couple of tournaments, both male and female categories. And now, the biggest showpiece right now in Africa before the World Cup is still going to be Morocco. And don't forget also the award for the best player of Africa will also be held in Morocco. And
it seems to be working for them, yeah?
So much. So this is actually going to bring in a lot of revenue because the hotels definitely will be filled, and then people who are selling groceries and other stuff around that stadium facility will also have a few days selling. So it's going to boost the economy.
The
It's a
thing
lot
is,
for them.
I don't have much time to bring you the reactions from netizens, but most of them are saying, okay, they just changed their mind. They're going to be going for the matches just to watch because, hey, is free pass for them, right? It's a big deal. Before we wrap up, there is no way we can't do this whole thing without mentioning that Thames has done it again. Love Me Jeje has just broken another record. I'll take you straight to X so you see what the Brit Awards put up regarding Love Me Jeje. Yes, Brit Awards says Love Me Jeje, the single by Thames Baby, is now hashtag Brit certified gold. Ikechukwu, maybe some other time we'll talk about it. But this is big deal, right?
Very big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another confirmation that Afrobeat is global.
It's massive. On that, you talked about Afrobeat. Olamide not too long ago came out to say that Wizkid is the greatest Afrobeat star after Fela. For some reason, I just thought I should put that out. Well, congratulations to Thames, by the way. Wizkid was the one who actually brought her to the spotlight. Yeah, so this is congratulations to him as well. On that note, I want to say thanks to the incredible people in the PCR, Manfred, Adura, Paul, and Ikechukwu. Respect, guys. And to everybody who watched, big thanks to you. The bigger thanks goes to you guys as well. Ikechukwu, you've been perfect.
You've been amazing, Vivian.
All the way. Thank you so much, guys. Until we come your way again, enjoy your weekend. I am Vivian Uguche. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
At the Blue Roof Arena in Keja, hundreds gather as Lagos State government once again extended a helping hand to vulnerable residents across the state. The event had the Eco-Listens Financial Assistance Program, saw checks presented to more than 1,000 beneficiaries, carefully selected from all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs.
Through initiatives like this, we strengthen the social contract between the government and citizens to show that the Sanwo-Olu administration cares about our people, irrespective of class, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnicity. Today, we are disbursing 460 million naira, and this is not the first time this year, nor will it be the last. So as we move toward the end of this year, more beneficiaries will be receiving their checks also. So as we keep extending our support to those who need it the most. So far, historically, Eco Cares has made a real difference in the life of over 8,100 individuals, while Eco-Listens has lent a helping hand to more than 8,690 beneficiaries. Last year, 2024, we distributed 1.1 billion to 2,477 residents throughout the states. So for this year, we have set aside 1.6 billion to assist additional 2,850 beneficiaries.
Since inception in 2020, the initiative has touched the lives of more than 16,000 residents, providing financial aid and economic relief to those in need. Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Abiodun Tajuddin, said the program reflects on inclusive governance, ideals of Sanwo-Olu administration.
The beneficiaries of today's financial assistance were meticulously selected from a pool of approximately 5,000 applicants received this year, spanning all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs area of the state. Notably, women constitute about 46% of the selected recipients. This ongoing initiative continues to open avenues for economic inclusion and stability, reaffirming the government's unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and the creation of opportunities for every Lagos resident to thrive, even in the face of prevailing economic challenges.
Some beneficiaries could not hide their joy, describing the support as timely and life-changing.
Through the Office of the Legislative and Civic Engagements, actually, I plan to use the money to boost my farming business, and with great ecstasy, I would like to appreciate or express my gratitude to the Lagos State government for this kind gesture they are doing for us.
With the latest disbursement, the Lagos State government says it is reaffirming its commitment to equity, compassion, and opportunity for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind
We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello again, and welcome to Weekend Sports Roundup. Just very happy to have you again. You know, something happened in Anambra State last weekend, and so we were unable to reach you as our network, VOP, was very, very much on the ground to bring you blow-by-blow account of the governorship elections in Anambra State. So I'm glad to be back with you again here to bring you up to speed with the latest happenings in the world of sports. You are aware already, every Nigerian knows it, how the Super Eagles smashed the Gabonese out of the water to qualify for the next round or the final of the African playoff for the 2026 World Cup. Just in a few hours from now, they'll be back on the pitch again in Morocco to confront the DR Congo, the Leopards of DR Congo, to see who qualifies from Africa. More information is coming out now, and we hope we'll have time to bring it up to you, like the certain countries that Nigeria may face if we are able to cross the DR Congo hurdle. That's not the only issue. We are bringing back something we should have discussed earlier, and that is, of course, we even discussed it before. The NSC just clocked 1 year about 3 weeks ago, and we want to look at what have they done. I've discussed it with a couple of my guests here before. We'll still look at that. And then something we earmarked to discuss 2 weeks ago, I think. 94 referees earmarked by CAF for the 2025 AFCON. Not a single one of them is a Nigerian. And I mean, very embarrassing. And we're complaining about refereeing in the MPFL and in other places. And of course, we'll be taking a touch at the European qualifiers. Some people say we don't talk about the English Premier League and European leagues. So many people talk about that, so we try to leave it for them. It's not because we don't know it. We have it in the palm of our hands, but we leave it. So everybody knows about that. But we'll be taking a look at the European qualifiers, where England is making a clean sweep. They have a game tomorrow. And of course, Germany, a little bit of problems. And of course, Italy, they may just qualify for the playoffs. I know when you hear Italy in the playoffs, you are going to panic. No, not our own playoff. So don't worry, more will be coming. You just stay tuned. All these and more will be on the show today, but you can only have them if you stay with us and don't go away after this short break. All right, thanks for staying there. My name is Ernest Osobwe. I want to thank you so much for staying with us here, being faithful with Weekend Sports Roundup. I have a guest, someone I've lost touch with for so many years, but one way or the other, you always get connected back. And it's my pleasure welcoming Aliu Usman to the studios of Voice of the People Television. Aliu. How have you been?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I've been around. You know, that's where people are when you don't see them for a very long time.
Okay.
Been around. So
Okay.
I've been around.
Ali,
But it's a pleasure to be reunited.
All right, now I will tell you something. Liu is a dad in the world sports stakeholder in Nigeria. Before the last time I saw him, he had become a politician. He was moving budgets and things like that. So your team is, of course, viewers of you may have seen him on a couple of our shows discussing politics. But sports is his number one constituency. So that one is because he's a Nigerian, so he exactly knows what is going on. So seeing him here, this is his number one. This is how we met. This is how we got to know. So Ali, I'm very happy to welcome you.
Thank you so
to
much.
our studios here to talk sports.
It's a pleasure
today.
always.
All right. What is your take generally? I mean, you follow the World Cup qualifiers, African CAF World Cup qualifiers, and of course, here we are, Nigeria, smashing the Gabonese out of the water. 4 goals to 1 at the end of the day. People were complaining. Osimhen should have scored that goal. And I tell them, I said, look, if we had beaten Gabon by 2-1, every adversity turns out positively if you manage it properly. When the results go out, we beat them 4-1. It is sweeter than saying we beat them 1-0. Then their coach would have been saying, had we got that penalty, well, maybe they wouldn't have beaten us, this and that. But when you smash them 4-1, the coach accepted, say, look, we were defeated by a better team.
Exactly, it's the emphatic nature of the victory for me. 2-1 would have been such a narrow margin that would have left them, you know, hoping that, or maybe even going back to revisit and do some revisions, like you have said, and say if we had probably even launched some kind of complaint, you know how it is sometimes with
Absolutely, because for me, that was a great penalty that the referee refused to award. When that shirt was tugged.
Exactly. If the tables were flipped, you know, we would have gone back to the kind of narrative we used to have in the days of Issa Hayatou in the CAF and say CAF has an agenda against Nigeria and all that. But sometimes these things happen, and we are grateful that it panned out the way we wanted. And Osimhen, like he said after the game, you know, he knows he's capable of scoring. Everybody knows his quality. It's the reason why missing that opportunity in particular looked so much. But after that, he redeemed himself, and we ended that game in a commanding fashion.
Absolutely.
And there are lessons from that. Okay. One, let's be more clinical.
Okay.
Because the margins are very slim at this point in time. Look at
you mean in terms of the differences between countries and their level of play?
Yes. Okay. Look at when you look at the Gabonese team. If you had flipped it, say 2015, even 10 years ago, Gabon would not be able to parade that much quality. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Lemina, and all that. You know, the bulk of their team playing abroad in France and in all. So you could see how much professionalism is there in them, that they had the gusto to come up, and they were toe to toe, almost, you know.
Absolutely. For 90 minutes,
yes,
it was touch and go.
Yes. So that's the level where it has come to. What separates us now is that clinical ability. Kill. When you get half chances, utilize them. Okay. Kill the game off early enough, and don't hang on, you know, playing last minute, hoping to hold out.
Ali, on a maybe not so serious note, somebody said, we were asked somewhere, and somebody said, no, these are Nigerians. They refuse to train on Tuesday. So the spirit is not to make it. So that they can have an extra 30 minutes of training in the match. So,
exactly. That's the unfortunate aspect of it, which we are very happy. I mean, well, on the contrary, I heard someone said that despite not training, despite going on strike, the Eagles were able to turn up. But things like that are the minuses, you know, from the administration of this beautiful game that we all love so much in this country. We don't expect to be coming across such challenges, especially at this critical moment. You see, it is disappointing enough that Nigeria, in a group like ours, has to go to the playoff. That's disappointing enough. For the needful to not be done, and then the strikers having to boycott training, is another egg on the faces of administrators, however anybody wants to put it.
But Ali, people have said that, look, every time people speak in Nigeria, I'm going to divert now away from sports to look at generally everything. People complain about the judiciary. People complain about the police. I'm just naming names at random, so don't say people complain about the customs, people complain about the soldiers. I've always tried to tell people that, do you think, is it possible for the police to suddenly become excellent in an environment where the judiciary is not excellent, the citizens are not excellent, this is not excellent, and you expect one particular institution to suddenly be excellent in isolation? You think the administrators of Nigerian football can suddenly become excellent administrators when in the ministries, in the agencies, in governance itself and other places, we don't have excellence? So I think it's the general, I don't know if you agree with me, that
of
it's
course,
a general rot in the system.
I agree with you 100%. It's a general rot in the system, and what we see in football administration, indeed sports administration, is a reflection of the entire gamut of our society. No doubt about that. However, when you look at what football in particular does to Nigeria, you will think that even with all of the rot that we have all around, that it will enjoy certain kind of privileges where it will be treated as this chief sport that not only gives us joy but unites the nation.
The number one brand.
The number one
That's the only
brand.
thing that brings all Nigerian religion, whatever.
Together. That's one. Two, you can think of Nigeria in whatever sense you want to make of it internationally.
Okay.
Nothing brands, that word you use, nothing brands Nigeria better than football. When you see the Osimhen brand, the Osimhen image in Turkey, for instance, the country where he plays his professional football, he is larger than life. And a lot of the times, those people there give the credit back to his home country. Nigeria. I don't know any sector where Nigeria has more positive image, more positive approval rating than in football.
Even Aliko Dangote doesn't bring that.
Even he doesn't. Aliko Dangote was in Zimbabwe, I think last week or thereabouts.
That is correct.
In Southern Africa, where he investment of $1 billion that he commissioned in that country. I went online to find citizens of that country complaining about Aliko Dangote getting unfair advantage. You understand? And they were just writing off their own government. I saw that. I have never seen it in relation to football.
Osimhen, that's right.
Osimhen or anything whatsoever. I give you another example. Angola played a friendly match with Argentina. They lost 2-0, but you needed to see the image that Lionel Messi have in Argentina. When he scored, Angolans were jubilated.
That he scored against them.
Yes, they would have jubilated far more than if it was their own player that had scored that goal. I don't know. So that is the magic of football. That is the power of football, soft power. Therefore, I would have thought that even with the situation we have in Nigeria, despite our problems, that we would have had the presence of mind to realize this social power, this economic power. Because mind you, football has economic power as well.
Absolutely.
That it has to invest and then administer it very well in such a manner that we shouldn't be having that kind of problems. Look, even if you consider all of these factors put together, there is the rot, there is the lack of excellence. We should nevertheless should not encounter that kind of problem. It is unforgivable.
Ali, I agree with you. I would have loved to see, let's explore that more and look at the fact that this current president, no matter how you criticize him in every other area, has been very open to supporting sports and backing it up to the fullest. I was embarrassed to hear that the Eagles had some allowances that he had not taken. But maybe we'll be looking at that after. We were out yesterday, and of course, we had some very important sports analysts as well, and sports reporters, our colleagues in other media houses, and we asked them, how do you feel about the performance of the Super Eagles against Gabon first? So let's see if we have that on tape, and let's see if we can listen to that.
A struggle, but they managed it very well. So for me, it's a fantastic performance by the boys. But again, it just tells a team that how long can we depend on the Nigerian tenacity to win games?
It's been an exciting one because in the first half, it wasn't looking like it was going to be realistic. It wasn't looking like the guys were going to bring the game, the excitement to the fans who came out en masse to watch and see how Nigeria can get into the World Cup qualifiers and get out, because it was a difficult one getting to this point of the playoffs. But I don't know what the narrative was for them in the dressing room, what they told them that made them understand, because looking at Osimhen missing 2 good chances at the points that would have given us the winning goal to get off the playoff at that point, and then he had to come back and write the story and do the right thing and ensure that he got the 2 other goals aside his other colleagues who played at Akko and the other person who got the goal before they went into that. So all of that is what I'm looking at, because I'm looking at the chances where the Super Eagles would know that it's not just about Nigerians, it's about them as players and what they're going to get ahead of this World Cup, because the World Cup gives you the best of the name you're looking for. You stand tall because, one, it is you as a player, it sells you, it sells your potential, it sells your value addition to football, to sport loving lovers who sees your strengths and see your capacity and what value you've added to your country first before you go to the club side. So yes, there are issues around their welfare and all of that, but that shouldn't change what you want to become as a player, because you're in the spotlight already. You're in stardom already. Give yourself the best of the name you want to get for yourself. That's it. So for Gabon, they were not a team to play with. They were not a team for you to move around or push around away. They knew what they wanted as well. But it's just unfortunate that they couldn't get the winning ticket because Super Eagles told themselves the truth at the dressing room before the thriller 15 minutes game that came in. Because what we couldn't do in the first how many minutes of first half and second half, we did that in 15 minutes. It shows that we have the capacity, we have the passion. It is just making up their minds to get the goal at every point in time.
My general assessment is we have all it takes. Even while all those shenanigans were going on, I just saw them as distraction. But even with the distraction, Gabon was not a team that we should panic. Even the next in line for us to play, what do you call them? The DR Congo. They are not a team that would, naturally will be afraid to play, And so with all the distractions and everything, I still had faith in the boys that they were going to deliver, and they didn't put me to shame. They really performed well.
With what we've seen so far in the World Cup playoffs, not just the World Cup playoff, I'll say from the qualifiers, no team in Africa is a small team anymore. So I think they should actually approach this head on. So many people have said before they played Gabon that, what, the Super Eagles have got so many superstars. Yes, the Gabonese had a
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas. 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, in a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
One player, what it means is that you have opened up tactically. There is always a one-man advantage for the other team that is on the attack. Would have, you know, one way or the other. Yes, you have succeeded in choking up, in parking the bus, you know, as the modern term is. But at some point, you will have to pay. If I am to digress a little bit,
yes, please, let's hear
you. The best defensive team in world football at the moment is Arsenal. When they came up against Sunderland with a narrow lead and they fall back, hoping that their defensive fortress would protect them, they considered that goal. And Sunderland equalized, it became 2-2. So I am not always comfortable when I see that kind of game management. I think that the team has the quality to retain possession. For as long as you hide the ball from the opponent, the possession is with you.
So you mean you should have gone back to the old Pep Guardiola at Barcelona?
Yes.
Where they seized the ball for 90 minutes.
They seized the ball.
The opponent
exactly. You can use one time. We always complain when we play against North African teams, but their sportsmanship is on under level. So they know how to frustrate the other team. It's all part of the game. You don't have to be nice and gentlemanly all the time.
Take the ball to their own corner flag and keep it there.
Frustrate them. By so doing, somebody may get angry and even kick you.
That's right.
And they, you know, free kick.
1 minute goes by.
Caution, 2 yellow cards, and he sent off a straight red card.
I wouldn't want you to be a coach of my opposing team. Look at you. So you like all this football mathematics and all of that?
We have become accustomed to it. When was the last time, in a very long time, say maybe in 1998, qualifiers for France 98, when we qualified under the Frenchman, I've forgotten his name now,
that's Trousier. That's right.
I think with a match to spare. Since then, it was under Genetro that we managed to
so
qualify.
Even when 3 points were deducted, we didn't even notice.
Yes.
That's right.
Any other World Cup we had qualified for, it has been taking calculation.
Nigerians are sweating blood.
Exactly. So much that we have even forgotten that we once could afford to qualify
with ease.
So we have become accustomed to it. Many Nigerians have now become tacticians. They have become coaches. They have become mathematicians. If there was such thing as football mathematics, I think Nigerians would lead in that area. You know.
All right, Ali.
Yes, it's on that note that I think we should be more deliberate in how we approach this game against Congo DRC. It's not going to be easy. If we find it easy at the end of the day, oh, hallelujah. But it's not going to be, because they know that they are 90 minutes away from equally going to the playoff.
They are also interested, and they've been praying as well, and excited as well.
Yes, and it was their staying power that kept them in that game up until they were able to use that set piece against Cameroon.
Yeah, I was not very comfortable when I heard our coach saying that they were not expecting extra time. I believe that every coach must put all cards on the table. There could be extra time. There could even be penalties. So when he said he was not expecting extra time, it means that the Eagles were not even prepared for a penalty shootout.
Exactly.
That means the 5 best penalty takers in that team were not all. There was this last-minute equalizer by the Zimbabwean team in Uyo, and since all these times, there's been speculations. Nigerians say they will soon fire Eric Chell, they will soon sack it. Nigerians have not been really comfortable. I mean, most people have not been comfortable with him. So I still threw that question to my colleagues. How well has Eric Chell done as the Super Eagles coach? Let's hear.
And I would say we've gotten a very good result, from him. I mean, in the qualifiers, if you see, he hasn't lost a game with the Super Eagles at all. He hasn't lost any game at all with the Super Eagles. So I'll say we should stay with him. We should stay with him. I think somehow he's been able to figure out the Super Eagles at this point, and somehow he's been able to, be able to work with these players. I believe the NFF should, give him time. Let's give him the trust. It's not been here up to a year yet, so we should be patient with him, and I'm very sure that Nigerians will be happy supporting Eric Chell, as the Super Eagles coach.
Truth be said, Eric Chell has done very well. I don't see any other coach that would have come to perform the magic, just like he has done. He has done very well, and I think he deserves commendation. And I believe that he is going to see us through this playoff and would qualify for the World Cup.
There's one thing we get it wrong at every point. When a coach doesn't deliver, we think we need to throw him away. You don't keep throwing people away. People will always need to grow. He needs to understand. He has understood them the past few months. He's understanding them. It's still a process. So if he has given you the win you've seen from the chant from Uyo, the playouts with where we got a hat trick from Osimhen, where they played very well with Benin Republic, and they've played this. Look at the change, the switch in the change in what happened with Gabon. That's to tell you that the guy understands the team. He's getting to flow with them. He's understanding each player's strengths, the capacity, the tenacity of each player, and what they can bring to bear. So if you throw him away, that's a fresh start for a new person to come. So my thought is, let the coach stay, let him nurture these guys, let him understand each other, and it's going to be a win-win for Nigeria.
I think the team has started blending under the Super Eagles Eric Chell, because this is a francophone Malian who just came in to take this job less than a year ago, and so far so good. He has given us some smiling and moments to savor. I believe if someone can take a team as complex, a team as versatile, a team as enormous and experienced in the Super Eagles to this level, it should be given a benefit of that of a year more or two. Looking forward to the World Cup. We are going to still play the second round of the qualifier by March. The journey is not over yet. Eric Chell should be given more room to work and cement his tactics to give us a better chance when we get to Mexico by March 2026.
All right, my colleagues, sports reporters, speaking with us there. Just to give you a little information, Nigerians, in case you do not know, it's beginning to emerge from FIFA some of the teams that Nigeria may likely play. Now, this is the setup. If we succeed against the DRC, Nigeria may be lucky to play just one more game, and then if we win it, we'll qualify for the World Cup. How is that? We now know that countries like Bolivia, New Caledonia, the UAE, or possibly Iraq may be in that team with another qualifier from Oceania. Now, these are the teams already. These are 3 teams here. There may be another 2 teams from Oceania. And if Nigeria's ranking on the FIFA table currently is the highest, it means that we will bypass the global semi-final and go straight to the finals. So 2 teams will play each other, and whoever wins that will play Nigeria for the shot at the World Cup. So it's looking very bright, and we need to latch onto that and see what can be done. Now, we're talking about the coach Eric Chell. Just briefly, Ali, what do you make of his performance so far? Some people have said he has not lost a single game with the Super Eagles. Yet, Nigerian side a bit jittery about his employment.
Yes, what I give him credit for is how much he has shown his mental strength coming into a team like the Super Eagles of Nigeria that were struggling, and to have managed to stay in it to this point.
Exactly what my daughter was saying there. That's a complicated team.
Yes, yes. Not doing well, and then the little trouble after we let go of our Portuguese coach, little interim Pesero, little the interim management period, and then after he came, the initial, he does not qualify. He wasn't welcome with open arms.
Absolutely not.
So,
I wrote against him. I remember writing a very damning piece about
yes. So it is his mental fortitude that, for me, I have, I single him out one for praise, and then when you look at it gradually, he's gradually coming into his own as the coach of Nigeria. He has not lost any match at the senior national level. So that's a huge kudos to him. Plus, I watched his team play in the Nations Cup,
his previous team?
Mali team. Yes, and I think when you saw what that Mali team played during the AFCON, and you see what Nigeria is playing now, you know that he is still in the process. He is still in the process of molding, and he is very high on discipline. Maybe people have not noticed. During AFCON, his biggest player, Yves Bissouma, was disciplined, and that team played with the kind of finesse that I know Nigerians want to see in the Super Eagles. Yes,
fantastic.
So I think that
Ali, our time is running out. So do you think that along the way we should just elbow him out of the way, or you think we should retain?
No, we've done too much of that elbowing in the past, and it has not been detrimental. We saw it in 2002 after Amadou Shuaibu qualified us. We pushed him out and brought Onigbinde. It was a terrible World Cup.
In fact, we are still suffering the after effects of that even till now.
Yes, we saw it in 2010 with Lars Lagerbäck. And I think that we should we should just continue here, because we saw the kind of progress we had under Gernot Rohr when even though we didn't get out of the group stages in the 2018 World Cup, but at least it's good to have continuity. Exactly.
Fantastic. All right, our time is going out, so we need to look at 94 referees invited by CAF for training for the AFCON. Not one of them is in Nigeria, the biggest country in Africa. With the population and all of that, and the NRA president Sani Zubeiru is saying yes, that's where we are. I was surprised for the NRA, the Nigerian Referees Association chairman, president, to be saying that. So Ali, I don't know, because this refereeing, it helps you in matches. If one referee from another country is refereeing your game and you are refereeing their own, there is this thing of some 50-50 decisions. You give it to a team, and I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, it's very disappointing. I don't. The last time I think a Nigerian really in CAF held so much, I think, what was it? The Chukwujeku back in 2002 or thereabout?
I was thinking we were going to say Linus Mbao.
No, not he. Linus Mbao was there, and he was, but at that time, yes, he was big. He was big on the African continent. But since Linus Mbao, you begin. I think, I don't know, this thing, being giant of Africa will not count for you. It's your integrity and professionalism and
what
everything.
you do.
We see in MPFL, sometimes games deteriorate into violence, and a lot of the times, what the fans or teams latch onto is unfair officiating and all of that.
That is correct.
We need to get our acts together. Instead of the NRA to just lie down and die, they should, in collaboration with even the league management itself, the NFF, revive refereeing. Because some of the arrangement that is there, whether in terms of security, logistics, and all that, protection of referees. These things might have, you hear that it has improved, but when you see
the practical experience,
leaves nothing to write home about. The rest of the world is watching us, and there is no better judge of our quality than the continental administrator.
I am telling you.
And that is practically what they are telling us.
I can't remember the last time we had a Nigerian referee at AFCON.
Exactly.
94.
94. And what would tell you that it's purely about integrity and competence is that you see countries like the Gambia, Somalia, and Cape Verde.
Please, that's enough.
You know, so it tells us one thing, and we alluded to it from the beginning: lack of excellence.
That is correct.
It is not that the referees themselves are not competent, or that they are not abreast of the laws or what to do. It's about administration and the environment. Because, well, good thing we don't hear that referees are collapsing now when you call them to come and do
of course you must do your fitness test, absolutely.
We have not heard about that for a long time, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's about the integrity of the referee right now. If you win 2 games away in Nigeria, you are guaranteed of winning the league, because it's about home victories and the away losses in the NPFL.
Yes, and it tells on the league itself, because our teams can barely make it out or get to the group stages of the CAF Champions League. Remo Stars that were hailed to high heavens. Locally, we praise them for how they are run and for their quality, but you see what the quality they have when they came up against Mamelodi Sundowns.
Okay.
We are nowhere, and that is our reality.
Okay.
To that extent, I would like to agree with the NRA president, but
we should not accept it. Is his job.
It is his job to now improve it. It is not to acknowledge.
But Ali, some people have said refereeing is a question of interest.
Yes.
The caliber of persons who are presenting themselves to be referees within the Nigerian environment.
Yes.
Maybe we've lost it there, that the right caliber persons, people like you with integrity, are not coming forward to be interested in refereeing.
I think that it would be unfair to the referees if we just discard them all as not having integrity. Again, even a man with integrity, sometimes, if you are being pummeled, you have suffered hooliganism 1 or 2 times, you would have a rethink.
Your mental health.
Exactly, so it resets you. You go to an arena where the fans are clearly telling you you will not get here alive, for instance. Your integrity will not save you in that kind of place.
Absolutely.
So, one, we have to go back to the drawing board, as we always say.
And that board is scattered now.
Scattered. In the past, there was a board. Now it's no longer there. But it tells you the mediocrity in the system is so much, and you can hardly point to anywhere that stand out apart from, say, maybe the individual players.
Okay.
There is hardly anything to point to.
Wow.
So, and that's why it's nauseating.
Yeah, it's really
94.
94. No, is single.
You can say if you want to go back, and again, which brings me to part of the problem. We have this federal character mentality in Nigeria. Because when you go back to that 94, 94 is good enough to go around the entire African continent and almost, almost go a second time. You understand? It is on that basis that we think we are entitled to be. Is it on that basis?
No,
let me ask the question. Is it on that basis that we think?
The CAF is not looking at
that tells us what merit and competence can do for you.
Aliu, that is a big challenge for Nigerian leadership, that we must begin to promote merit in all that we do. That's the only way Nigeria can excel and really truly be the giant of Africa. Ali, man, our time is fast running out, and all the issues about the NSC, I don't know, in 10 seconds, is it possible you tell what's your feeling about the NSC? Because some people say maybe it's not as grounded in sports management as we thought, because we don't see the foundations for a greater, bigger sports performance in the future. Maybe they are doing things in the media, but I don't know.
Well, I can hardly point to anything myself. It's just a new... Is it how does that saying go? An old wine in a new bottle?
Okay.
More or less, that's what has happened. You scrap the ministry, you empower the NSC, but the NSC is running on the same bureaucracy as the ministry has to run and all that. The difference now is that, Shehu Diko looks like
Bukola
a technocrat, and Bukola,
they are into sport.
Chairman, they are into sport. But what I have seen more is like there's a power tussle between the two of them.
Debunks that. They say, no, we are friends. They are almost kissing each other.
Is it the DG or the D? But generally, I have not seen the touch that I expect to see from people of their experience put together. I expected more
laying foundation.
Going to the grassroots. Say, for instance, And that grassroots is important. Grassroots coaching, for instance.
Okay.
If you go to the grassroots and see what is called a coach, it's just somebody who volunteers, who has the passion of just bringing ball, but who does not know how to actually just improve them.
Okay.
So I thought that with their experience, having been commissioner of sports, having managed the league, having done all that they have done, I expected them to percolate and then go down.
I'm not satisfied with that. I guess
no, I'm not.
We have to leave it there for now. Another time we can talk because our time is fast running out, and we have the news coming up in just a short while. Ali, Usman, I want to thank you so much for having our time. These are where we'll be pulling the curtains on this edition. Elijah, Manfred, Goodwill, thank you so much from the Lagos end. From here, my very good partner, Callistus Ahanono. My name is Ernest Osobwe. Until next time, bye-bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good afternoon and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you real stories from the field. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. We'll begin with a developing story that sparked tension in Edo State. Panic gripped the Museum of West African Art in Benin City after agitated Edo youth stormed the premises during a preview event, forcing guests to flee while police raced in to restore order. Correspondent Rhoda Journey has more details.
African Art Mowa on Sunday when a group of unidentified men entered the museum during a scheduled preview event. Visitors, including foreign guests and curators, were forced to leave as the men moved through the facility, causing disruption.
Okay, the problem is that they don't suppose to carry any activity here, not with father notice. That was the instruction I was given. Okay. And the white men, they are inside there. They want to do the commission. Okay, let's go.
The incident occurred shortly before the museum's official opening. Following the disturbance, management suspended further activities to ensure the safety of guests and staff. Some property within the museum was reportedly damaged, and the police were seen at the scene to restore order. The events came amidst ongoing discussion over the management and the control of Mowa project in Benin City. Authorities have not yet released an official statement on the incident, and the identities of those involved remain unknown. The disruption has raised concerns about security at cultural institutions and the protection of visitors in the city. In Benin, Rhoda Journey, POP TV News.
That incident has continued to generate strong reactions, especially following the visit of a European delegation the next day. 24 hours after the disruption, Governor Mande Okpeolo stated his administration had no prior knowledge of the European Union's visit to Mowa. He has since met with the delegation and the Oba of Benin to address transparency and cultural heritage concerns. Once again, Rhoda Journey reports.
State Governor Monde Okpeolo has declared an end to the controversy surrounding the Museum of West African Art, Mowa, confirming that the project will return to its original vision as the Benin Royal Museum to promote the cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom. The announcement followed the royal visit by the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty Oba Ewere II, to the government house in Benin City on Saturday. The visit was prompted by concerns over the ownership and purpose of the museum project. The Oba of Benin highlighted the historical importance of the project and the need to preserve it in line with its original intent.
We are therefore constrained to throw light on the lingering controversy surrounding the museum called Museum of West African Art, which Mowa, Mowa was originally conceived as Benin Royal Museum. Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, 2 days ago, my people protested against the purported opening of the so-called Mowa. It will be recalled that during the time of your predecessor in office, I suggested to him that the Edo State government should support the Oba of Benin in the pursuit of the return of the artifacts and the building of the Benin Royal Museum. This was duly agreed to by the erstwhile Governor Godwin Obaseki, in conjunction with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments. Tijani Abbas and Godwin Obaseki conspired against the palace of the Oba of Benin and started building what they called a Dome Museum of West Africa as a Mowa. I was never put in the picture anymore.
Governor Pueblo assured that the matter had been resolved and pledged continued collaboration with the Benin Palace.
The issue of Noah is over. Your Royal Majesty, this government remains committed to working closely with traditional rulers, securing our communities, empowering our youth, and preserving our cherished heritage. Today, your visit,
attended by traditional rulers, political leaders, and top government officials, the visit signified renewed unity between the Edo State government and the Benin monarchy, marking a new phase of cultural restoration and progress in the state. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
The situation has sparked broader conversations about accountability and cultural preservation in Edo State. The federal government, NDDC, and IFAD have concluded their joint supervision mission for the Life ND project in Edo, reaffirming commitments to empowering youth and women through agriculture. Rhoda Journey tells us more.
Of the Lively Improvement Family Enterprises in the Niger Delta Project Life ND. The wrap-up workshop held today in Benin City, Edo State, marked the end of a month-long assessment of the project's implementation, which began on November 3rd. Speaking at the closing session, a representative of the International Fund for Agricultural Development Country Director described the Life ND project as more than a development program, calling it a movement of hope, resilience, and transformation for young Nigerians. He emphasized that continued investment in youth and women remains key to driving sustainable growth across communities and households.
Today, Julius stands tall as a graduate and now an incubator herself, supporting more than 10 young incubatees on her farm. Our journey from a modest salary earner to a thriving entrepreneur and mentor embodies life in the spirit, empowering the next generation through knowledge, opportunity, enterprise. That's what Life ND is all about, transforming potential into productivity.
Field supervision mission that has been conducted for the past 3 days. We've been to various communities, and this is a briefing to, totally x-ray what has been seen on the field, the positives we've seen on the field, the negatives, and also what we need to do to scale up implementation so that the rural youths and women in Edo State will continue to benefit from the Life ND project.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, while appreciating the partnerships, said the Life ND project has achieved remarkable results in food security, job creation, and rural economic growth.
Since inception, the Life ND project in Edo State has recorded significant achievement, and this achievement has engaged, trained, supported over 4,300 women and youth, including persons with disability. During the first phase and the recent selected 630 incubatees across the key agricultural value chain, including rice, cassava, poultry, and fishery.
He assured that the state government is committed to sustaining and expanding the project's impact across Edo communities. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Stakeholders say the program remains critical to boosting food security and rural development. We shift now to the tourism sector. Nigeria's tourism sector is getting renewed attention as the Tourism Development Authority strengthens efforts to drive domestic tourism and community-based growth. VOP TV's Onyeka Ogolo reports.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out
to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa through the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So Odi has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to Odi, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement will grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onika Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
The NCDA believes cultural festivals and local attractions could become major revenue earners for Nigeria. Moving on to the agricultural sector, Lagos State is setting the pace in technology-driven agriculture. At the 2025 Lagos Agri-Innovation Summit, experts highlighted the role of innovation, youth empowerment, and value creation in transforming the food system. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has more in this report.
The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by his Deputy Chief of Staff Sam Egube, said Lagos has become one of the largest food markets in sub-Saharan Africa. He revealed that youth agricultural funding has risen from 100 million to 150 million naira this year, emphasizing that Lagos is not just producing food but creating opportunities for the future. Commissioner for Agriculture Abisola Olusoya highlighted the critical role of private sector in driving agricultural innovation.
Thriving systems for a smarter future. Because feeding a city of over 24 million people is not the work of one person or one institution. It is the work of a system, a living, breathing network, where collaboration replaces competition, where innovation meets opportunity, and where small beginnings grow into a lasting impact.
She commended Sterling Bank and its managing director, Abubakar Salaima, for supporting youth-led agricultural projects.
We have the MD of Sterling Bank here, and that is Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. He's the keynote speaker, but I make special mention of him because of the role he plays in transforming and reshaping agric in Nigeria.
The summit brought together young farmers, innovators, and tech innovators, all working to move Lagos closer to the food security.
You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People television. Please stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. We now move on to political achievement in Edo State. Governor Okpeholo has marked his first year in office, listing achievements across education, infrastructure, agriculture, and governance. Rhoda Jenny tells us more in this report.
It was a colorful celebration in Edo State as dignitaries, traditional rulers, youths, and residents gathered to mark Governor Okpeholo's one-year anniversary in office. The event, themed 365 Days of Rebuilding a New Edo, featured cultural performances and colorful attires in honor of administration's milestone. The governor, in his address, highlighted achievements in security, health, infrastructure, natural resources, agriculture, and education, reaffirming his commitment to good governance and improved welfare for Edo people.
We have a deplorable growth and neglect communities. We have awarded over 28 new roads, totaling over 350 kilometers. For the first time in the history of Edo, we are reconstructing two flyovers, Rama Park and Aniso.
The deputy governor gave the welcome address, appreciating citizens for their support.
As we reflect on the first year, I stand before you confidently to say that we have recorded remarkable progress across key sectors, from infrastructure development to education, healthcare, agriculture, and particularly in security.
Goodwill messages followed. The First Lady praised initiatives for women and youth empowerment. A serving senator lauded the governor's leadership and development strides. The Minister of Niger Delta Development pledged continued collaboration for the state's progress.
In our markets, the micro, in agriculture, we have
So I want to suggest, and I'm sure you already doing that in 1 year, each local government we should be able to see this is what we have done in our own locality. And by the grace of God, by the time the South Development Commission is fully on board, more development will be cascaded to the people of Edo State.
The celebration ended with cheers from the crowd, reflecting unity and renewed hope for Edo's continued growth and development. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Residents say they expect even more reforms in the coming year. From Edo, we turn to national commemoration. Then, as the world marks World Science Day for Peace and Development, Nigerians are calling for more strategic and scientific approaches to solving insecurity. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswade has more.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And not when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswade, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
The call is clear. Technology and research must be integrated into security planning. Next is a major story unfolding in Abuja. The clash between FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and a military officer during a land enforcement exercise has stirred nationwide debate. Matthew Ogunswade reports.
How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, look, I'm sorry, see what I have. He will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are on from this country.
The dramatic confrontation between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and a military officer during an enforcement exercise in Abuja has continued to spark nationwide reactions. The incident, captured in a viral video, occurred when the minister and officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration attempted to access a disputed plot of land, allegedly linked to former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, retired. The clash escalated after one of the soldiers resisted the minister's directive, prompting an angry outburst from Wike, a movement that has since triggered intense public debate over his conduct and authority. In a statement released after the incident, the minister described the occupation of the land by military personnel as illegal and unacceptable, stressing that no one, regardless of status, would be allowed to obstruct the rule of law. As Voice of the People Television, we are on the street to get the opinion of Nigerians towards this development.
The time that thing happened, that soldier is not at fault. It's taking the obey from above. Are you getting me? So, and that weekend, as a minister, supposed to send person come by himself. So, I don't think that it's very anything wrong about that.
Me, I don't judge, but the young boy in question, that the young officer, you obey the last order. You must obey your superior. You get me? You take over. That decision you take. If he didn't do that, they will put him in guard room. So that's what he did. Me, I don't see any blame on that young boy. If FCT minister in question, at least he has to. Okay, he was appointed by somebody. Take a report. Somebody sent you message. If you are denied of the message, go to the person that sent you the message and say, see. You have to report back.
As the controversy continues, Nigerians remain divided on where to draw the line between the enforcement of government directives and the need for mutual respect among public institutions. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Opinions remain divided as many called for better conflict management among government officials. Still on public reactions, NAFDAC has announced a ban on sachet, alcohol and bottles below 200 ml from January 2026, sparking mixed reactions among citizens and business owners. Matthew Ogunswada brings us details in this report.
Sale and distribution of alcoholic drinks in sachet and bottles smaller than 200 milliliters. The measure aimed at curbing alcohol abuse and protecting public health will take effect from January 1, 2026. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has confirmed. NAFDAC's Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, explained that the ban follows a Senate resolution and directive from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, while noting that cheap, easily eaten alcohol products encourage misuse, especially among minors and commercial drivers.
The agency calls on all stakeholders, including manufacturers, to comply fully with the phase-out deadline of December 2025. As no further extension, the agency will continue to work collaboratively with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, FCCPC, and the National Orientation Agency to implement nationwide sensitization campaigns on the health and social dangers associated with alcohol misuse.
To enforce this policy, the agency plans to recruit 1,000 additional staff to strengthen monitoring and compliance nationwide. Meanwhile, the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, MAN, has urged the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to reverse its current directive banning the production and the sale of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. As Voice of the People Television, we are on the street to get the opinion of citizens on this new ban.
To ban them, I not go lie for you, because some people will not get money to buy the bottle. That sachet, it is easy to buy. Some they say, some day 100 and some day 200. So no day easy to ban them just like that. But we will go tell the people where they sell and say, as their customer they buy, make them keep basket, so they will put the dirty. But they know they throw am anyhow, just like that. Even myself, that is that they okay. But they just they put am as then drink am, make they put am where then drink am, make they just throw am like that. No good.
It will affect me, one, because I will not be selling markets again. Two, for the health, it's not advised for women to be taking all those associated alcohol because some chemical, all of them are chemical, they used to do it. To preserve it na chemical. Don't understand. Even the route where they used to do, we are not sure. We're not 100% sure how health the thing be for human being. For banding or for disposal for in the road, government supposed to bring dustbin, waste bin for people outside. If you look in television, seeing the white men, you will see dustbin outside the road. If you are passing, you will put it inside the dustbin. But there's no provision for that. They need to provide for us, and we go do am well.
As I'm saying now, I'm not a drink alcohol. So if bandit, but I don't think it's not that the government says that it's not said that they will ban the alcohol. They say that they will ban the sachet one. Is it not like that? So and they are still selling the bottle. So we can buy bottle and drinking it. Anybody like the alcohol?
Banning of alcohol is good because it has caused a lot of destruction. It has damaged so many things. Most of our young boys now, alcohol become their ordinary water, and it's very bad. Make them to misbehave. So if government can do it, fine, that is okay.
As I'm selling this thing, I don't even like it. But it's condition made me sell it. But as now they want to ban it. To me, it's good. But if we look as the situation of Nigeria be, for the people that don't have work or they don't have anything to do, if they have like 5,000, 2,000, they can start this market because money is inside.
The opinions are clear. Why some citizens welcome the decision as a necessary step towards preventing alcohol risk disease and ensuring that younger people stay away from alcohol consumption. Others lament on its impact on small businesses. The government has assured strict enforcement and implementation that effective January 1, 2026, there will be sanctions for the sale of alcohol-based consumption and sachet in the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We now move on to health matters. World Diabetes Day is being observed globally with attention shifting toward employees' well-being and workplace support systems. VOP TV's Praise Peters has more on the significance of this year's focus.
Is being marked under the global theme, Diabetes and Well-being, with this year's campaign focusing on diabetes and the workplace. The initiative aims to draw attention to the importance of healthy work environments, accessible healthcare, and mental well-being for individuals living with diabetes. According to health experts, supportive workplaces play a major role in preventing complications, improving productivity, and ensuring emotional stability for those managing the condition. The 2025 slogan, "Know More and Do More for Diabetes at Work," encourages both employees and employers to take proactive steps toward awareness, early detection, and proper management.
Well, diabetes is a condition that has to do with management of blood sugar. It's a metabolic disorder that affects how the body utilizes glucose. So in the workplace, a person with diabetes may have, of course, the normal symptoms of diabetes, which is increased thirst, increased appetite or frequency of urination, and low energy levels in some cases. So you find out that somebody with diabetes and it's thought I was 6 minutes, may have low energy levels, may have more breaks, intervals to eat because of increased hunger pangs, and they may also be thirsty all the time and may be needing to use the bathroom because of frequent urination. This may affect the productivity of such an individual. And then also diabetes can also, if not properly managed or if not quickly detected, can have visual complications, which would affect any kind of job the person is. So it'd be like for a more conducive working environment for workers, you don't want them to be sedentary all the time, because sedentary lifestyle is one of the risk factors that is attributable to development of diabetes. And in managing diabetes ways, we always emphasize for regular exercises, because the more you exercise, you'll maintain a healthy body weight and your body is more sensitive to insulin. We would advise that employers of labor should encourage breaks, where people, get up after every 2 hours of being seated, of taking walks, of regular exercise in the workplace. You can have breaks where everybody is mandated to be some monetary of exercise, nothing strenuous, nothing that is exerting, but at least it makes them, move their bodies, because that also helps to regulate.
World Diabetes Day is a unifying call for action, reminding everyone that better health begins with informed choices, compassion, and care in every workspace. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
AFRIF continues to position Nigeria as a global hub for film and creative partnerships. And this year, Japan made a strong appearance with special screenings and cultural collaborations aimed at deepening ties between both countries. Our correspondent, Onyidamola Olukuton, reports from Lagos.
The red carpets are rolled out, cameras flash, and stories from across Africa take center stage at the 2025 African International Film Festival, AFRIF. This year, the festival goes beyond film screenings and networking to introduce what organizers call the first ever African film market, creating opportunities for producers, actors, and distributors to connect and collaborate globally.
Cinema has the power to transcend borders and languages by connecting people through shared emotions and universal stories. And sometimes cinema inspires me with new ideas and show me a beacon when I'm lost. It's like a little voice is urging me on, Michael. I'm truly delighted that we are able to showcase Japan films this time here through Japan Day 2025. This year's program features 6 remarkable films, and each of them tells a story of resilience.
In a remarkable highlight, Japan joined this year's edition as a cultural partner, showcasing selected Japanese film and fostering conversations around co-production and creative exchange.
It's very easy to confuse film festivals and film markets. Film markets are very specific. Film markets are designed for the commerce of film, for the business of film, to handle the business of film, to provide a platform where creators, that sellers of film content, meet buyers of film content. Do you understand? And that also extends to people who are still planning to make the film. So you meet commissioning editors, people who are interested in funding films and stuff. So it's business.
Industry players say such international collaborations open new possibilities for African filmmakers, giving local stories a global audience while expanding creative partnership across continents.
Apparently, yes, I've been filming, so work has been really, but I had to just run out today. I'm like, I must make sure I'm here today, and I'm happy I'm here because I got to meet some people that I've been looking up to in the industry as part of the panelists, and it was really insightful. I'm happy to be here. It's an amazing thing because for me, I'm a lover of, I've always loved to see how the power of collaboration can go. And for the fact that it's not just going to be an English community, you understand? We're having Brazil, we're having Japanese. It's a very unique blend. And I don't know who thought about this idea, but you're a genius. So, AFRIF always comes out with something mind-blowing every year. So I don't want to stress. Whatever you guys come up with, we are here, we'll receive it.
Panel sessions, workshops, and masterclass also explored emerging trends in film distribution, streaming, and the use of artificial intelligence in production. For filmmakers and film lovers, AfriF remains more than just an event. It's a celebration of identity, innovation, and the limitless potential of African storytelling. Oyedemola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
Japan's participation highlights AfriF's growing international relevance. Moving on, it was a night of glee and celebration as AfriF honored outstanding filmmakers and creatives, including Herbert Wigwe and Governor Peter Amba. VOP TV's Oyedemola again reports.
Yes, we are live at the All Africa International Film Festival, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We have a lot of people here right now. We have a lot of cast here right now, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We're here to talk about culture, talk about style, talk about fashion, talk about a lot of beautiful things. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
I mean, it's been an amazing 6 days of AfriF. AfriF has been AfriFing as it always is, and we got the Globe Awards tonight. So people, all the works that we've showcased, everything. Some of the works are in competition and people are going to get awarded tonight. So I'm here to celebrate with my friends, have a good time, network, enjoy another successful festival, celebrate with awarded. My film also got nominated, so I'm also here to celebrate with myself and my team, and it's going to be a lovely evening.
Wow. So with this, how do you see AfriF in the next years to come?
So the thing is that every year upon year, AfriF keeps upping the ante.
Yeah.
The discussions keep getting better. The words are getting deeper. So for example, this year we had the AfriF Film and Content Market, which we didn't have before. So now, real buyers, sellers of real content are sitting down having conversations. We're talking about global distribution, we're talking about global investments and collaboration. So the next 5 years, 2026 to 2030 is very important for Africa. This is the time for Africa.
Well, I mean, tonight is over. I'm presenting an award tonight for Best Documentary, so look out for that. And I'm just so excited to celebrate Igbo culture with Flavor tonight and his film.
So what should people expect today?
So just expect, everyone to receive their awards and to see some of the best films throughout the week. And of course, Flavor is premiering his short film.
So before we go into the questions we have to ask for you today, please, we really need to know who styled you, because what is all this?
That is I'm wearing non-antics, but my other designer styled it. It's so weird. So I'm wearing non-antics, but Ogokoro styled it with the hair. I don't think I never saw myself in this hair, but here we are.
So this is AfriF 2025. So what are your expectations for today?
I just want to enjoy. It's been 7 days of work. I'm a jewelry member, and we've been watching films, and this is the grand finale. So I'm just here to enjoy it.
What are your expectations for this year's 2025 AfriF?
I'm expecting an eventful night, a beautiful award night, everything really beautiful. I'm expecting it today.
So you really want to have fun?
We want to have fun because it's been an amazing AfriF. AfriF has been an amazing one for me as an actor that is coming up in Nollywood. I'd say it's the most eventful, it's the most connecting, networking. AfriF has been the best for me. And shout out to AfriF. See you next year, AfriF.
Nigeria's music lives in the heart of our people. From the talking drums of the Yoruba to the Ogene of the Igbo, and then the Kalabu of the North. But then everything started to change. So did our radio.
The report was actually packaged by Precious Agumo. And of course, she reports that Afrif continues to position African cinema on the global stage. And finally, the GT Call Fashion Weekend lit up Lagos as designers and fashion lovers celebrated creativity, culture, and Nigeria's expanding influence in the global fashion scene. Oyidamola Olukotan reports.
Fashion capital at the GTCO Fashion Weekend brought together top designers, fashion entrepreneurs, and industry experts under one roof. The event featured runways, masterclasses, and exhibition celebrating the diversity and creativity of African fashion.
I feel good. I feel really good. And the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them, okay, you people actually dress well in real life like him.
I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive.
For many, the GTCO Fashion Weekend isn't just an event. It's a platform empowering young creators and entrepreneurs to showcase their talent and connect with global markets. Fashion analyst says Nigeria's fashion industry, valued in billions, continue to attract global attention through such events, bridging the gap between creativity, commerce, and culture. From bold statement piece to minimalist design, this year's edition of the GTCO Fashion Weekend reflects how far the Nigerian fashion industry has evolved, confident, expressive, and global relevant. Oyidamola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
And that's all we can take on Reporters File this week. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Voice of the People TV, and follow us at VOP TV Live on social media. If you see news happening around you, send your reports, photos, or videos via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057 or email news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching and see you next week.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more.
Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. Hey, hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOPTV.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration, a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she, too, is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and a role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bared, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual. A cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
Hello and welcome to iTag. iTag do simplify technology, information and communication for you. So believe you me, you are at the right place. I'm your host, Favor Taro, and right about now, let's see what we have on the show.
In the heart of Ondo State and Nigeria, there is a place where innovation thrives and dreams take flight. Welcome to Information Technology's hub and signature. At iTag, we're more than just a technology hub. We're a nurturing and synergistic community that fosters the creation and support of information technology products and services. Here, people from all walks of life come together to gain digital skills and access top-notch infrastructure, turning their ideas into successful digital ventures. Entrepreneurs find a home at iTag, where they can transform their ideas into successful digital ventures. With the support of our vibrant community, we strive to establish an ecosystem that nurtures creativity, collaboration, and entrepreneurship, allowing individuals to flourish and make a meaningful, long-lasting difference. At iTag, we embrace the convergence of technology, creativity, and business, fueling innovation and driving digital transformation. Our commitment to excellence, innovation, and partnership supports organizations and individuals in realizing their vision of making a lasting impact on the digital landscape. Join us at Information Technology Hub and Synergy, where innovation knows no bounds and dreams become reality.
Have you ever heard of 5G networks? I guess you have, because most of us are really conversant with 4G network. But the future of 5G network cannot be overemphasized. 5G network allow us to get faster speed. We can even connect to multiple users at the same time. What that definitely means is that everything will be so fast and lovely. So let's see what 5G network is and the advantage it has to do in our life.
Let's rewind to the 80s. Meet Ted. He owns a small beverage company that sells smoothies and juices. Ted purchased his first phone, a bulky handset that was in style at that time. His phone provided voice calls with the help of first-generation technology, 1G. For his business back then, 1G was more than sufficient. In a decade's time, Ted's business flourished due to the quality of his products and services. Ted wanted his customers to be loyal to his brand, and hence made customer satisfaction a priority. For this, Ted decided to have a dedicated customer support team to resolve any customer issues faster. So, he and his team upgraded to a better phone that not only provided a higher speed, but also enabled services like text messaging and multimedia messaging services. This was referred to as 2G. After 2 decades of selling smoothies and juices, Ted had now become a leader in this category. So he decided to diversify and expand his business to other categories, such as soft drinks, coffee, yogurts, croissants, macarons, etc. That meant he now had more products to manufacture and more customers to serve. Ted needed his business to keep up with the competition and grow further without compromising on quality. He was introduced to smartphones that had a good data transmission speed. This technology was called 3G. With 3G in the market, Ted's business benefited a lot more than before, as he was able to reach out to new customers, making them aware of his brand and new products, and solving any issues even better. In the late 2000s, with the internet booming, online business became a necessity. Ted started selling beverages, coffee, yogurts, and a range of other products online. At this point, his company also started brand advertising, and he generated a lot more business data than ever before. He became aware of the successor to 3G, 4G. This next generation of wireless technology boasted better multimedia services, higher speed, and more security. Ted was happy with his new 4G services as he could sell and market his products swiftly. But he thought 4G was sufficient for his business and the maximum the domain of wireless technology could ever evolve to. However, with the enormous data that his company generated and automation at its peak, Ted had to store data in the cloud and transform his manufacturing processes. He was in need of more than just 4G to stay connected in his business. With the huge number of investments in his business, and with the world turning digital, Ted wanted a faster and reliable network connection for his firm that could use his business data and sync the machine, tools, and people to raise production and deliver a better customer experience. He did his research and wondered how he could achieve this and how to better facilitate his business online. Just then, he came across the term 5G. Ted learned that 5G could operate as much as 10 times faster than 4G, thereby reaching a peak speed of 20 gigabytes per second. He realized that 5G could really transform his business by using robotics and AI to pick and place raw and processed foods. Robots enabled with 5G could also help him cut, slice, dispense, sort, and package his products. And this is exactly what Ted was looking for. He was intrigued by the term 5G and went on to understand what the hype was all about and how different it was from its predecessors. Ted first learned that any information that he sends or receives in a network is carried through the air with the help of radio frequencies. 5G operates similarly. However, it uses higher radio frequencies to carry more information faster. The beauty of 5G that he discovered was that 5G utilizes multiple input and output antennas to avoid physical objects like buildings and trees coming in the way of communication. Further, he went on to understand that 5G consists of two main components: the radio access network and the core network. The radio access network includes small cells, macro cells, towers, and home systems connecting users like Ted and devices to the core network. Macro cells use multiple input and output antennas that enable one to send and receive large volumes of data simultaneously, and small cells complement these macro cells. Meanwhile, the core network of 5G manages all the internet and data connections. The core network is designed to integrate with the internet much more efficiently. The core manages the advanced features of 5G, like network function virtualization and network slicing. Ted learned that network slicing is a wise way of cutting the network into several slices for a specific business or industry. For example, emergency services can work on a network slice independently from virtual reality or a business. All these nitty-gritty and benefits of 5G assured Ted that 5G was exactly what his firm needed at the moment to carry out an interactive and hassle-free business online. Thus, he incorporated 5G infrastructure in his company business.
Welcome to IT Hack Creative Productions, your ultimate destination for all your creative and digital needs. From captivating films to engaging content, we bring your stories to life with precision and passion. Our expert team crafts original content, adapts existing ideas, and creates powerful promotional videos tailored to your brand. Boost your online presence with our comprehensive digital marketing services, including video marketing, social media production, and targeted online ads. Capture every special moment with our full-service event coverage, ensuring your events are remembered forever. Bring your imagination to life with our animation services and immersive VR/AR experiences. Partner with us for insightful consultation and collaboration to achieve your creative goals. Visit us at www.ithack.org. IT Hack Creative Productions. Innovate, create, inspire.
Tech in View captures technology in motion, showing you what's next before it becomes a norm. You all will agree with me that every technological skill or technological tool we use today was introduced to us before we start using them every day of our lives. Tech in View is going to do that for each and every one of us. Let's see what it has on the show.
Introducing DataSyn Secure, a new era of secure, bias-free synthetic data built by Magnus Bain AI Agency. Across industries, companies struggle to innovate with AI while protecting sensitive data. GDPR restrictions, privacy risks, and limited data access slow down progress and create bias in machine learning models. DataSyn Secure bridges this gap, using advanced generative models to create synthetic datasets that mirror real data without exposing any personal information. It empowers teams to innovate confidently, ethically, and at scale. Our modular architecture ensures scalability, precision, and compliance. It includes 4 core layers: data ingestion for secure integration, AI synthesis using GNs and transformers, bias and privacy analysis for ethical validation, and a quality export layer that guarantees data fidelity and fairness. For years, real-world data has been too restricted for large-scale AI. DataSync Secure redefines data access, enabling organizations to generate safe, regulation-ready synthetic datasets for research, development, and AI adoption. Our mission is to accelerate AI development by up to 70%, ensure full GDPR and EU AI Act compliance through automated anonymization, and eliminate bias with statistically balanced datasets. To build trust in synthetic data, we focus on thought leadership, strategic partnerships, and digital outreach. Educational content, collaborations, and measurable case studies showcase our impact in responsible AI innovation.
Seriously, it's a question we all kind of have to ask ourselves. From your private health records to your financial data, the most powerful AI models are often trained on the most sensitive parts of our lives. But what if there was another way? A way to get all the amazing benefits of AI without taking on all that risk? And this gets us right to the heart of the issue, what researchers have started calling the AI privacy dilemma. It really is a classic battle. You've got the incredible speed of technology on one side and the crucial laws designed to protect us on the other. To make this super clear, just think about a medical AI that could predict diseases. I mean, that would be amazing, right? But for it to learn how to do that, it needs to see thousands, maybe millions of real electronic health records. The problem is we have these really important privacy laws, like GDPR in Europe and CCPA in California, that basically put up a big stop sign. They place strict limits on using exactly that kind of sensitive data. So you can see the conflict. It's progress versus protection, head to head. So how do we get out of this jam? Well, the answer might be to get a little creative and, well, make things up. Researchers are exploring this fascinating idea of creating high-quality, fake data that actually preserves our privacy. And it turns out there are 2 key ingredients you need to make this work. First up, we have synthetic data. The best way to think of this is like a stunt double for real data. It's completely artificial, totally made up, but it's been engineered to have all the same statistical patterns as the original. The absolutely crucial part is that no real person's information is actually in there, not one bit, which means it's safe to use for training AI. The second ingredient is something called differential privacy. You can think of this as a mathematical shield or a force field for your data. Basically, it works by adding a tiny, carefully measured amount of statistical noise while the data is being generated. This makes it mathematically impossible for anyone to look at the final dataset and reverse engineer it to see if any one specific person's information was used. It's a rock-solid privacy guarantee. So a recent research paper introduced a framework that brilliantly combines these 2 ideas. It's called SafeSynthDP. And what it does is it uses the power of large language models, or LLMs, to create synthetic data that also has that differential privacy guarantee baked right in. So how does this whole thing work? Well, first, you feed a large language model just a handful of real-world examples to teach it the style and the patterns. Then, the LLM just goes to town, generating a brand new, completely synthetic dataset. Now here's the magic trick. As it's creating this data, it's also injecting that carefully controlled statistical noise. You can even adjust how much privacy you want using a parameter called epsilon. Think of it as a privacy dial. The end result is a totally new dataset that is both incredibly useful and private. Okay, that all sounds fantastic in theory, but does it actually work in practice? I mean, can this fake data really train a useful AI model? The researchers put it to the test to find out. And this is really the million-dollar question, isn't it? If the synthetic data has too much noise, or if it doesn't capture the right patterns, any AI model you train on it is going to be pretty much useless. So what the researchers did was compare the performance of models trained on the original, real data versus models trained on their new synthetic data. And this table shows the results, and it really illustrates the trade-off. For the simpler machine learning models, like a multinomial naive Bayes or a support vector machine, the drop in performance is pretty modest. Take the SVM model. It went from about 87% accuracy on the real data down to 76% on the synthetic data. Now that's a noticeable drop for sure, but the model is still really effective. And here you can see that gap nice and clearly. There is a price you pay for privacy, and in this specific case, it's about a 10-point drop in accuracy. But the key thing is that the model trained on the fake data is still performing way, way better than just guessing. That tells us it really did learn useful patterns. However, the story changes a bit when you look at the more complex deep learning models. Models like GRUs and LSTMs, which are designed to find really subtle hidden patterns in data, they saw a much bigger hit to their performance. This suggests that the noise we add for privacy can sometimes end up hiding those very complex signals that these advanced models are trying to find. So, this brings us to our final and maybe most important takeaway. What exactly is the price of privacy, and can we actually control it? It all comes down to this one fundamental trade-off. If you want stronger privacy, you have to add more noise. In the technical terms, that means a low privacy budget, or a low epsilon. But more noise usually means lower model accuracy. On the other hand, if you're willing to have slightly weaker privacy, you can add less noise, use a higher epsilon, and you'll get better accuracy. It's a sliding scale.
She walks, head held high, the crown of faith beneath the sky. The world may stare, may scoff, may frown, but still she stands. She won't back down. They see her dress, they see the veil of the mother's dress, and they think they've seen her, nothing less. But oh, how shallow are their eyes. They miss the fire that never dies. They call her Arima Boa with pride. Mocking what they fear in silence, but every word they hurl becomes a flame. She wears her veil and wants her name. They think she's weak, confined, controlled, but she's a diamond, fierce and bold. She covers her head, not her brain.
If viewers is judge her not by what she wears, because I mean, there are lots of times I judge by what I wear. Trust me, I have a lot of times. So is there any this woman that is always with you like, nah, this has happened to me before. Let's have a system. You learn the illustrations thing. That's one. Please come up. If you want to, just come up. Thank you.
So the line that resonates with me the most was where she said, she said she covers her head with a lot of rain.
Okay, thank you so much. She covers her head, not Great.
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's a thing of competition. I'd say it's basically everybody trying to get ahead in a world where we have more resources at our fingertips. And this is because in the past we didn't have things like online learning or MOOCs. It was much more expensive for people to access knowledge in the past than it is today. So now, with technology affording us all the opportunity to be able to access knowledge immediately in bite size, everybody just gets access to it. So I would think that is the drive for women.
Then it's investment. What we're trying to do is to make sure we are teaching you exactly what you need to learn. We're not teaching you, we're not going around giving you program. We're just giving you direct stuff you need to learn. From SQL to Power BI to Excel to Python data analytics. And this is what you need to survive in the market today. It has gone beyond learning Excel. People will ask you, well, what can you bring to the table? It's beyond Excel nowadays. You need to be highly technical. And using myself as an example, you study biochemistry, I didn't study science, I didn't study engineering, I didn't study mathematics, but I'm excelling. I'm excelling.
Welcome to IT Hack Creative Productions, your ultimate destination for all your creative and digital needs. From captivating films to engaging content, we bring your stories to life with precision and passion. Our expert team crafts original content, adapts existing ideas, and creates powerful promotional videos tailored to your brand. Boost your online presence with our comprehensive digital marketing services, including video marketing, social media production, and targeted online ads. Capture every special moment with our full-service event coverage, ensuring your events are remembered forever. Bring your imagination to life with our animation services and immersive VR/AR experiences. Partner with us for insightful consultation and collaboration to achieve your creative goals. Visit us at www.ithack.org. IT Hack Creative Productions. Innovate, create, inspire.
Applications have become so paramount in our day-to-day lives. Everyone uses one application or the other. It's time for the app of the week. This app is something we show to you every day, and we hope you create time or you create space on your gadgets to download it. Please join me as we unveil the app of the week. G is definitely the engine that will power the future of tech. We all know that the availability, the reliability, and the speed of 5G cannot be overemphasized. Join me every week, same time, same station on iTag. I'm your girl, Faye Voptvlive. See you next week. Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Mary Ezekiel. I'm the firstborn of my family, the only girl in the family of just two twins, so a girl and a boy. I'm the only girl. Okay, so I'm making a souvenir bag, and my whole measurement is 25 by 11, which is length is 25, and then the breadth is 11. At first, I've already sewn my cloth zip together on both sides, at both mouths. Then the next thing I'm going to do now is to apply my belts. And I look at it, I cut these two. Now, this belt is length 3 to measure where to place my handle. Stitch it. When I get here, I'll pause. Then continue sewing.
What I'm trying to do is now I'm trying to sew the two parts of the bag as placement of the hand. Now I'm running to close the belts. Now I'll stitch. I've done closing the first handle of bag. Now I do the same thing I do here is the same thing I'm going to do in the other part. I have to cut it, then start the same thing so also in this place. I'll use my belt to measure 2 to make sure it's 2. So if it's not 2, it's going to be one side will be longer than one and the other. Stitch it. Like I said earlier, make sure you don't run the machine too fast so you know where to place the hand of the bag. This is 3 already. So this is the other hand of bag. Then I put it, close it. What I do is I run it, stitch it. Stitching it enables it to be very strong. If not, there are people that if you just buy a new fancy bag, by the time they put their load inside, before you know it, the hand will just start cutting. So me stitching it is making it not cut on time. So I'm trying to get the other parts, which is 3. I said from here to here is 3. Then from here to here is 2. Stitch it. I'm closing it now. Stitch. Now I'm done with the placements of the back of the hand. So I am going to cut it right now. Now this is how it is. I'm done with the handle. The next step now is to put the sides. And I'll be done with my souvenir bag. Now, to put the side, what do? I join the 2 knots together. There's something we call nudging in bag. Nudging means to get the middle of the bag. Instead of you using tape to measure, you nudge it. Nudging, you get the middle to get the center of the bag. Now I'm nudging the both sides. So now this is the side. Let me measure it. 9.5 by 4. So the length is 9.5 and the breadth is 4. Now what do? I close my side to make it monitor. This is it. I'm going to close my side. If I don't close the side, these parts will be coming out. To be losing. All these hairs will be showing. So to avoid the hairs from showing and to make it look monitor, like a foreign bag, I close it and I'm stitching it. Stitching means to tie the mouth, from losing and from the ropes coming out. I've sewed the first one and let me do the second one. I'm done sewing the side. Now the next step for me to do now is for me to nudge it. Like I said earlier, nudging means to get the middle parts of the bag. I'm going to nudge it. Use my scissors to get the middle. Now after doing it, I'll place the origin nudge parts on top of the other main leather. Then I move it back so I can now close it. After closing, I now place it on the machine. Then I'll run it down. Now I've gotten to the end. I'll turn it. Continue sewing till I finish the mouth of it. this is the mouth, and I'm going to stitch it to avoid it losing. Like I said earlier, you stitch materials to avoid it lose and get rough on time. People will buy bag and in less than 2 months, the bag will start losing. That's because they didn't stitch it. They didn't stitch the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side, and my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. Now this is it. I stop at, and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you are doing, so you won't end up running the machine. After sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip loads. So I'm supposed to sew it like this, but if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finished sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. Stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. It's about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt won't start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is. Very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, then I trim it off. Now this is my zip. This is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. Join it out. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. I'm done passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. Look, see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle, from the closing of the bag, the beginning and everything makes it look neater. Thank you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned, and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners, like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OG, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done. Let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, OG people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement would grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat. the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I am delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are relevant, real, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're talking about a skin condition that affects millions of people around the world. And we're talking about scabies. Yes, scabies. It's itchy, uncomfortable, and often misunderstood for other skin reactions. But the good news is it is completely treatable. Well, according to the World Health Organization, scabies affects more than 200 million people worldwide at any given time, making it one of the most common skin conditions globally. It is particularly common in crowded areas and communities with limited access to healthcare, such as hostels, refugee camps, and nursing homes, of course. Well, to help us understand these conditions better, we'll be speaking with a medical expert who will share
professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. And he's here with us again on Health Check. Thank you very much for coming, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to have you on the show again.
Same here. Thank
Doctor,
you.
how have you been?
Very well, thank you. How have you been?
Great. Last week, I asked you about one of the things that you practice that you would want the viewers to also practice, and you talked about sleep. So, Doctor, have you been having enough sleep lately, knowing that your profession is very wonderful?
Well, in the last 1 week, I would say I've not had enough sleep. But I'm trying to work on that.
Okay. Well, I can say that's the same for some of the Nigerians as well that are struggling with, stress, health, traffic, all of those things.
Yeah.
So it is well, everyone just please take care of your health, because that's what we do here on our VOP TV. We help you pay attention to your health, of course. So today we're talking about scabies. And we want to just understand, because scabies is usually misunderstood, if you would agree with me, for other skin reactions, because I understand that scabies is a skin infection and all that. All right, so what exactly causes scabies and how does it spread from one person to the other?
Okay, scabies is a dermatological condition. That's a skin condition that is transmitted through skin-to-skin contact between people. It is highly contagious, and the main causative factor is a mite called Sarcoptes scabi. That's the name. So it finds its way into the skin and then causes this intense itching that occurs particularly at night. And the areas of the body that are most affected include areas like between the fingers, the wrists, the elbow, in some cases the buttock area, the waistline.
Oh, wow.
And when this happens, there's intense itching, and then you may have a rash, like a bump-like reddish rash, that is really very, very itchy. And then you find it, like you said, it's typically described as very distressing and very uncomfortable for people that suffer from it. And it is usually found in places where people have poor hygiene, or they have limited access to water, and of course that affects the level of their hygiene. Then it's also common in places where you have overcrowding, like the refugee camps, like boarding schools or hostels, even in the prisons. It's really, really, you have a high prevalence of it in the prisons where, people are, in large numbers in a confined space. And because of the close proximity they are with each other, it's easily transmissible. Yeah, because of the nature of the infectivity of the condition. So basically, when people have this, typically there's the itchy and the skin and the scratching and all that. And they may even have excoriations from the intense itching. You find out that you can see the scratch marks, on those areas. Could really, really be intense. And most times people may mistake it for other things, like you rightly said. Some people, especially in areas like Nigeria, where people self-diagnose themselves, That's
very funny.
You will hear people giving it all sorts of names.
Self-diagnose themselves.
Yes,
I love that.
Yeah, because that's how it is. Because most times in the hospital, you find people approaching the doctor and they already...
They will even tell you,
exactly
doctor,
what they
it's
have.
Just malaria.
Exactly. They will tell you what they have already. So they've already diagnosed themselves even before a physician, listens to them or examines them or orders for any test. So they already know what they want from you. So it now takes a very good professional to let them know that you don't diagnose yourself. Yeah. Just let me listen to your complaints. Leave it to me to now find out what the problems are. Let me have my examination done. Let me order my investigations. And then I'll be able to make quality decisions on what you really have. That's the only way I can make a precise diagnosis. So basically the same applies to scabies. So when people come with the itchiness and then the rash on the skin and then the intense itching, that is worse at night, because there are these spaces in between the webs of the fingers, the tick may find its way and form burrows into those areas. And the itchiness is out of this world. Yes, It's intense. So you find that a lot of people who have been going for prison outreaches, for instance, like churches that go for prison outreaches, they find out that most of the complaints or concerns that people in the prisons have is related to scabies and other skin infections. So that's why a lot of people, when they are preparing to visit the prisons, they always go with hygienic materials, things for hygiene.
Hand
sanitizers, soaps, sponge, towels, because these are the things that, people really need to make sure that their skin health is maintained. Yeah, and then, of course, the access to water, to potable water is very, very important to mention here.
I am really, really interested in the proper hygiene part because I feel like a lot of people really lack proper hygiene.
Absolutely.
And it's not only limited to resources that they are, that is available at their disposal. Just personally, they just lack how to take good care of themselves and their surroundings. So can you throw more light to that as to how proper hygiene could be a major cause of scabies?
Because when it comes to hygiene and grooming, I think it's something that should be instilled in a child from the earliest age. Your parents should watch you, have your bath by yourself. By the time you're becoming
even when they do, laziness could also come into play.
Well, the truth of the matter is that is where discipline comes in. When you can't take care of your own self, then how do you take care of other people around you? How do you take care of your environment?
Exactly.
When you're at a loss at what to do to take care of your own body. So it's important that parents, part of the normal upbringing of a child, apart from the morals and knowing how to be cautious and respectful, is also how to learn to take good care of yourself.
Definitely.
And appear clean all the time. And when we're talking of cleanliness, we're not talking of just cleanliness of your skin alone. Your clothes, your beddings, your towels, all your personal effects, everything must be properly done. Laundry done when it should be done, and your environment kept as clean as possible. Because these are the things that if parents fail at this, then it's a major failure. Because if they don't learn how to do it at home, then do you expect them to learn it when they're in school? When they're
all by themselves?
When they're all by themselves. So I think really when it comes to parental upbringing of children, you, like they say, charity begins at home. You cannot expect the school to give to your child what you have failed to give your child at home.
Definitely.
So I believe that hygiene is something that should be enforced. When a child is in infancy, of course, you would have to do all the hygiene yourself as the responsible adult around. But by the time the child is growing and becoming a bit independent, you should teach the child how to brush their teeth properly. You should teach the child how to have a proper bath. You should teach a child how to use the toilet and clean up properly. You should teach a child how to change their clothes. You should teach a child how to do their laundry. Even how to wash their own plates.
Definitely.
These are basic stuff that, that live with a child for the rest of their life. So if you miss it at those formative years where they're expected to learn from you who is the responsible adult in their lives, then it will be a major failure in the long run. And as for the boarding schools, the hostels, the prisons, and places where you have a lot of people.
Yeah, especially the prisons, because they almost cannot help themselves.
Yeah, they almost cannot help themselves. So that is why, systems must be in place to make sure that everything they need to take care of their hygiene must be provided.
All right, so this is a message to the government,
Of course, water, spacing out, you don't need overcrowding. You need decent spaces between inmates. And then you need decent spaces, even in the hostels. You don't need people to be clumped up together like sardines. People need good space, so that there's good ventilation, and then people have their own personal effects. And you don't need to intrude on another person's privacy just because you want to get things done. You don't need to bump into each other in a very small, limited, restricted space. So all these are very essential things that we can, put in place, because it's skin-to-skin contact. There's no how you relate with other people and you will not have some form of contacts with them. And you can imagine in a place that is overcrowded, that is poorly ventilated, that there's no water, there's no adequate soap or personal hygiene effects. It becomes a problem, and then it becomes almost like an epidemic or the outbreak of scabies in such locations.
All right, so what exactly about proper hygiene is really important in the cause of this particular disease? Is it that there are insects that could cause this because of dirt and all of that? Can you just break that down so that we can understand from where this whole proper hygiene has to come from in this disease?
So the mite that is implicated in scabies actually finds its way into the skin. And once it burrows its way into the skin, it sets up some kind of allergic reactions that results in the intense itching. And then it causes irritation in the skin, and you have the rash and those pruritic lesions that we talked about. But the important thing to do is, first and foremost, you must make sure that you have a decent bath. You know how to...
Decent bath.
Yeah, you know how to bath yourself properly. Properly.
Shouldn't we do a lecture on how to bathe?
Yeah, maybe in some cases, because sometimes you even watch.
Nobody tends to inspect you in the bathroom, so you just do whatever you like and come outside.
Correct.
So how are we sure that you were bathing
Correct.
properly?
That is why some people, when they say they're coming out of the bathroom, you look at them and you ask,
"Are you sure you took your bath?
Are you sure you were not just playing in there? Are you sure you did anything in there?" Because by the time they come out, you expect that somebody who has had a proper bath should look a certain way.
Yeah.
And then you should also, for children who are in their, still very young, you can actually do some random inspection. And then you take a look at their skin from time to time. Is there any unusual rash? Is there any unusual itching? So when you see a child putting his hands in his shorts and scratching something, you better investigate and find out. Or you find a child having marks, nail marks, scratch marks all over their bodies. It's something to investigate. It may not be scabies all the time. Sometimes it could be due to another kind of allergy. You can also have other skin problems that can make you itch. Or you could also have some drug reactions that can make you itch. But for scabies, the itching is quite intense, and you would know that
it's good for a doctor to diagnose this by himself.
And the parents or the older people around, in terms of if it's a child, they should be very observant, and they should know when a child is having some concerns, because sometimes the child will not talk to you about it, but it's what you observe that you're going to act on. And then you take the child for proper examination. So some investigations are done to actually confirm the diagnosis. Most times it's a clinical diagnosis. Once you see the presenting symptoms and you see how the child has presented, typically after infection, it takes about 2 to 6 weeks for you to see the manifestation, on the skin of the person. But for most people, or most doctors, just a physical examination is enough to make the diagnosis, because of the particular areas where the infection is usually focused on mostly. And then, of course, you now look at all that scenario around the history that you have taken. Do they live in an overcrowded place? Is there poor quality? Is there no access to water? Are their hygienic practices there faulty? Is the person living in a hostel? Is the person in a refugee camp and all that? So you can see that it is more common amongst a certain group of people than other certain groups of people. So for most people, it's usually people of lower socioeconomic class or people who are in confinement.
In confinement. When you were talking about bathing, it occurred to me that we should also talk about the amount of times we should have a proper bath in a day. So once or twice daily. I want you to just talk about that.
That depends on multiple factors. Some people sweat more than other people. Some people, of course, we that live in the tropics, our climate is hot, you sweat a lot. So if you know that you are somebody who tends to sweat a lot, or your kids tend to sweat a lot, well, they should probably have their bath twice a day. Because even your normal sweat, once it stays on the skin for so long, tends to irritate the skin and causes some form of reaction on the skin. And you may find people having the heat rash or atopic dermatitis or any type of skin irritation, which is usually uncomfortable even for a child. And for children in their infancy who can't communicate, you just find them, crying or being irritable, and you can't really find out why they are crying or why they're having that problem. That's why you as the adult or as the parent must be observant and find out if there's any new rash or anything generally that is appearing newly on the child that is making the child uncomfortable. And then I think it's important to also emphasize on washing your towels, washing your bed sheets.
Oh my God, you just read my mind, like you took it out of my mind. I was going to talk about it. Towels, we only use them when you just take our baths and then you just spread them, they get dry. The next day you do the same thing. And some people don't even wash this. They just forget. we don't wear it. It doesn't get dirty.
And
So
nobody
please,
sees
let's talk
it,
about
right?
it. And let's also talk about beddings too.
Beddings, your
Changing of the
pillowcases.
pillowcases.
Yeah,
Oh, please, we should talk about
very
it.
important. So you need to do your beddings very regularly. Your laundry must be done frequently.
So how often?
Very often, maybe weekly if you can. It's very important. And then because of the sensitivity certain people have, they react to certain detergents. So when you're doing your laundry, you should just make sure that it's all the things you use in doing your laundry are things that you're already used to. In case you start using a new detergent, you may start having a new kind of rash or an irritation that you don't know where it's coming from. I remember I've had a couple of patients that started having some skin irritation and they didn't know where it was coming from. And it would just take the shape of where the shirt covers. The neck, up to half of the neck where the collar gets to, up to the sleeves, up to the trunk and the back. And you're wondering, where is it coming from? And it's not affecting any other parts of your body. So definitely it's not a systemic problem. It's not in your blood. Your blood gets everywhere. So, but why is it cutting out just your shirt pattern? And then you now ask the patient, so how do you do your laundry? And the person tells you, oh, I use these dry cleaners. And then you now ask them, are they new? Say, yes, they are new. I was using somewhere else, but now I'm using a new place. It's probably the new detergents they are using for you. And when the person went back to where he was using before, everything stopped even without a treatment.
Can you imagine?
So you know now that even
we
sometimes...
have to be really observant.
Yes, because some people have very sensitive skin. And some people even are sensitive to certain types of skincare products too. The kind of soap, the kind of makeup, you know, can make them break out or give them some kind of rash that they didn't used to have before. So people should be careful when they're making choices of skincare products, especially when they have sensitive skin and they know they are prone to developing some kind of skin problems. You have specialists called dermatologists. You know, that's a branch of medicine dedicated to skin and skin problems. You know, they are very much available. If you have any skin concerns, those are the people to get to see.
It's funny how people just go to the vendors, like people that sell the skin products. Like, oh, what is good for this particular thing? And it just assume that they will be the ones to give them the best prescription.
But it's also important for us to note here that we have also heard some very funny things, like people mix creams together. Like, when I heard that, like, I was in shock that you actually mix products together. These are products that have their own components. And when you mix things together, you form a new compound altogether. And you don't know if what you have mixed together now, even if they were as separate components, if they were fine for you, but now that they are mixed up and they form a new compound, the new compound may not be safe for you. And not to talk of people who now go into the skin lightening and bleaching and the hydroquinones and all that.
Very wonderful.
So it's important that we know exactly what we apply on our skin and where to go should a skin problem arise.
All right. So let's shift the focus back to scabies. So you talked about scabies being very intense at night. Why is that?
Well, because most times the insects, you know, that's probably when they lay their eggs, you know, and you can imagine something laying eggs in your skin. That's kind of disgusting, you know, so they are multiplying in there and, you know, and that gives, and your body reacts to it because they laying eggs under your skin. Your body sends a kind of reaction, you know, that gives you that itching. You know, because it's an allergic reaction to what is happening in your skin that shouldn't be there. So these are foreign invaders that enter your skin, that find their way into your skin, you know, through all the factors that we mentioned earlier. But it's important that everybody everywhere should pay attention to their hygiene levels and don't share clothes, don't share personal effects like your towels, don't share personal effects like your underwears, and don't share personal effects. Of course, you don't share. I don't think anybody shares their toothbrush. I don't know. But you never can tell.
I don't know. I don't think we should go there. Let's not go there, please, because some things will just shock you now. So let's talk about the signs. So when people are, you know, already having this skin condition, what are the early signs that you should pay attention to before it escalates?
Okay, they should pay attention to a new rash. They should pay attention to intense itching. They should pay attention to the webs of the fingers in the hands, you know, and then around the buttock area, you know, around the thighs and the buttock area. Those are special areas they should pay attention to. And then ultimately, it is diagnosed as a clinical symptom, like I said, it's sometimes clear to the doctor that this is scabies. But some other times you may need to do some skin scraping tests where they do a skin scraping and then they find the eggs of the tick there. Yeah. So that's ultimately confirms the diagnosis.
All right. So these scabies, I'd like to know, how can we tell the difference between scabies and skin reactions like eczema or other allergies? How can we tell the difference, knowing that everything still boils down to the skin?
Well, there are a number of skin reactions or different conditions that can give you a skin allergy or a skin rash. Like we said, if it's a heat rash, you would notice it's just going to be numerous on your skin and it may just be generalized, or it may be limited to areas where, are covered. Yes, places where, your clothes cover, because that's where you sweat, and then sweat gets trapped under your clothes and then irritates your skin and all that. Then in some other cases, if it's eczema is usually scaly and dry. And then, it can leave some kind of patches. Eczema is not raised. It's not, you can't feel it. Like if you touch your skin, you're not going to feel any rough areas. It's just still going to remain flat. But you're going to see that some areas look drier than usual and a bit flaky and may look, a bit discolored from the normal skin complexion.
Color, yeah.
So you would know that, okay, this is probably eczema. Then you also have some other reactions that are drug reactions. When people take some medications, they react to certain drugs, and then you find that this is more generalized because the child is just covered in a rash that was not there before, and you can trace the onset of that rash to when they started a new medication, or you can trace the onset of the rash to when they ate a new food or when they made a trip somewhere. So you can know that this is an allergic reaction. And then sometimes you may even have contact dermatitis, where you touch something, maybe a chemical, based on the kind of job you do or your occupation or whatever, you come in contact with some irritants, and then you find out that the exact areas of your body that came in contact with that chemical is where it's affected. So it just tells you that this is contact. It has to do with something touching you and then your body having that allergic reaction. But for scabies, the itching that we call pruritus is the main diagnostic feature.
Pruritus.
Yeah, that's the medical term for intense itching. So that tells you that you're dealing with something that scabies should rank high in your differential diagnosis. So basically, it's something that can actually affect any age group depending on where you find yourself.
I was going to ask if it is limited to a certain age group, or if the reaction is the same for all
So it doesn't have
ages.
it doesn't have predilection for gender or age or anything. Any age group or any gender can be affected depending on where you find yourself and your level of hygiene. So the personal effect, the beddings, the towels, the clothes, you should make sure that you do your laundry, you dry them properly. And another thing is
ventilation.
Yeah, proper ventilation. I think we've mentioned this before the program, and then we want to make sure that you keep your environment as clean as possible. Those are all the essentials that you need to keep it at bay, because without that, you would always shake someone, you'd always come in contact with someone. And it's important for us to mention that for scabies in particular, if any member of the household is infected, everybody should be on guard, because
exactly, it is highly contagious. So how can that happen?
Because it's from skin to skin contact.
Yeah. I'm asking, how can they be on guard?
They can be on guard by making sure that they do not share, personal effects with the person. They keep a safe distance from the person, and then ultimately they themselves too can start using some of the topical treatments that we normally recommend for scabies, in case that they're seeing anything that looks like it's coming on them. So basically, it's more of prevention than actually waiting for it to happen to you, because once somebody around you that is in close proximity to you has it, it's just a matter of time before it spreads very quickly.
Wow.
So in boarding schools, you can actually, there can be a breakout of it.
But it's not like if someone with scabies is here right now, just by staying close to the person, you can contact it.
It has to be skin-to-skin contact.
Okay.
which would normally happen with kids, even adults.
Yeah.
Once you're interacting with people, there's no way you can continuously stay away from them.
Actually.
Unless you stay in cubicles and you have a confined space for each person, which is not
not
feasible.
possible.
Exactly. So it's very important that everybody knows that when somebody is infected, the treatment should be aggressive and making sure that you limit access or restricted access to that person.
So, you mentioned something about sensitive skins. I've met people with sensitive skins, like highly sensitive skin, and the little thing, like the very smallest thing, can just cause a skin reaction. Now, when people like this easily get skin reactions, how can they now differentiate what exactly is happening to them?
Well, some people have allergies, and that is their genetic makeup. It is not an illness, but that is just how they are wired. So they're a bit more sensitive than the general population. So they are hypersensitive to certain things around them. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain foods. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain chemicals.
Exactly.
Yeah, so some, it could be sensitivity to something in the environment. And other people, when placed in the same conditions, don't have any issues at all. So that's what distinguishes them. It's just for them to know they're a bit different and to watch out for what their triggers are. So over time, you identify your triggers as, okay, this is what I react to. I know that if I stay away from this thing would stop, but if I go back to this thing comes back on. So you just watch the trend of things and keep a diary of those things and know that, okay, since I'm a bit different from other people, when I see them eating this, I stay off. Or when I see them using this product.
So basically self-awareness.
Self-awareness, and then making sure that you go to see a dermatologist.
Regularly.
Because you are a dermatological patient. Because that means that you need to often visit the dermatologist so that a skin assessment is done. And when you do have a flare, which you would be having from time to time, the dermatologist would know what to do to quell the infection, to quell the allergy or the reaction, and will give you the simplest of products to use. So that means you are not a candidate for, you go online and see any product and just choose one, just because it looks fanciful or you like the fragrance or people have written good comments or remarks about it. You have to be intentional about everything you use, and you have to run it by a professional to be sure that it's safe for you to use.
When you were talking, it just occurred to me that people actually visit the medical doctor for everything.
Absolutely.
And they don't understand that they are specialists, right? So we have to reiterate the fact that they are specialists for different kinds of conditions.
Absolutely, yes. So for different conditions, as you have different systems in the body, digestive system, your circulatory system, your excretory system, your central nervous system, you also have specialists across those systems. So that is why it is kind of compartmentalized, so that you have specialists for different systems, so that when anything happens, these are people that see only cases relating to that system.
Exactly. So they are most knowledgeable
because they've seen thousands and thousands of people with that condition, and they are able to manage it effectively. So your case won't be any new thing to them. So those are the best people to see.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, and one of the things we've been able to establish so far is the fact that self-awareness is very important. And please pay attention, pay close observation to your children, your surroundings, and even to yourselves. But right about now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the treatments. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Spiritus, your host, and I'm still with Dr. Charles Adiogun. We are discussing on the topic of scabies, a skin reaction, a skin infection, I beg your pardon. And we've been able to establish the causes and how that you should take good care of your surroundings. Proper hygiene, very, very important. But we cannot talk about all of these without talking about the treatment options made available for this particular disease. So Dr. Charles Adiogo, thank you very much for staying till this time. So we're talking about the treatments now. So what treatment options are made available and how effective are they?
Well, scabies is quite treatable, and like we always say, once you see something, do something about it. There are medications that are quite effective that are available. We have some of them like permethrin, we have benzyl benzoate, and then we also have antihistamines, which, everybody knows antihistamines are for allergic reactions and they help to reduce the intensity of the itching. So some of these come as creams or ointments, and they've been very useful. And then you have some sulfur ointments, some sulfur compounds too that have been found to be very effective in reducing the intensity of the itch and giving relief to people that have this. And ultimately, it's important to note that when you have scabies, it's not something that you have it one time and then you are immune to it for the rest of your life.
Wow. So it's possible it comes back?
Yes, you can always get it back, if the same conditions that brought it up in the first place, comes to play.
So it's even
again.
important to know what caused it for you so that you can know how best to prevent it.
And usually it's not difficult because, like we said, hygiene always plays a role. The accessibility to water plays a role, and then, of course, overcrowding and then overpopulated places or confinements are particularly at risk.
All right, so are there home remedies or we should stick to medical prescriptions?
Please always stick to medical prescriptions, and please do not prescribe for yourself. Self-medication is absolutely no. So go to see your doctor.
Don't self-diagnose, don't self-medicate.
So if you have any medical condition, as small as itching, you may always self-diagnose and say, oh, it's just a little rash. But what kind of rash is it? If you're dealing with a child, you could have measles. How would you know if it is measles? How would you know if it is chicken pox? These are all skin manifestations. How would you know if somebody has rubella infection? How would you know if somebody has atopic dermatitis? There are all sorts of skin problems that people have that it is only a medical professional that can differentiate them. And the method of treatment of each of these conditions are completely different. So you cannot go wrong going to see a medical practitioner. And if you see a medical practitioner, the medical practitioner deems it fit to refer you to a dermatologist, then you should go to see a dermatologist, because the dermatologist would now probably do some skin scraping or do some other investigation to actually nail what your diagnosis is precisely and be able to give you the right treatment you require to manage the condition.
All right, so let's talk about the mites. Now, those insects that you talked about, the mites. So how can we get rid of them?
Making sure that, your beddings, your mattress, they're properly cleaned up. And then for people who live in areas where there's a lot of moisture and dampness in the mattress and all that, different people have been on the mattress over time, or different people are using the mattress, like in hotels and all that, all those kind of places, you need to be changing that often. And then you need to make sure that you can do some spraying, using insecticides, using some fumigation and all that. All those from time to time would really be helpful. And then you make sure that in places like hotels, the towels and the personal effects in the bathrooms are changed, making sure that each person that comes in, each visitor that comes in has their own unit and package of towels and personal effects, and they don't need to use something that somebody else has used before.
Exactly. So these people should be really aware.
Really aware. Otherwise, you just have a spread of this from person to person, and before you know it can affect practically everybody around. So it's very essential that all these systems are put in place and they are strictly adhered to.
All right. So how about the treatment options? How long does it take for them to take effect? At what point should people with this particular disease start to feel relief?
Well, when it comes to efficacy of treatments, it's not written in stone. It varies from person to person. But by the time you start your antihistamines, by the time you start the benzyl benzoate or your sulfur ointment, you should start feeling some significant relief within the first week of treatment. But of course, you have to continue treatment for you to have an absolute relief of the entire problem. Because for some people, their relief comes faster than others. So just like you have a sample of a population sample, people are on treatment. The response to treatment varies from person to person because it's multifactorial.
All right. So we've talked about hotels and how that the people in charge should make sure that they understand the dynamics of personal hygiene. We've talked about personally how we should be very conscious of our, environmental hygiene and all of that. Now let's talk about schools, because these children cannot help themselves. They're still very little and they don't know much. So what do you recommend that schools do to help prevent the spread of cases like this?
Well, it's important that aside from the school teaching academics, they can also, emphasize on good grooming and hygiene, and then making sure that there are practical examples.
Exactly, so that it's not just on paper.
It's not just on
paper. Is it good to brush your teeth? Yes,
exactly.
And you don't do it.
How many times do we have our bath? Let somebody demonstrate how this is done.
Exactly.
Let an adult, because
I think children even relate more with practical than
of course,
theory.
because they're very visual. Whatever they see, they learn. The visuals are a very important aspect of learning for children. You can't tell a child what he can't see. He can't appreciate it. But show him the colors, he'll be able to identify the colors, Sing a song to him, he'll be able to recall the song. So hearing and visuals, so very, very essential. So sometimes I find out that even some kids don't know how to wash their hands properly. Because if you tell them, let me watch you wash your hands, you just see them fondling with the soap and just wasting water and all that. But when an adult has taken time to actually demonstrate properly how these things are done, they're able to learn and they're able to reproduce exactly what you've done. So good grooming, hygiene, emphasis on hygiene in the school is very important. So it is done both at home and in school. And then the school can also make sure that the living environments for students who are in the boarding house is very conducive. And then making sure that their mattresses, their beddings, if they're going to be doing their laundry themselves, it should be monitored by an adult. If the school is doing the laundry, then special attention is made towards ensuring that it's done regularly and appropriately. And then making sure that their personal effects, the towels, the clothes, very, very important, they are handled with utmost care. Because that's the only way you can keep it at bay. And if they find out any child has it, that child should be sent home and properly treated before resuming back home.
Yeah. Exactly. We should really emphasize that.
Yeah, be sent home, not as a punishment.
Yes, but just to take good care of themselves and to protect the other children.
Yes, just to curb the spread of the condition amongst other people. Keeping in mind how contagious it is.
All right, so we're moving on the first link. So finally, what advice would you give to anyone who may be embarrassed because, itching in public and all of that, they might want to hide it and all of that. So what advice would you give to people that are embarrassed or afraid to seek treatment for scabies?
Well, I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. And I don't think you can even hide that kind of itching, to be honest.
Okay.
You may not be able, you may not be able to hide it because it could really be very uncomfortable.
Yes.
But for you to be ashamed to see a medical professional, I would not. I find it hard to understand why. Because there is no condition you want to tell the doctor he probably has never heard about.
Except the doctor is lacking emotional intelligence, or what do we call this now?
Well, it's not. It's not even. I won't even say emotional intelligence.
I actually get that kind of complaint sometimes. Oh, I don't like visiting that doctor again because that particular doctor, I told him what happened to me, and he's judging me. He's looking at me like. And all of that. It may really.
Well, that has multiple responses because for some people, they misinterpret the doctor sometimes. So, because you can't read anybody's mind accurately. So, when you say somebody's looking at you somehow, how are you 100% sure that what your assumption is correct? You may have misread the doctor. You don't know the doctor so closely. So, you may actually be the one judging wrongly, number one. Then, number two, if you actually think that, which I know is very unprofessional, no well-trained doctor is going to hear your complaints and laugh at you or make jest of the condition. Nobody's going to do that because that is against the ethics. Because you have to show empathy as a professional and you need to know that this person has come to you for care and you should address it, in a confidential manner and in a way that the person does not feel judged. The person feels at ease talking to you, and the person knows that you are giving them the best care possible. So I think basically nobody should feel embarrassed about any condition, even aside scabies. There is absolutely no condition, be it physical, mental, or emotional, whatever condition it is that affects a human, that you stand in front or you sit in front of a medical professional that you should be ashamed of. You need help. That is why you're going, and that is why they are there.
Yes.
They are trained to be there to help you. So under no circumstance should you feel, out of place or uncomfortable. So I think people too should work on their minds that when you're approaching a medical professional, just know he's there to help you. Just know he's there to patiently listen to you. And he's non-judgmental. He is empathetic. He's a good listener. And he's there to give you the right guidance towards your recovery. So you being ashamed and withholding information will be to your own detriment at the end of the day, because he only works with the information you give him. You don't give out that information, they don't practice witchcraft. So they won't know what you don't tell them. So it's very essential that you open up your, your mind, when you're seeing a doctor. Keep an open mind and be rest assured you're speaking with a professional. Unless now we now have to qualify the kind of doctor. When people say doctor now, is it really a doctor or just anybody that you're just giving the title to? But if it's a licensed medical practitioner, you have nothing to fear. You can be at peace and open up.
All right, coming from a very reliable source, a medical doctor himself, you are safe, completely safe with the medical professionals. So please make sure that you pay attention to your health, self-awareness, observance, and all of that. So a very big thank you to Dr. Charles Adioko, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much, doctor, for your insightful contribution.
Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome. And so to our viewers, remember that scabies isn't something to be ashamed of. It's a common infection that can happen to anyone. So early detection, proper treatment, and hygiene are the keys to staying healthy. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your health and total well-being a priority. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. We'll see you next week, but until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay alive.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thanks.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They come here enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content it come on at VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by Northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdusalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Education is the foundation of our national development and the ladder to economic empowerment. This powerful statement by former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi underscores the critical role education plays in shaping our economy, strengthening our society, and empowering future generations. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine the issues, policies, innovations, and people shaping the future of education in Nigeria. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today, we begin with a major development from the National Assembly. Later on the program, we will also be shifting our focus to digital literacy and the skills needed to prepare young Nigerians for a knowledge-driven economy. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. The Nigerian Senate has approved the Sexual Harassment of Students Prevention and Prohibition Bill 2025, a law that prescribes up to 14 years in prison for lecturers and other educators found guilty of sexually harassing students in tertiary institutions. Deputy Senate leader Senator Lola Shiru, who presented the bill for concurrence, said the legislation is designed to protect students and strengthen ethical standards across campuses. Under the new bill, offenses such as demanding sexual favors, making unwelcome advances, inappropriate physical contact, or encouraging others to harass students will attract between 5 and 14 years in jail with no option of fine. Offenders guilty of lesser related offenses face 2 to 5 years imprisonment, also without an option of fine. The bill also empowers victims to pursue civil action and allows complaints to be filed not only by the students, but also by relatives, guardians, and concerned individuals. Reports can be submitted to the police, the Attorney General, or an institution's sexual harassment committee. The only defense recognized under the law is lawful marriage between educator and the student. Consent is not valid where there is a power imbalance. The bill now awaits presidential assent. Now, joining me to discuss this is Ibrahim Babatunde Jinadu, who is an educationist, a youth advocate, and a special advisor to the permanent board member for planning, research, and statistics at the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board. And virtually, I have Dr. Olasukanmi Arowolo, who is a lecturer, a media scholar, and the founder of Research Africa. Ibrahim, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boya.
Thank you so much for coming on the program.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's begin with the first conversation. With the new bill prescribing up to 14 years imprisonment for convicted educators, what structural reform and reporting mechanisms must universities put in place to ensure that victims feel safe, supported, and confident enough to report harassment without fear of backlash or academic victimization? And tell us your general perception about this new bill.
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. I would say as an educationist, for students and educators sexual harassment bill, in first instance, I will advise the institution to have what we call the sexual harassment response unit. So that will be a unit, a physical infrastructure will be in the campus, whereby they will have what we call an encrypted app for students to submit complaint without fear, and they will have external body like National University Commission, that is the NUC, to oversee
the affair of the. So you are saying that the role of the National University Commission should go beyond accrediting institutions. They should also see to messages and issues relating to this.
Definitely. I think we need the National University Commission, NUC to interfere so they can oversee, so that the students won't be afraid to complain. And with that, we need the representative from the school staffs. We need a representative from the NUC, and also we need a representative of the student union. And I will advise the legal advisor of the student union to
also be part of the committee. Now, talking about student union and talking about the committee, which you of course mentioned now, the role of student union in universities cannot be overemphasized. Talking about student union being involved in the sexual harassment committee, do you think would be the role of student union? What role do you think they would play in that process?
That's why I said I will advise this student union legal advisor. He knows what to do. He will advise the student on what to do and what not to do. And he can stand for the student.
All right, so false accusation remains a concern in any punitive law. People tend to accuse lecturers wrongly, even when we know that some of these lecturers are doing things that are right. So what robust verification and investigative system should be established to protect both the students and educators, while ensuring that justice will be ensured?
Thank you so much. I think, once again, I will say this, where the institution needs to have what we call the rapid response verification unit for the students, whereby we have, we engage with the forensic psychologists, we have legal auditors from maybe the MBA, so they can do that for the, to get across with the complaint to get across the complaint, maybe yes, this is valid or not. So when the law is trying to punish the offenders, the law will also free the innocent educators and lecturers.
All right. So given that the bill allows complaints from students, relatives, and third parties, meaning that the complaints are not limited to only the students alone, the parents of these students can also make complaints. The guardians or the third parties that are involved that knows about what, because a lot of people are sexually harassed, but they cannot speak out.
Definitely.
But this bill now say that the restriction or the complaint should not be limited to the students alone. The relatives should also interfere. So how do you think authorities can manage cases like this, where accused claims of the allegation is politically or personally motivated, especially in competitive academic setting? Because we know that when students refuse to complain and their guardians now complain, how do you think this can be managed? How do you think disciplinary action would be enforced such that people will be able to know that this thing that is really happening is not limited to the students alone? The guardian can also complain. How do you think they will believe the guardian or the relative?
Okay, thank you so much. I will also advise the institution to have what we call a MAP. That is a motive assessment protocol. So during preliminary exercise, yes, they can ask the guardian to submit their details, how relative they are to the complainant, and from there they can take it on and have like I said, the external body to also conduct that and have a better result with that.
So do you think this will not be politically motivated? Do you think that at some point it will not be personally motivated, especially guardians that are in touch or they are personally looking for a lecturer's pitfall or a lecturer's downfall in some instance?
Okay, I think with this, we will need an external, an hybrid, external scrutinization.
Yeah.
So we can achieve that. So for you to, there will be a verification, like a very high standard verification for us to know from the complainant and the accuser. So we can get
complainant and the accuser. I want you to actually tell me who a complainant is and who is an accuser.
The complainants are the students from what we said, and the accuser are the lecturers and educators.
Complainants, accusers. So how do we then bridge the gap between the complainants and the accusers?
Like
in this instance, because you said the complainants are the students, they are the one making complaints.
They are accusing their educators.
Do you think this is even right? If they are found guilty, if the accusers are found guilty, do you think it's right?
If the accuser, no, it's not right. That's why I said we need external body to interfere. Because let me assume I'm a lecturer, you are a lecturer, and the lecturer accused is your friend. You want to cover up.
Yeah.
But when there is an external body, that will not occur. So the complainant can get justice.
Dr. Lasukomi, good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. We are very glad to have you join us once again from the United Kingdom. All right, so we are talking about the Sexual Harassment and Prohibition Bill. And this bill states that consent is not valid where power imbalance exists. Now, I want you to, first of all, tell us your general assessment of this bill. And then with the law now extending reporting channels to police, attorney general offices, and institutional committees, what role should university play in ensuring that independence, professionalism, and confidentiality within their internal complaint resolution system work?
Okay, I'll start with my assessment. I think this is a long-awaited judicial and policy that needed to have implemented this long time ago. You know, I would say, like the first speaker said, however, it needs to be done appropriately. When I say appropriately, it needs to be done with a sense of responsibility and looking at it from all angles. He has mentioned that there is need for independent body. I will call it independent safeguarding units. When I say safeguarding, there's what they call safeguarding policy. It is meant to protect both the students and the staff, meaning that there is a button that anybody can press at any time, and there is a constant updated reporting system that will log activities. So usually the first logger will be the one that will be like the complainant putting the system. So it is student-centered, but the entire power shouldn't be put into students' hands. So also there should be this reporting system should be secure. You understand what I mean by that? There is how do I put it now? We need to get to a point where we can, actually have a transparent system without biases. That will be the foundation of it all. What my own general assessment and that consent, it's not a defense. Yes, you are not meant to have whatsoever relationship that is not professional with your students. That is the standard practice. For those who have crossed that boundary, it's simply because the system allowed it and permitted it. Every office should have a standard communication system. No student should be allowed to call the lecturer directly on their private line, not even texting them on social platform. You're not meant to be connected as such, except for professional network. And also, the school is not providing telephone system in each of the offices where they can be reached within office hours. We've had cases of students reach in chatting with lecturers during the after school hours, after work hours, meaning they are with their family and several messages coming from different students making complaints and more. It puts them at a vulnerable stage. And at what point this even put the student in a position to throw themselves at lecturers, and also it puts the lecturer in a position to even exploit such avenue to take advantage of them. But if there's an official communication system that can be monitored, we won't be talking about this. Email, if you have it, use it. Official email, that sets the boundary. That's my standard. That's what I will use.
Doctor, thank you for raising that point. And based on the point you actually raised now, some would argue that enforcement will be difficult where lecturers hold significant power over students' grades, recommendation, and academic advancement. So do you think that Nigeria should consider independent academic evaluation and grading system to reduce lecturer-student power abuses related to sexual coercion? And based on the email that you have said right now, do you think that it's at all points in time that every lecturer will be abreast to respond to emails?
Well, I would say that you can't have independent grading system. You can only have an holistic, transparent, and even questionable grading system. When I say questionable, you can ask questions. The student will get real-time feedback. Bring all of this offline marking and essay instead of using papers where a lecturer can just take it to his bedroom and mark. Bring them all online where it can be verified. The input output. It is even easier to even evaluate, to moderate some of this marking. So have a drag track standard. Institutional investigation can be based on balanced and it is actually under probability. If at all we want to make reference to the standards of grading for lecturers, they taught these materials. They have the same right to grade it, except where they are now deemed incompetent to do that because of some reasons. So what I'm saying is that bring them online. You can't bring an independent. What will be the standard? You only need that where their trust is now questionable.
All right. Thank you so much for that thought, Doctor. Sexual harassment on campuses is often systemic, supported by silence and culture. So what punishment or beyond punishment, what proactive education ethics, training, and cultural reform must be implemented to dismantle long-standing pattern of intimidation and inappropriate lecturer-student relationship?
Oh, it's okay. Again, it all boils down to the system. I understand the culture, the silent culture is there, and we need to be very careful here. The point is that in the university environment, there is a clear boundary. There should be a defined clear boundary between the student and lecturer. It should be defined, irrespective of the culture. We are multi-ethnic group, and there are different backgrounds, different cultures. We have allowed it. Culture is made for the people, not the people made for culture. You understand that? We have to understand that. And the culture, the Yoruba culture that I belong to, that I come from, the Nigerian culture that I know, do not allow sexual harassment. You can't touch people. It doesn't make sense. You have to be married to the person before you can even be intimate with them. It is just the degrading moral system. So when we say systemic, the university environment created that vulnerability.
So what do you think can be done to recover the systemic degradation that you have mentioned? And of course, there have been cases of institutions attempting to cover up harassment to protect their reputation. So what punitive measures should apply to university or administrators who suppress reports or intimidate complainants? And how can transparency be enforced?
All right, I've made it clear. Safeguarding policies. This is practicable. It is being done in foreign nations. However, do not copy theirs. Design yours to fit, because theirs have its limitation. You understand what I mean? If you have a clear safeguarding boundaries, and the lecturers, it also boils down to the lecturers, the teachers themselves. They have to be set boundaries. Safeguardings are good because you safeguard not just the student, you safeguard the lecturer too. Both parties can, report case. An independent body come to evaluate it. It is not for the school. It's for an independent body to undo and to bring the parties, evaluate the statement and identify any vulnerability, take evidences and get witnesses where necessary. And also, you don't need to get to the point where you set up a lecturer before you are able to find out the truth. But unfortunately, because they don't have all of this structure in place, they have to go to that extent of setting up lecturers before they can get them trapped. If there is a safeguarding practice, everybody is aware. There will be clear communication. They know the boundaries. They know what they need to do per time. That make everything clear, and you can't be ignorant of what is already made known to you. Thank you.
Now, Doctor, thank you for raising that point that you can't be ignorant of what is being made known to you. The bill acknowledges marriage as a defense. How do we address ethical concerns around educators pursuing romantic or marital relationships with current students, even if consensual, given the imbalance of power and influence?
Marriage is not a defense.
Whether you are married or not married, or to this sexual harassment bill,
it does not automatically exempt you from being an harasser or abuser.
So either you are married or not, you can
abuse your partner even in marriage, and that is the different case for another thing. So for people, in fact, most lecturers who are found wanting is because they have a failing marriage or they don't have a solid relationship, or perhaps they just don't have moral standard. So it's actually it's marriage is not a defense, like it has been rightly said. That you're married is not a direct clear cut. It's not an alibi. It's not an alibi. It doesn't work. So we have to separate all of those boundaries and treat cases separately. Yes.
All right. So you are still of the view that moral standards should be upheld, irrespective of whatever happens between the students. There should be moral standard between the lecturer. There should be moral standard.
Yes. Yeah, it's again, let me just make this clear. It boils down to the lecturers, standing on their foot and making their decision clear cut that, okay, this is a professional relationship, and treat it as one, because your parents have entrusted their children in your hands. In fact, the categories of students in school now, they are younger ones. They don't really know their left from their right. And they think they can use what they have to get what they want. So you have been entrusted to guide them morally, because the certification after graduating in school is in learning and character. So what character, what kind of things are you teaching them? What kind of, what should be the quality of their experience when they are done? Or can they look back and say that they've been truly imparted? So you have been entrusted. It is for lecturers now to take the responsibility, to be responsible just as they would. Well, not all of them are, for them to even to their children. But in this case, you have been entrusted. There's a moral standard expected. There's a code of ethics, and you should follow that through.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
We'll start discussing this and
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor. Moral standard, code of ethics should be upheld as regards to the sexual harassment and prohibition bill. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. As technology continues to reshape global learning systems, Nigeria is taking bold steps to prepare the next generation for a digital future. The National Senior Secondary School Education Commission has announced plans to train 1,500 teachers nationwide in digital literacy, with an additional 6,000 educators to be trained through a partnership with Google on artificial intelligence and emerging tech skills. According to the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Dr. Iyela Ajayi, 50 senior secondary schools across the 36 states and the FCT have also been selected for upgrade in infrastructure and learning facilities. At the core of this initiative is a clear message. Without strong digital capacity in our schools, Nigeria risks falling behind in the global knowledge economy. From virtual classrooms to AI-driven learning tools, the world is moving fast and our teachers must move with it. Now, it's important for us to examine the need to invest in teacher digital training, strengthen school infrastructure, and ensure Nigerian students are equipped not only to participate, but to compete globally, while I still have with me seasoned educationists to help us make sense of this topic. Now, let me start with you, Babatunde. How critical is digital literacy for teachers in today's education system?
To me, I would say digital literacy is extremely critical.
Yeah.
Because it's actually needed. It's an essentialist tools for teachers and learners. And when we talk about the digital literacy skills, we need it. The teacher need it, and the teacher need it so that they can use it to prepare our learners for the ecosystem, digital ecosystem world.
So when you say digital ecosystem world, what do you mean? And what immediate impact can this training have on student learning outcome?
Okay, good. When I'm talking about digital ecosystem,
yes,
what I'm trying to say is that when you use what we call an animation, to teach students, when we use visuals, to communicate with students
beyond the classroom,
marker board, it gives them retentive memory. It gives learners to remember what they are seeing, the view they are looking at, and what it makes them recollect what has occurred immediately, so that it also makes the class practicable and engaging.
Okay, I wanted to ask, based on what you've said now, I know you are the special advisor to the permanent board member LASUBEB. Are there initiatives like this in LASUBEB that Lagos State schools are benefiting?
We have Lagos Smart School. It's a model of what we are talking about, digital literacy. And I will also say, even in our rural area, we have our teachers using tabs, ICT, to communicate with their learners, their pupils. So you can see Lagos at advanced when we talk about digital literacy. They are using the ICT system. We have a center hubs whereby pupils go there to learn after during classes.
Thank you so much. Doctor, let me come to you. How do you think we can ensure that students benefit from this initiative, and what policies should be put in place to sustain digital capacity development beyond this rollout?
All right, so first, we have readiness presently is uneven. You can't say what is happening. The development we have in Lagos is the same in other part of the country. So urbans are where resources and the federal colleges and some private schools are advancing, but many public schools face constraints of power, internet, even state schools and devices. The student and teachers need capacity building in this regard. I'm aware that even at some of the premium, I don't want to mention names, with public and state universities, still have to rely on using their personal devices to serve the university needs. This is not supposed to be a work system. Work devices should be separate from personal devices. This is how the security can also be put in place. So there should also be national, and in fact there have been national donors and more, but some of these, the way they use it and distribute it is political and biased, not really for what they intend to use. So the school have to put a system, a tag in place to ensure that both students and lecturers have access to the devices that they need for us to be actually prepared. And now in a fast-moving world, we have the AI coming in, and in fact, if you don't have the devices, how can you even get familiar with some of these platforms? And then when we talk about digital ecosystem earlier, it means the interconnectedness of all of these devices to provide a robust learning environment. There is this saying that I just want to quickly go to you, that 10% of what we read is what we remember. We learn and we remember 20% of what we hear, and we learn and remember what 30% of what we see, 50% of what we see and hear, 70% of what we discuss, and 80% of our experience. Digital ecosystem gives a student experience. You understand that? And we need to heavily invest in it. Presently, the Nigerian education budget is still less than 10%. For a country who wants to become a leader, if you have that foresight, then you have to put a lot of resources and ensure that those resources are put to rightful use, not just allocating and just living.
All right.
And solve the problem of power, solve the problem of internet. We are on our way there.
All right. So in your own view, what skills must Nigerian students acquire to compete in the global digital economy? And how can parents and private sector stakeholders support digital transformation of our schools?
Skills. When you talk about skills, I would say we should begin with our personal development skills. When you are personally motivated to develop yourself, the rest becomes easy. So first time, the core bundle of advancing in this regard is digital literacy, productivity softwares. The school should subscribe and make available to their students using their students' emails to access their subscribed software so that they can use it to learn, and it will be a safe environment for them to use since they're using the university access. So online research build at some high level of independence. This has liberated me long time ago. There's what they call internet poverty or digital poverty. Digital poverty when you don't have access to digital asset devices that can connect you. Internet poverty when you don't have connection, when you are limited by data, by finances, by restrictions. It becomes very, very bad. This speaks of them, the telecommunication industry and the fact that they need to revise the laws that says that people have to buy data per volume. They can pay unlimited, pay monthly by subscription, and have access to online. These are enablers. Create online environment, and also computational thinking is another thing. Problem-solving skills are built when you interact. Look at kids, the younger ones, when they handle devices, even what adults could not do, they are doing because the kids, they spend time with these devices. We have data native and migrants. The data natives are good. The migrants, they don't want to familiarize themselves with it. Their technological accessibility is quite low and they need to improve on this. So this will help them to start thinking in a way that the computer interacts, learning the language of computer. AI literacy, very important. You can't say this thing is bad, this thing is making students cheat. You have to learn the act and see how you can incorporate it. So the UK institution, I would say Cambridge or Oxford, have recently introduced a curriculum, a ChatGPT Edu, that allows that allows students to learn through it, using it. That is a legal framework for us for using AI. And also,
so are there no threats related to that? Are there no threats related to that? Are there no threats?
Are there no what?
Threats.
No, they are not threat because the modules, the LLM has been trained in a way that it is within the curriculum boundary, so we can have an adapted system. The university system can learn from NOA. NOA have done something significant. I'm very happy with National Orientation Agency. They did something significant on their website, just using their online.
We lost that connection there. But we really appreciate your contribution, Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo, who is a lecturer and, of course, a media and communication consultant. Ibrahim, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so much.
Really do appreciate you from the Lagos State University Basic Education Board. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now. And when we return, we'll bring you top stories from Nigeria's education sector. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. The federal government has launched the Nigeria Talent Accelerator Network, a landmark program designed to boost national productivity, accelerate digital transformation, and prepare Nigerians for the future of work. This initiative, unveiled in Lagos, forms part of the World Economic Forum's Skilling Revolution and is coordinated by the National Talent Exports Program, officially placing Nigeria in the Global Accelerators Network. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Uduwole, described the launch as a decisive step towards building a globally competitive workforce capable of driving industrialization, innovation, noting that the platform will connect policy, industry, and education to enhance employability and inclusive growth. Also speaking, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, reaffirmed the government's commitment to aligning education and vocational training with labor market needs, ensuring that young Nigerians develop future-ready skills. The Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Said Ahmad, says the federal government is intensifying efforts to reposition education as a key driver of economic growth and national development. Speaking at the 2025 Annual General Meeting of Principal and Federal Unity Colleges in Lagos, the minister, represented by the Director of Senior Secondary Education, Ajia Binta Abdulkadri, said improving access to quality education, especially for the girl child and persons with special need, remains a top priority. She noted that reforms in curriculum development, teacher professionalization, and digital transformation are underway to equip students with skills for a knowledge-driven economy. Also speaking, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Abel Olumuyiwa Eniton, said a major curriculum overhaul tagged Light Load, Stronger Minds is being implemented to reduce subject overload and strengthen vocational, digital, and STEM pathways, ensuring that students graduate with both knowledge and practical skills. Kano State House of Assembly has introduced a bill seeking to make the mother tongue, particularly Hausa, the official language of instruction in the state. The bill, titled Kano State Mother Tongue Hausa Language Education Enforcement Bill, was sponsored by Musa Kachaku, representing the Takai constituency. Presenting the bill during plenary, Kachaku said the initiative aligns with international best practices, noting that countries like China, Japan, and India recorded major scientific and technological breakthrough after prioritizing early education in their indigenous languages. He explained that adopting Hausa as the primary classroom language would strengthen learning, boost comprehension, and reduce failure rates and help curb school dropouts. The move, he added, would also strengthen and preserve cultural identity and promote inclusive education. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored two key drivers shaping Nigeria's education future: protecting students through stronger anti-harassment laws and equipping teachers with digital skills to power technology-driven learning. From safeguarding learner dignity to preparing educators for a digital era, one thing is clear: Nigeria's education system stands at a defining moment, and the decisions we make today will shape our future workforce and strengthen our nation. For more updates and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada saying thank you for watching and bye for now.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society:
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Voptvlive, them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content they come on at VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration, a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she too is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and a role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bared, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes, another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual. A cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
welcome to another exciting episode of Market Today. My name is Obala Mesoma and I'm here at the Lagos largest thrift market. We are here to know about how traders are actually faring and how we can actually know the challenges that traders are facing in the thrift market business. We're also here to know how you can start up a thrift market business on your own. In case you don't know the market I'm talking about, it's Super Abulegwa Katangwa Market. Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling okrika. I open all sorts of bales. Okay. But now, Tinubu, you don't scatter everything. Before we dey chase ever 600 before, 650, 700, 800 we dey manage them like that. We dey use and buy market. But now 2,740 to collect 1,000 Nigeria money. Shebi you still say you don't kill us. Seba you don't go up past dollar. So now the thing where we see, we just dey push am. As you see me, I just make up. I no get money, because I no wan look like my problem. That is why I just dey do. I dey laugh. I dey do everything. Tinubu don scatter everything. Now we no see person come buy market because the market too cost. The thing where we dey sell 200 before, now 1,000, 15. So now food money then they find. Now to buy food stuff, buy orishirishi for house where children go eat. Now even their children waka naked, you don't concern them. Make they just say okay, make they eat better food. Now in their body.
Can you tell us if somebody wants to start a new business, how would the person go about it?
Before is good though, it's very nice. But now, if you no get money for 3 bail, no start time.
So how much is a bail now?
A bail, some bail 350, 400, 500. Like missing now, you go see am 600. 600 fine market. Or if you want buy fine market,
from 600
fine bail. But if you want buy raggy, where you go open the bail, you see all those people where they go cry, say, hey, I open bail, na lie yo. Na money where they take go buy am o. No be say the bail na raggy. But some they go see better bail, they no go buy am. Then go they find lesser price. So as you see okrika business, as you owe money, now so you go take buy fine markets. No be say then they tie were inside you, but now your money go give you were, go give you better one. So now it be the thing. The business they okay, very okay. Yes.
Good morning, ma.
Morning, sis.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, ma.
How are you? How is your business?
We thank God.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Winifred Oluwatobiloba.
And today we are on a particular project called Market Today.
Okay,
please, can you tell us how your business has been compared to other weeks?
We thank God, but these days there's no much sales. Even things are getting expensive than that of before, and people still believe that they need to buy the ways they bought it before, which does not supposed to be so. But as the thing that has been expensive, there's no much profit on it. Even the sales we make before, during these days, there's no much sales.
Okay. So you're trying to say that there's no more sales right now?
There's no sales. Things are too much expensive. Even the price we bought it, we are buying it before. As of these days, there's no much profit on it again.
So are you trying to tell us that dollar rate is affecting you guys?
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel like doing this business? Like, do it give you more joy? Like thrift business, do it give you more joy on it?
It gave me a lot of joy because as of now, even though you rent a shop for to make the sales, it doesn't move in the shop. It doesn't move. But people believe that instead of them getting it around the street, they need to come to the market to purchase their goods. Even though they buy it the same rate at home, they prefer it better.
Okay. So how have you, like, if someone wants to start a business, a thrift business, what can you advise the person to do? What do you advise the person to do?
I would just advise the person that maybe if you have your money, you based on calculation, you know how much you gain as in your capital during a month or years after that, you know what you've done and your savings. So you don't believe that when you start a business and the business doesn't grow, so you have to know how it grows. You know your profits. Not when some people start a business, so if they have a reduction of their cash or reduction of the money that they, so they can just end it up like that. but you try to check your investment daily, check your investment all the time. So that's what I have to say.
So we are meant to have patience in trip business.
Yes, not every time the sales goes well, but with due to the time it goes, so you have to endure.
What season of the year do you think that thrift business goes well?
During season, Christmas season, resumption of schools.
Okay.
So people change their children wears. Resumption of schools.
Yes.
Festival. Yes. Even this so much of festival. Most specialists is moved during Christmas time, new season.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Kingsley Fine.
Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling gym gown. Gym gown.
Okay, you do on thrift gym gowns?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how much is this thrift gym gowns now?
For 4,000. Yeah.
For 4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So how has business been for you since?
It's been good.
So you're booming?
Yes. I'm also helping my mom to sell as well.
Okay, you're helping your mom to sell?
Yes, I'm helping my mom to sell.
And your mom's business is actually
Yes,
booming?
I'm doing okay.
So since your mom started this business, since you say it's not your own,
yes.
So mom started business, can you tell us any challenge that your mom has faced on this business?
Either you gain or you lose in market. This business, either you gain or you lose. She can buy bread now and the market is not fine. Okay. She will sell it like that and she will have lose like that and the market is not fine.
Okay, so she can she can order a bill, and when she opens it, it's not looking like what she ordered.
Yeah. And
so it's one of the challenges.
Yeah, that one of the challenges. One of the challenges.
So someone that wants to start a trip business, what advice can you give that person?
Just stay focused and keep striving, keep hustling. You reach there.
So the person should have patience.
Yes, patience.
Striving until the person gets to the goal.
You have faith in God that yes, I will make it.
So has dollar rate affected you guys' trip business?
Yes.
In what way?
Like want to go and buy like all those kind of things.
Yes.
That's only I can understand from there.
Okay. So that's one of the challenges that you guys have.
Yes.
So you're trying to tell us that anyone that wants to start a trip business is a good business to start.
Yes.
They are going to make
more gain.
Once you have
patience, yes.
Okay.
And have faith in God.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
I'm Kokiki Esther.
So, Koki Esther, please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell ladies' top.
Ladies' top. So,
Okrika, thrifts.
Thrifts, you do thrifts. Please, can you tell us how your business has been going?
Anyways, we thank God, but due to the economy of Nigeria, it's now on the high side. Before, it was not as expensive as this. Based on the exchange rates, not only dollar, but this Cotonou exchange rates now. Before, Nigerian money has value more than Cotonou money, but now our money is valueless. So Cotonou money has taken over our home money when it comes to exchange rate.
How has dollar rate affected you guys?
Ever since increase, our dollar rate has affected everything. Aside from dollar rate, even this Cotonou money, which is CFAs, it has affected our business because we do shipping things from there. So their money has more value than Nigerian money now. So it has affected every business, especially this Okrika business, food stuff and other things.
So if someone wants to order a bill now, how much it is?
It varies. We don't have a fixed price. Each bill have their own prices. Do you understand? Yes, so we have bills for different ways. For top, we have London bill, we have the China bill. So it varies. It doesn't have a fixed price.
Okay.
But everything have been increased actually.
Okay. So if someone wants to start a strip business, what advice can you give the person?
I will advise the person to have the knowledge. Just don't say, okay, so person is selling on Instagram, I want to start. Have the knowledge. Maybe you can pay to a vendor to train you, so you know how to pick. Then if you have to carry bill, maybe you have your money, you have enough money, capital to start. Just go through it. Let somebody impart that knowledge into you. You should know the in and out of everything so that you will not waste your money, because it's a very technical business. It's not what you can just jump into. At times you might open the bill, it will be very okay, and at times it will be off. It might not be fine because you are not seeing what is inside the market you are buying. You understand? Inside the bill itself. It's just try your luck. You understand what I'm saying?
So trip business is like try your luck business.
Yes, it's try your luck. But if you already have the knowledge, you will know the firm that are very good at. There is no how you make your profits. So we have the boutique standard bill, and then we have the normal bill that can just open for general. That is not that expensive. So you understand? But if you have the knowledge, if you have somebody that puts you through, that you understand the business, so it won't be difficult.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys doing trade business?
For the whole Nigerians, not for trade business alone. The economy. If the economy is okay, if our money is okay, like it has value, the way it used to be before, I think everything will be fine.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Fikayo.
Fikayo?
Yes.
So please, ma, can you tell us what you're selling?
What I'm selling?
You deal on thrifts.
Yeah.
So can you actually tell us how much you sell a thrift wear? Any of the thrift wear, whether it's a top, a skirt, a trouser?
Tops. I said it was 500 before, but now it's 2.5.
So that word you used before and now, it means that dollar rate has affected you guys. So how well has dollar rate affected you guys?
Very well, very well. Because before now, that was saying it's 500. That time we even see more gain, like. But now 2.5, it's just 500 was still not top. Sometimes some because I say 2,000, they'll be like, okay, how many do you want to take? They'll be like, okay, they want to pack plenty, they want to resell. So they'll be like, okay, I can still give you 2.4. So we have to just reduce the price like that.
So dollar rate has affected you guys. So what can you tell me if someone wants to start a trade business, like you going to, and I came to you and I said I want to start a trade business, how can I go about it? Like I have no idea about it. How can I go about it?
First of all, the trade business is not even for the week. Let's just start from that one. It's not for the week.
It's not for the week.
It's not for the week at all. It's not, because there's different type of treat like this now. You can actually pay money down for a trip for this now. They can give you skirts. You can see different type of market inside trips. Sometimes I'm selling pin down and I'm selling cotton bag there. I can just see gown. That's why you see gown. I can see other things inside the bill. So it depends, yeah.
So it's actually not for the week. That's the thing you're telling me.
You have to be strong, because if you open it, you'll be like, this is not what I bought, this is not what I ordered. There's another thing that giving me entirely. So
can you actually, like, if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think this, like, you can actually start with? You need to get a bill first.
Smallest bill. Smallest. I think they have to have like 150 to 200.
150 to 200 to the smallest bill.
Yes.
That's pricey. That's much.
It's very,
that's really much. So that means if you want to go for a bigger one, that's like you have to get up to 300 to 400,
350,
or even 350. That's big. So what do you advise the government to help you guys out? What do you advise the government to do?
The dollar rate should just come down first. Then we can now know what else we want to continue with. But the dollar price is high, so high, very, very high.
So it's really affecting you guys.
Really, really affecting us.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm cool. Are you?
How are you doing today?
Blessed God, I'm fine.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mr. Favor. No, I'm from Edo State.
Okay, that's very good. Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell boyfriend jean, bun shorts, a 3/4 jean, which is a boyfriend short, and a normal baggy jean, as usual.
So how has business been for you lately?
Lately, it's not really good because the price of market now is far different from what we buy like last year to 2 years. You understand? Like the baggy jean of last year, we bought it 350,400, but out of this now we're talking about 700,000, 300,000 increase much. So it's not really be easy. And when customers are coming, so they are still using the old price. We're talking about the new present price now. So that is normally the challenges we are facing.
So,
and it just take courage and grace for you to convince them.
Okay, so dollar rate is affecting you guys.
More than, so this is more than affect. If there's another need to call affect, then we have to add it more than affect.
Okay. If you want to start a trade business, what are you supposed to know?
Okay, if you want to start a business, one thing you need to know there, you have to go for the cost of the price first. Okay. Then look for a site you know you can sell your market. At the same time, you need to groom your customers. Because nowadays, even the customer they are buying from us, we appreciate them. Because it's not easy. Nowadays, people prefer food more than wearing clothes. So
you have to eat first now.
You have to eat first. That is it. So we always appreciate and respect our customers because it's not easy to convince them. You understand me? So if you want to start a trip like this, then you need to go and ask for the cost of the price, the market first. Then try to groom your own customers and look for the space that is site. You know you can do your business. But at the same time, even though you are in the site, we always take the grace of God.
So if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think it is?
Then if you want to buy a bill now, like this boyfriend jean now, you should be talking about around 700,000.
700,000?
Yeah.
That's much.
That is much because although it's not to that price before, but even from where you buy it for them to carry to this place.
That's transportation.
That transportation that is safer. Yeah. So when you now convert safer to naira, you find out that the money then is a little bit big. Yeah. You understand? Like 1,000 safer now, it's like six something or 5 something compared to Nigeria currency. So which is very, very disastrous.
So what do you advise the government to do?
Well, we are advising the government, not just advice, we are begging them.
Yeah, you are begging them.
We are begging them for them to bring the dollar rates down. That is the most important thing that is affecting the business, because now when we travel to Cotonou or Togo to go and buy market, they are not collecting our naira. Yeah. They have been taking their dollar, their safer, all those to buy market. So when you now convert naira to safer, if you go with 700,000 in safer, we're talking about around 400,000 naira. So you are going to add extra money to go and buy. So we are begging the government of this country to bring down the price of dollar rates. It's really alarming. Let them help us and bring it down, then we'll be very happy.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, my sister.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mrs. Faith Abiodun Ayoko.
Please, may you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling household items, as in household clothing items like bed sheets, curtain, tablecloth, kitchen napkin, apron, foot mats, net curtain, all sort of anything kitchen and anything household clothing.
Okay, so you do on thrift household clothing?
Yes.
So can you tell us how much is any of the thrift household clothing?
Yes, like now the bed sheets, the bill of bed sheets now is varied. We have different types of bills for it. It starts from 100,000 per bill.
Whoa.
Yes. Then to 180,000
per bill.
Per bill.
So can you tell us that thrift business is a good business?
It's a good business, but what affects this business these days is the dollar, the rising of dollars. You know, when dollar is rise, definitely the cost of the market will go up. The reason is that, you know, we exchange naira to dollar, then dollar to sefa. So you understand? We do buy from Cotonou. That's the Republic of Benin.
Okay. So has transportation been a problem?
Yes, transportation from that place is a problem. Then again, cost of transport, clearing to this place is another problem. So then exchange rates is the greatest problem.
Okay, exchange rate is
yes, yes, dollar rates, yes.
So if somebody wants to start a trip business, what advice do you think you can give that person?
I advise the person to come in, because I'm not a stingy person. I want people to eat as I'm eating. It's a very good business. It's just nowadays that the dollar affects the business. Then again, there's no business that does not have risk. Yeah. At times we open another bill, you see rag there. So once there is rag, you know there's nothing you can do. Yeah. But we still have hope that when we open another one, we find another one that is better. Then we use it to complement each other. So whenever you open a bill, you see good thing. Yeah. Then don't be too happy and don't change understand. Yeah. Then when you open the bad one, then you can complement the two together.
So you're meant to have patience in street business.
Yes.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys?
Yes, the government should please and do whatever they can do to bring down the exchange rates. In fact, that's the problem we have in this country. Yeah. And the petrol price. Yeah. Because, you know, petrol price affects transportation. Yes. That's just the major problem we are facing in this problem now.
Tell us what you are selling.
I'm selling fairly used, which is the thrift wears.
Selling fairly used?
Yes,
thrift wears.
yes.
So you're deal on thrift wears?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you tell us how your business has been going?
For now, the business is managing for now, but we thank God for everything. It's not unlike before. Now the business is so slow. Things are not moving like it was before, and business now is so expensive. The more it is expensive, people cannot afford. So it's been a bit problem for we Nigerians, especially we the sellers, because this streetwear is we buy not even knowing what is inside. So when we bust it, whatever we see, we have to sell. So
it's a try and lock.
It's just try and lock.
Okay.
It's just selling by grace.
Okay. What kind of streetwear are you selling?
I'm selling the woody type.
Okay.
These are the types that I sell. Okay. Both children and adults. These are the woody types. Okay. Something like this. I also deal with babies.
Babies where?
Yes, the newborn babies.
Okay.
Do I show you the babies?
Yeah, you can show.
Okay, sorry. Then I deal with something like this. I'm sorry. Babies like this.
Okay, they're very nice. They're very pretty.
Something like this, baby jumpsuit for newborn.
Yeah.
So those are the ways that I sell for now.
So what's the transportation cost for you guys?
The transportation is so exorbitant that only the transport alone weighs down the business.
Whoa.
Because the more you go and come every day, to meet up is a big problem. And since there is no business, it affects the business. Because most of the sales you made, which is the capital you make, is for transport. So that is why we are facing a bit problem in the business.
So if someone wants to start a thrift business, like this is your baby clothes business and hoodies, like what do you advise the person to do?
For now, I will not even advise anybody to enter into it because Africa now does not even pay, except the person is on online business.
Serious?
I'm telling you, for now, business is too expensive to the cost of what people are buying because there is no money. Everybody wants intake, which is food business for now. So, but we are just managing because we know that mercy is speaking for us. So we just have to put on 1 or 2 efforts to make life goes on.
Good
afternoon, my sister.
Please, may I know your name?
My name is Mrs. Gloria Ediare Tokbe.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling children clothes.
Like what type?
I'm selling like before. We used to see pregnant women. If I open this market,
you see pregnant women.
They will come. They will patronize this our market. They will buy plenty quantity. But these days, yes, they don't mind. If they even born, they can even use native Ankara clothes to wear on their baby because there's no money. Because everything is too cost these days. Before, if you open this market, even our mothers then, they have used this business of this okrika to achieve a lot of things, to send their children to abroad, to send their children to school, you understand, to even use it to assist their husband, to even use it to build a house. But these days, we are working, we look like those that they don't work. We are working and we're struggling like lion, and we are eating like ants, which is those supposed to be so. Ever since when we have this our new president, this is not be easy for us in this country anymore. That is the reason why we see a lot of parents, they send their children to school, they don't have a good job. If you don't have connection, you don't have work. Your children don't have work. That is the reason why if you even have a little money, most of our children, they don't want to stay in this country anymore. Because they are just, our leaders, they are just doing us like a slave. That is why we are seeing a lot of people traveling out. Then they are saying we should not travel out. Their children, their family, they are also traveling. And they will tell us we should remain in Nigeria. They want to kill us. Even of recent, we even hear that Israelites, they are fighting. They have an issue. What concerns our president? You have not repaired your own house. You are putting matter in another country. The matter that is not concerned you, you are putting your matter there. What concerns you? Because you know, because you have already know. You are of age now. They should not kill our Nigeria for us. They should not kill our unborn children. They should not kill the children that have not yet to born. The problem that they are giving us in this country is much more than our age. That is the reason why we are seeing our children that went to school, they are doing prostitute. Because there's no work. Finish school. Your parents will spend money to send you to school. You will not have a job. Even though they want to give you a work, those that have the company, they will be telling our girls they want to sleep with them before they will be able to give them job. Because they know if you don't agree, there's no any work in the other place that you can see. And all those kind of things, they are oppressing us. Then they also travel. They see the way their presidents in abroad, they always take care of their indigents. They don't help us in this country. They don't assist us. Even children unborn. They also share in this suffering that they put us in Nigeria, which is which is unfair. Please, what I really needed that they should help us. They should help us to do it. Then fuel will be easy for us to buy. Fuel money should come down. Money that we are using to buy this market, it should come down. Before, the money that we are using to carry 3 bay. He will use it to carry 1 bay. You understand?
So how much is one bale now?
One bale, at least if you want to carry a better market, you will see it up for like 600, 500. But those that they don't have that money income, they'll go and be carrying cheaper to go market, which the market will now turn to gbese in their neck because they will not see people to buy it. Look at today. Today is Monday. Before, in this market, we will be pushing each other. There's nothing like that again. We that we are selling market, we more than those that they are coming to buy these days, which is not supposed to be so. If you are sleeping at home, share money will come and meet us at home. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to pay our children's school fees. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to take care of our children. If you are sleeping at home, we cannot be able to assist our husband, which is not supposed to be so. Please, the what we needed in this country, they should help us. They should help the masses. Food should come down. Fuel should come down. Our markets should come down. Are they not ashamed? Ghana here, and including the Cotonou, their money is bigger than our Nigerian money, currency, which is not supposed to be so. In those days when I was small, they are telling Nigeria people, Ghana must go, Ghana must go. Now they should go to Ghana. They should go and see Ghana people that they chase away in Nigerian country now. They are doing better. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed? They should go and learn. Our leaders should go. They should go to abroad. They should go and learn. They should go and learn for other leaders in outside world. They should go and learn how they are taking, how the way they are doing their country, that made their country to be better. They should go and learn from them. Our leadership, they should go to abroad. They should go and learn. My sister, they should go and learn. If they learn, they will come back and come and know how to control us in this country.
Good morning, ma.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Victor.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell tops. I sell anything tops. Just ask me, sweatshirt, polo, t-shirts, crop top, baggy shirt, anything tops.
So,
pin down,
how much
anything.
Is your tops?
My tops range 2,000. I have the ones of 2,500. I have the ones, they are thrift. I don't sell any thrift, yeah.
So what's the highest price?
My list price is 3,000 naira.
3,000.
Yeah.
So has customers been coming and buying?
Sure, by God's grace.
Wow.
Very, as in much customers. If even if come in the morning, this bill is filled up. They've scattered the bill, pick what they want, first grade, second graders, third graders. These are the remaining ones left.
So you're actually enjoying this business?
Sure, by God's grace. We are big boys. Don't look at us. Don't undergrade us. You are just looking.
Sir,
we are just trying to, you understand? We are just trying to look like there's nothing going on, but we're big boys. Yeah, we are feeding fine. We are paying bills. We live in a big flat where we pay $500,000 doing business day and night.
How much is one bill?
One bill. We buy our bill. It depends on what you buy now. Okay. Like the crop tops and the swim. Let's say crop top, ladies tops. We buy them. We have the one of 150. We have the one of 350. Whoa. So it depends. It depends on what is inside the bill. We have London bills. We have UK. We have Canadian. Okay. So it depends on the bill, and everything are different in their own aspect of grade. Okay. Yeah, the grade of UK, Canada bill is different from London. So there are different types and different prices.
Yeah. So if anyone that wants to go into trip business now, this is the range of prices.
Yeah. But you know, it's not stabilized.
Not stable.
It's not stable. You can go today, they'll tell you it's 350. You can go tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 250. You can go next tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 500. So it's not in a stable amount. So, but you just have to at least have your cash with you. Yeah. If you have your cash, if the person selling the bill should see that you are serious about the business, he or she can sell it out for you.
Okay, that is a wrap for market today. And here we talked about different challenges that customers and traders are actually facing. One is the cost of goods, cost of transportation, and the high rate of dollars, even safer. They're actually complaining on how government can actually help them to reduce the cost of fuel, the because of food. Most people are actually interested in how to get food, how to eat first before they can even think of what to wear. So it's also making people that want to invest on trip business, making it difficult for them to even think of it or even doing the business. I am Mesoma Bala.
Welcome to Abduction.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Abduction, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this evening?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, you know, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, you know, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a, you know, a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and, you know, go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, you know, vibes, you know, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the, you know, flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also, you know, taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have, you know, they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like, leave this on board. A lot of new directors, like this director, you know, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, you know. So that's why it's a great film, very great film.
Were there no fun time on the set?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? Yeah. We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, you know, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, you know, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps, you know, trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to Ticket on Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
The whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. You know, I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? Whatnot, but you know, this is the life I chose. So whatever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, you know, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it's just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, you know, the character died, you know.
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I beg.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. You know when the director yells "cut." Yes. Gerald, you know,
just leads
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, you know, as actors, I know when the director says action, we are alive. You know, doing what we have to do. But when the director yells nobody else caught. Just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie. Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it. Yeah.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting, because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
Thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad. Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. It was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this way, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. It was not. But I was wondering myself, I'm like, putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then you're not putting there. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like there was so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my
God. This is what happened. I edited every scene, and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials. And what I did was, I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hi, welcome to the program. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where seasons start to shape the narrative. Today, we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes on the Senate this time around, okay? And this is coming from the Red Chamber. Oshomole slams Akpabio-led Senate as rubber stamp. Join the conversation with experts inside and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. The Nigerian military put their lives on the line, says Tinubu. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has actually commended the Nigerian armed forces for their sacrifices in protecting the country, saying they deserve the support and encouragement of all Nigerians. Speaking at the Nigerian Guild of Editors Conference in Abuja, Tinubu acknowledged the risks are faced by soldiers in defending the nation's sovereignty. Tinubu recognized the security challenges facing the country, including terrorism and banditry. But he emphasized the need for collective efforts to address these issues. Tinubu assured that his administration is committed to supporting the military in its efforts to defeat terrorism and build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria. All right, and away from that particular one, Defense Minister backs naval officer in clash with Wike. The Nigerian Defense Minister, Muhammad Badaru, has thrown his weight behind Lieutenant Yerima, a naval officer who clashed with FC Minister Nyesom Wike over a disputed land in Abuja. The land allegedly belonged to former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo. Defense Minister Badaru praised Yerima's conduct, describing him as a disciplined officer who acted in line with his duties. We will always protect our officer. He has done well. We won't allow anything to happen to him, Badaru stated. I love the fact that gradually we're getting a direction as regards to that particular, power play or power tussle that happened a few days ago. And away from that particular one, on the same matter, Wike's reckless politics, baiting the military, breaking the nation, says Dr. Eze. The clash between Wike and a Navy officer is a wake-up call to the soul of our nation. His verbal assault on a uniformed officer is an act of indiscipline that undermines the chain of command, disrespects the commander-in-chief, and wounds the morale of everyone who serves under the Nigerian flag. Such conduct erodes the discipline on which our national security rests. Too many commentators keep parroting the line that the military must obey civilian authority. That is the convenient chorus Wike and his rented megaphones sings. Meanwhile, governance itself is being dismantled. The judiciary has been reduced to a lawfare bazaar. The police pushed and bruised recklessly by politicians. Now the military, the last institution still standing, is being dragged into the mud. Let's see how all of this would actually play in the coming days. We believe several reviews is ongoing, and also different meetings have been held, and more to come. We would see what would happen as regards to the outcome of this situation. And let's take it away from that particular situation and take it up to a particular conversation that Majid Dahiru has actually, talked about. Tinubu can't be accused of religious bigotry. A particular public affairs analyst has actually defended President Bola Tinubu, saying he cannot be accused of religious bigotry. Noted that Tinubu, as a commander-in-chief, has mobilized the military to tackle security threats within his 2 years in office. Dahiru stated President Tinubu has not by any sense of imagination been accused of religious bigotry or having sympathy with Islamic jihadist terror group. Dahiru emphasized that while some Christians are being killed in part of the country, progress has been made in fighting insurgency under Tinubu's administration. And away from that particular one, something quite important is happening in Borno, which I would have loved the person in question to join the show. Hopefully, he would meet up with the program before we round off. Presently, he's at the FCID in Abuja. Ebonyi politicians petitions IGP over threat and cyberbullying. Dr. Eze Emmanuel Eze, a Labour Party candidate in Ebonyi State, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, over alleged threats to his life and cyberbullying by two individuals, Felix Okemini and Ogbonna Sunday. The duo, reportedly loyal to the governor, Francis Ogbonia Nwaifuru, allegedly threatened Dr. Eze after he refused a government appointment. The police have invited Okemini and Sunday for questioning, and an investigation is on the way. Dr. Eze accuses Honorable Chinedu Oga, a lawmaker, of enabling the alleged threats. Oga denies the allegations, but Dr. Eze claims Oga's influence is behind the threats, citing their past relationship and Oga's frustration with Dr. Eze's election. The incident has sparked outrage across Ebonyi State, with many calling for authorities to take action against violence and intimidation. The investigation marks a significant step in addressing criminality in the region. Okay, and hopefully, I hope that Dr. Eze would join the show, before we round off. The matter is still pending, and a petition has been submitted to IG. I followed that particular program today. Okay, all of the meetings that has been ongoing, for hours now, and they are still there at the FCIG, which I asked him to join the show today so he can actually clear the air. I don't know how and when we actually got to this point where you have to force someone to take a political appointment or a government appointment. If you're a governor and you call on someone to take up an appointment and he respectfully declined, maybe because of his job, or business or what have you, or it's not in the right frame of mind to actually, come into that office, you give it to someone else who merits it instead of threatening, that particular person. Instead of sending sending people, to go after that particular person. I don't know how so many situations in Nigeria has become a do or die. Is either you take it or you take it. There's nothing like you take it or you leave it. No. How did we get here? But since the Nigerian police would take this up, we would gladly want to see how they would actually sort this particular matter. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And of course, together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this particular conversation. Oshomole slams Akpabio-led Senate as rubber stamp. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. We'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome back to the program, The Still People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Edo State Governor and Senator Adams Oshomole has criticized the Senate under Godswill Akpabio's leadership, accusing the upper chamber of acting as a rubber stamp for the executive arm of government. Oshomole expressed his concerns during his Senate plenary session while considering concurrence bill from the House of Representatives. Oshomole lamented the rapid passage of bills without adequate debate or scrutiny, questioning the relevance of certain bills. He emphasized that the Senate role is not to simply rubber stamp bills, but to provide robust oversight and scrutiny. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin acknowledged Oshomole's concerns, okay, and directed the Senate Committee on Rules and Business to ensure lawmakers receive draft bills at least 2 days before consideration. We're now being joined by Mr. Liberty Wilson, a lawyer, author, and public affairs analyst from Abuja. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, quite and clear. I can hear you, sir.
All right, good afternoon to you today.
It's you too, sir.
How are you doing? It's been a while, you know.
It's been a while, honestly. I really missed the show. I've been very busy lately.
I understand. I totally understand. Okay, so before I take you up on this particular red chamber situation as regards to the rubber stamp comment of Adams Oshomole, I'd like to ask you what your take would be as regards to your landlord's outburst a few days ago, as regards to the land grabbing situation. You know, when I use the word your landlord, you live in Abuja, so the FCT minister happens to be your landlord. So what do you have to say about that particular situation?
I honestly, I really find it quite complex to comment on issues of weekend fiscal with a military officer, because looking at the legal aspect that of that commotion is really something that should have been avoided, because Wike, as you said, is the landlord of Abuja by law, and he deserves that respect as the landlord of Abuja. So this is another phase. But coming to the political phase of the entire thing, I would join many other Nigerians to celebrate the military officer for standing up for a lot of us who don't really have the opportunity to face him face to face and look him in the eye and tell him we are not fools. But it was interesting, Fisco, Mr. Savior. It was interesting, and even as opinions are flying around, you know. Anyway, I pray it end well. I'm looking ahead to see how it's going to end.
You know, I don't know how true this is, but I saw in the news today that the former Vice President, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, gifted the military officer a brand new SUV. I don't know how correct that particular one is. You know, telling him to, he said he wanted to boost his morale or something, and, you know, congratulating him for being a wonderful a soldier, you know, in front of such a politician, okay, saying all manner of things to him, and he held his ground, and, you know, so I don't know how true that particular one is. But regardless of the situation, of course, we dissected that conversation yesterday, you know, on the show, where I asked that question, you know, was it right for Wike to actually go there himself instead of sending his team, okay, from the ministry? But of course, if you would agree with me, we read in the news that his team has been there, you know, over time, but they were told that the next time they come, and because the team actually mentioned that they were to go there to enforce the situation and, of course, take their bulldozer to pull everything down. And they were told by the military that if they see them again coming with their bulldozer, that they will be shot on sight. I am not sure of this comment, but that was what the Wike camp mentioned. Hence, the minister of FCT actually went himself to see the military officers. But regardless, let's see what would happen in the coming days, because so many leaders are actually calling on the president to relieve the FCT minister of that particular position. And not only that, they said he needs to apologize to the Nigerian military, you know, and some said that for him to have done that, it shows that politicians have so much power that they don't even, you know, respect the military or even rate them, you know, to an extent anymore. And I think Brutai also gave a comment as regards to that situation, saying that Wike's comment threatens the security architecture of Nigeria, and of course demeaning the position of the commander-in-chief, which happens to be the president. So many comments as regards to that conversation. But let's see what will happen in the coming days, because for now, we've not heard anything directly to Wike. All we've been saying is that it's either the president saying that the military is trying and congratulating them and telling them to steadfast, and Nigerians support them. And the defense minister, everyone has just been talking about the military. No one has really talked about Wike or even mentioned anything that has to do with Wike. But let's come back to the Edo State man. Let's come back to Senator Oshomole. How do you interpret Oshomole's comment on the Senate situation, saying that they are a rubber stamp under Akpabio's leadership? And of course, I think we've had some conversation as regards to what the Senate have been doing, of late. When once they have anybody that they want to screen, all they just do is take a bow and go. When once they go through, sometimes their CV and next thing, oh, we know this person, we know your pedigree, we know this, blah, blah, take a bow and go. So I'm surprised that this whole situation is coming from Oshomole. Of late, Oshomole has quite been, vocal in the Senate, with some reforms and, some situations. So is it like there's a fallout in the APC? We don't know. But this is the same Oshomole that said, if you move to the APC, your sins are forgiven. So today, if you actually complain about your own Senate, that you are acting like a rubber stamp under Akpabio's leadership, what would that particular statement mean to us? So I'd like you to take us on this particular one.
So, in seasons like this, when we find ourselves in seasons of political alignment and realignment in Nigeria, commenting on public affairs like this becomes so difficult, because you don't really know whether those assertions are made with the interest of building the system, or are just merely political statements. And in seasons like this, you discover that everybody comes out to just claim patriotism, because somehow, because anyway, I heard from somebody that Adams Oshomole is eyeing that seat. so this is another aspect of this discourse. And then even when I saw it, I said, that may be true.
I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu.
And then I had a conversation with.
I also heard Mr. Liberty. I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu also is eyeing that seat. Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. With you.
Yeah, so I said I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu, is also eyeing that particular seat as we speak, and now you are actually making that, revelation, in as much as we can actually say it allegedly, okay, but maybe, just maybe, Adams Oshomole is also eyeing the seat of that Senate president. So we don't know, but just like your statement, this is election period. They are all working towards election period, and so many people have been coming out to say so many things. We don't know if it's about patriotism. We don't know if it's about the care for the people or their political statements. But I'd like to ask, do you think that the Senate's role is being compromised by the executive arm of government?
Yes, Mr. Silvio, a critical aspect of our processes, especially the principle of separation of power and the oversight that exists between the various arms of government in this country, has been an issue of discourse in Nigeria. And a critical analysis, when you look at, since the exit of Saraki and Dogara, we've never really had a legislative arm of government that have demonstrated a religious stand against the executive. Again, since that time, we've never really seen something like that. And then since Buhari's time, since APC time generally, all we've been seeing is, other than the Buhari's first time, since APC time generally, all we've seen are issues of, the president deciding who becomes the Senate president. And then whatever thing that comes from the president, he just approve. Those guys look like they doesn't even spend time through those, going through those processes to see whether their approval has a lot to do with what is going to benefit the citizenry, or just not to offend the president. So in my own humble opinion, what is really happening in Nigeria is we have a Senate system that is pocketed by the legislative arm of government. And trust me, sir, Mr. President decide who becomes the Senate president. And then the question, you remember we had a discourse here sometimes back about Natasha and the influence of various arms of government in our ordeal. You know, the answer is literally simple. The president decides who becomes the Senate president. And if the president decides we've been singing how Akpabio, you know, you can see how Akpabio was singing in a particular event and singing, you know, president, whatever. To me, he has reduced that prestigious seat of the Senate to just, you know, one thing that we cannot even describe. And then to me personally, over time, it is glaring and it's quite clear that the Senate, the legislative arm of the government, is literally in the pocket of the executive arm of the government. And unless this is solved, trust me, we'll begin to continue to have these issues of rubber stamp, these issues of just come and go. The president said this person should be released, and then yes, go, because the president said so. You know, and provided these issues are there, you know, I don't even know if so to say, but then our legislative processes, honestly, is especially the oversight aspect of the legislative arm of government is really very bad. It's really very bad.
Okay. Talking about independence, of the Senate, how can the Senate maintain its independence and assert authority in a democratic system? And of course, I would like to talk about the legislative process. What changes would you like to see implemented to improve the legislative process in the Senate?
Sir, I don't think something needs to be done to really improve legislative processes. Everything is there. When you look at the Senate standing orders, you see all this noise that we are making, you just discover that the laws are there. The issue is having the capacity or possessing the doggedness to really ensure that those processes are genuinely and religiously followed. These are issues, these are the crises we have, and these are systematic deformity. The over time, all this, the deformity of the system have been occasioning. We have the Senate standing orders, and section 58 probably, I may be wrong, but I think section 58 of the Senate standing order provided a process where a law shall become, one of the processes rather, is through a passage of bill in the National Assembly. And that particular standing order provides for the processes a bill must pass through. And phase one of that process is first reading. And first reading is usually done by the clerk of the House. And literally, he just reads the short title of the bill, tell you that this bill is for establishment of this and that, and it's done. And from there, the bill goes to the second stage. And the second stage is known as the second reading. And under the second or the legislator responsible for the sponsorship of that bill will stand in the floor of the House and explain to the House the rationale and the principle governing the bill. And under the second reading, other legislators are allowed to give their input about how the law is going to be. And if they have a lot of questions, they ask the questions for clarity, and then they debate the bill. After that, when the bill is passed to, there's a stage known as the committee stage. The bill is passed to the committee. That's why you have a lot of standing committees in the Senate. Though in Nigeria, that committee is now about political party. If you belong to my party, I give you a juicy committee. Just as a co-guest on this show last time was talking about the appointments in the Senate. But then ideally, those committees are supposed to be a team of experts from the legislature. There are those who are lawyers, there are those who are medical personnel, there are those who are marine and construction engineers. So usually those committees are set, and those experts are made heads of those committees. And then through the committee, they carried out the expert analysis of that bill. And after making the expert analysis of that bill, they pass it down to the Senate and say that, okay, we've carried out an expert analysis of this bill. These are the deformity, these are the policy implications, and these are the public interest implication, and these are the imports that this policy is going to have on our international relationships and foreign policy. Now, when the committee is done with that stage, it passes it over again for third reading. And the third reading is just for the purpose of making consequential analysis and adjustment rather in the bill. If there are minor errors like typography, like some of those things, they are adjusted. And the next stage again is the harmonization process. The same bill is passed again to the second arm, the second legislative arm. If the bill is sponsored by the House Representative, it is passed to the Senate for harmonization. If it is sponsored by the Senate, it is passed to the House Representative for harmonization. The last stage is the presidential assent. Trust me, the laws are there, the operational principles are there, and then what is expected is a stricter sense of adherence to that principle. And over time now, those people are not even adhering. So, all the places of a public hearing and the rest of the legislative processes are there in all these stages, but they are not adhering. So to talk about legislative processes and the applicability of the law is there, sir, and the law has laid down principles that need to be followed for a bill to become a law, just that they are not being followed. So if there is a discourse to make in this particular platform today, it's not the part of law that needs to be improved. It's a discussion on how the law on ground is going to be effectively followed, sir.
Okay, so if that's what you would actually mention as regards to what the Senate were to do, right? Okay, which of course we have the part already. And just in your statement, you talked about the committee being formed based on merit and not political parties, okay, and not about favorites. Because you would agree with me that the most juicy committee in the Senate today, as of today in Nigeria, is the appropriation, committee for appropriation bills, right? If I'm correct. And this has been ongoing for a while now. And as regards to, bills where sometimes they don't even do their proper scrutiny, they just let it just go like that. They just, pass the reading and that's the end. So how can Senate ensure the lawmakers receive adequate briefing and documentation on bills? And do you think that the current committee system in the Senate is effective in scrutinizing bills? Because if we're talking about party and we're talking about the executive arm, based on the influence, wherever the bill is coming from, whatsoever it is, will they really want to put their integrity on the table to scrutinize this bill, or it will still be this rubber stamp conversation that we're having today?
Yes, sir. The place of expert in our legislative processes cannot be overemphasized. And then, just before I talk about the committee issue that you mentioned, there is an important aspect I want to bring to the notice of for our hearers. And that important aspect is that the policy approach to the lawmaking process does not just limit to the committee to so as that. It extends to the members of the public, because the law and the Senate Standing Order provides for public hearing. And that public hearing, usually, you give the members of the public an opportunity to air their opinions about the bill. And this public hearing, sir, does not just involve members of the citizenry. It doesn't limit there. It extends to members, it extends to diplomats, it extends to members of civil society.
Civil society,
it extends to, yes. So, when you look at those critical aspects, there are experts that you need to bring in. And then talking about the committee, just as you rightly mentioned, we have crisis. We have serious crisis. Look, for example, the chairman of a committee on foreign affairs is Senator Sani Bello. And then, to the best of my knowledge, Senator Sani Bello is not an expert in foreign policy. And this is a senator that is heading a committee on foreign affairs. And if Trump said something, we'll come and shout and say, why the hell is he shouting on our country? But then we have an arm of the legislature that's supposed to strategically engage the international community through these foreign platforms. And these committees are not being headed by experts. There are experts in that house. Look, for example, defense, the Chairman Committee on Defense, I think it's Ahmed Lawan, the immediate past Senate President. And I can tell you with all of my heart that you have a zero knowledge on issues of defense. So, you're bringing these people who have zero knowledge on issues of particular committee and make them just head of that committee because you want to bless their loyalty to a particular system.
Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there.
Is corrected. We'll continue to have these serious issues in our entire legislative processes.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Wilson? All right, so let's talk about accountability and transparency. How can lawmakers ensure they are accountable to their constituents, okay, while making laws? And of course, you talked about, people's view, the Nigerians, as regards to whatsoever bill that it needs to be passed and whatsoever they need to do. So what role should public opinion play in shaping the Senate decision?
Yes, it's very important. Personally, I think a demography that have really done good to our legislative processes in Nigeria is the civil society demography, and then their impact on our entire legislative processes cannot be overemphasized. And then we need to really do more in then joining the members of the civil society in creating awareness on these issues of legislative processes. The truth about the matter is that, Mr. Savior, do you know that the law permits us to apply to a court for a nullification of a law that does not pass through standard legislative processes? If a law does not pass through a standard legislative processes, you and I can apply to the court for a nullification of that law. And then a lot of us do not even know that this law exists. It's another thing. So, civil societies need to, and they have been enlightening the people to utilize the Freedom of Information Act. Through the Freedom of Information, we can apply to the court for an enforcement of the right of our citizens to access to relevant information like the processes of legislative processes. And I believe that through that, we can be able to have a system that promotes accountability, because I don't really believe that the members of the Senate who have been romancing this process that is just lopsided can actually enlighten people on what to do. So now, instead of saying that what are the members, no, I think civil societies, I believe in that demography so well, and they have done a lot, They have proven me and you very right that they are a demography that have done so well in enlightening the people. They can do more. Enlighten the people to utilize the Freedom of Information Act. Enlighten the people to do more in enforcing their right to information. Enlighten the people to know that I can apply to a court for a nullification of any law that does not pass through a laid down legislative process. I think when this is done, the members of the public are going to, in fact, discover that indeed I have a voice, and then I can really work for the enforcement of this voice.
Okay. So, still in line with accountability and transparency, do you think that the Senate proceedings are transparent enough? But I would like to take you simultaneously on this particular one. Let's talk about party loyalty and independence. How do you reconcile party loyalty with the need for independent decision-making in the Senate?
Okay, the Senate, literally, I can say, I'm very careful of my sentiment whenever I want to talk about the Senate, because I have this conceived notion that they have trust me, they have proven me right in diverse instances that they have not, that they cannot really perform their duties as they have been elected to do. But I think transparency in the Senate can be promoted. The things are there. So all is required is a will to do so. First, I think we need to sanitize our system. We need to sanitize our system of this lopsided appointment into various committees. Let's appoint people that knows they are right. Let's appoint experts who know what to do. It's an aspect of promoting transparency. Trust me, sir, by the time somebody that have knowledge of foreign policy is appointed to head foreign affairs committee, whenever his right is being trampled upon, he will raise his voice and say that, I'm a member of this, I'm the chairman of this committee. You can't do this without going through a legislative process that involves me as a committee member. So an aspect of promoting this accountability, first, is ensuring that the appointment of experts into those various committees. Number one. Secondly, Senate must possess the will to really act according to the laid down rules and regulation. And then I thank Oshomole because he's speaking now. Forget the political aspect of that statement, but trust me, he's adding our voice. He's adding his voice to our voices. We, the voices of dissent, we people that have been having problem with the system. Now he's now coming to say, me honestly, I do not view his statement as a political infighting, but I view it as a honest acknowledgement of the decay of our legislative process. So I think Senate needs to join Adams Oshomole. Let's rise up and say that there is a way that this thing should be done. There is a pattern, and this pattern is not being followed. And provided this pattern is not followed, we're going to be having a lot of issues. So Senate needs to rise to these responsibilities. Another aspect of promoting this transparency. Another thing is, let's see if we can have a legislative check, the judicial checks on these entire processes. These laws they are making are interpreted by the judicial arm of government. And this judicial arm of government has the power to by itself nullify a law, provided that law does not follow. And now let's see if these checks and balances are going to be put in place. By the time the legislature tell the Senate that, okay, by the time the legislature nullified one law for lack of due process, next time the Senate are going to be careful in doing so. So these issues of transparency in the legislative arm of government are systematic problems. And then for us to be able to correct them, there must be a will by the people, by those heading those various systems, to really act according to the laid down procedures. So through this, I know for a fact that transparency can be promoted. And then on the independence of the Senate, I think it starts from who becomes the Senate president. We have seen it during Dogara's and Saraki's time. These are people who come against all odds, because we knew that the president, they were not the candidates of the president, but somehow they managed to become. And then it's one of the interesting times of the Nigerian Senate. It's one of the interesting times of the Nigerian Senate. Those boys, then Senator Dino Melai, I remember, a lot of them that were so vocal in that house. So you don't have people like this in that kind of system that somehow, if you don't do it, they're going to talk. When you have people like that, it's automatically a check on the system. So Senate must take responsibility, the judicial arm must take responsibility, and the Senate itself must also arise to know that it is an independent arm of a government with power on its own. So you should be able to possess that capacity to stand alone, do your thing, and ensure that you're not being influenced by anybody, irrespective of who that person is. And then most importantly, sir, the appointment itself should be devoid of executive influence. Let's see, the president is not going to influence this process. Through this, we can be able to have a Senate president who can actually talk to the president. But by the time the president just put his hand in the pocket and then point and say, Mr. Savior becomes the Senate president, and then let's say you become the president, I said, no, now I remember those early days with Barrister Liberty. Let me call him to become whatever of the Senate and blah blah blah. I say, no, now it's my old time friend, so I have to protect your interests. So these are the issues. So Senate must arise and take its own independence, and trust me now, violently.
That's a very wonderful submission, because we still have questions around, party whipping compromises the independence of lawmakers, and of course, how can lawmakers balance party loyalty with their oath of office? But of course, these questions will keep lingering, everywhere as regards to the Red Chamber. But let's talk about our effectiveness and relevance as we close the program. Are there any bills that you think are unnecessary or redundant? And how can the Senate improve its effectiveness in lawmaking?
Sorry, can you come again, sir? Sorry.
I said, are there any bills, that you think are unnecessary or redundant? And how can the Senate improve its effectiveness in lawmaking?
Thank you so much, Mr. Savior. Personally, as a lawyer, I don't believe that a law is not important. So sometimes the law might not really affect me as an individual directly, or the fact that it doesn't affect me directly does not mean that the law is redundant, or the law is bad, or the law is faulty. So as a lawyer, speaking from a professional perspective, every law is good, every bill is okay, even if it has no immediate or direct impact on me as an individual, it is still fine. But I feel like the effectiveness of that legislative processes can be improved by a stricter sense of adherence to the laid down principles guiding or as stipulated in the Senate standing orders. So those principles are there. What is expected of us is a stricter sense of adherence to those principles. The principle provide for the stages a legislative process or a bill making process is going to, or a lawmaking process is going to pass through. Let's adhere to it. This is the only aspect I know that we can improve in our legislative processes. And then most importantly, one thing that we've been doing in this country, or the legislative arm of the government have been doing in this country, is that they are undermining the place of experts' opinion in lawmaking. I can tell you for a fact, sir, that there are some laws that I have picked and I've gone through, even the fact that I'm not a constitutional law expert. But then just in my peripheral knowledge of law and of lawmaking processes, there are some laws that I've gone through and I've just seen that, oh no, this shouldn't be like this. You know, you just see a law, they can make a law today and then tomorrow that law is not existing again, or that law is outdated. So we don't make law that looks ahead. We don't make laws that can still be effective in the next 10 years. And this is a very ineffective legislative process. And now the best way to deal with this is to engage experts in the law making processes. Now, if I have a bill, and then that bill has to do with the marine, let me see a possibility of bringing expert from the law sector of the marine. Let's see, does expert in the marine law. 1. Let me see if I can bring expert from the naval force. 2. Let me see if I can bring experts, in fact, from the communities of the riverine areas, as those members of the communities may have something that you, as a lawyer that is seated under an air condition in Abuja, will not really know. So let's see how we can inculcate them into this process. And then let's see how we can also bring marine engineers. We have a lot of people that are there. This is their own expertise. So now, through this making, we can be able to have a law that looks ahead. We can be able to have a law that after, we can still, the law that can still be effective after 50 years and after 100 years. And trust me, sir, there are laws in Nigeria that are so archaic, that are long time ago. I can give you an example with the Land Use Act. Land Use Act, this law that Wike is relying on, and all this noise you're hearing. I know for a fact that you have been hearing them talking about the Land Use Act.
Yeah.
Land Use Act has been here for quite a long time ago, but trust me, sir, if you look at that law, there is no single lacuna in that law. There is nothing in that law that you can find to sort out a misfortune. In a way or the other, it is well made. This is to tell you that the makers of that law ensure that it passed through a genuine legislative process. Now, for us to be able to have these laws that are going to ensure its notoriety, because one thing about the law is that the law must be notorious. Over time, the law must pass the test of time. So now, for us to have a law that maintain its structural and the notoriety of principle, we must bring in experts that make that law in prospect of what is ahead. So I think by strict adherence to this principle, we can actually enhance our lawmaking processes.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Liberty Wilson, for joining the program from Abuja, who's a lawyer, author, and a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we'll have another head-to-head again sometime next week. All right, this is how far we can actually go on the show this evening. Don't forget the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. And if you love the world of sports, yes, I wouldn't only say you should stay put to enjoy locker room, but of course, the Nigerian Super Eagles will be going head-to-head with Gabon today, which I believe you wouldn't want to miss it for anything. I think the match would be slated for 5 p.m. All right, so you should enjoy your own Nigerian Super Eagles and cheer them up. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV, channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, Obedient Movement's Director of Mobilization, Maurice Monye, resigns. PDP convention debacle, blame APC for our woes. This is coming from the Damagum-led National Working Committee. Ex-General Snokwike for outburst at Soldier, and Senate approves 1.15 trillion naira borrowing to fund 2025 budget. Well, I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and political affairs commentator. Barrister Darlington, good evening and thanks for being part of this show.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Cole.
Good evening, Barrister. Always good to have you.
My pleasure. How are you doing?
Very well, sir. Now, let's get straight into it. Maurice Moye, Director of Mobilization of the Obedient Movement, has resigned his position, citing poor coordination, lack of leadership support, and exhaustion from personally funding the group's activities. Well, he said, despite his sacrifices, the movement failed to meet its goals and performed poorly in the recent Anambra governorship elections. Moye revealed that neither P2B nor the movement's leadership provided financial or strategic backing, leaving him to run nationwide campaigns and logistics alone. He also complained of harassment from government supporters and the toll the role took on his safety, his business, and that of his family. He listed achievements such as creating an online registration system, reviving support groups, and launching a student network, but urged his successor to complete pending projects like polling unit body cameras. The movement's leadership has yet to respond to his resignation. Barrister Darlington, news broke about 5 hours ago that Maurice Moye, the Director of Mobilization of the Obedient Movement, has tendered his resignation, resigned his appointment of the Obedient Movement, this position as Director of Mobilization. And according to him, he has moved on. He wants to travel around the world and look into other things. Well, he made a series of comments. He said, look, his business has been under attack. His family has been under attack from some quarters. Barrister, what does this mean to you and the Obedient Movement? Before we talk about P2B's ambition in 2027.
In fact, it's unfortunate. I am disappointed, though expecting it.
Okay, you are disappointed. Disappointed at who?
At the man that resigned.
Okay, disappointed at Maurice Moye.
Yes, the reasons he gives are very, very, very germane, if you look at it. Especially that of leadership, coordination, and support. Look, in politics, if you don't have the staying power, you won't go far. That's the truth. In politics, the same way you run your business is the same way you should run your party and your ambition. It's not something that you will be undecided about it. Nobody will pay attention to you. But if you are serious, people will be serious with you. That of leadership, yes, because as of today, the Labour Party that you cannot call the Labour Party without calling the Obedient Movement, because they are synonymous. Because that's where P2B ran from. You cannot separate the two. The Obedient Movement is not a political party, but it's a movement. But if this movement is not properly coordinated, then it will lose out. With what this man have done now, I will not be surprised if other people follow suit.
Yes, I was coming to that because before now, we had Kenneth Okonkwo. He was a member of this movement and he has left. Member of Labour Party, he left. He said, look, I am not happy the way things are panning out in both the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement. He moved on. Now we have Maurice Moye, the former director of mobilization. He has also left, citing lack of coordination within the party and all of paucity of funds. And he says he has spent over 40 million naira of his personal money to fund the Obedient Movement. He says, ask Yunus Atanko. He knows of all of this. He knows about all of this. And I have receipts, to prove that, look, this is how much I have put in and all of that. He listed the projects he has done. And in all of this, according to him, the movement, the owners of the arrowheads of the movement, like Peter Obi, never even bothered to ask, where is the funding coming from? He made complaints about, look, not having enough money to do all of this. Barrister, does it look like Peter Obi's mantra of not giving shishi, has rubbed off negatively on this movement?
He must not be identified with such a nomenclature or such behavior. Is it not when you give that you receive? To whom much is given, much is expected. All these are not they give shishi, not in politics. Because the wheel of progress must be oiled. You oil it.
Okay.
If you don't oil it, there will be no progress. All these people who do one or two things for you, you must encourage them. If not, they will not do it. Please, you are the head. You are gunning for the highest office in the land. So all the perks of office, nobody will enjoy it with you. You are going to enjoy it. So why not work hard for it? Why not work hard for it? The only person that was so lucky to become president of this country without even campaigning was good luck, Jonathan. If you look at the trajectory, I don't think anybody have had that kind of privilege or opportunity. And I don't think it will happen again. So let nobody be deceived. There were things I've said before concerning this Labour Party, P2B, and the Obedient Movement. But people did not understand where I was going. But today, I thank God that most of the things I said is already here.
Okay, looks like your comments were prescient at that point.
Exactly, because I saw it coming. Look, in this type of business, Mr. Okoro, you don't remain lukewarm. You must be decisive what you want and where you are going. When P2B said that all the contestants are his friends, and he loved them or whatever, do you know? I said...
Adiana Mbaragoba.
Okay. I said, if you say all of them, then where do you stand? Which party are you gunning for? And this type of statement and behavior can make your supporter to be in disarray. They wouldn't know where to vote or who to support. These are very serious issues, but you never saw it that way. I think it happened before. It happened before in one election. And he didn't favor P2B. Why did he repeat it again? Why? You tried something before, it did not work. You are still repeating it again.
Barrister, talking about...
You must be decisive where you are going and what you want.
Okay, Barrister, talking about the Anambra election, should it be a yardstick to measure Obi's popularity?
From the look of things, it must be, because remember Abuja. If you win all the same without winning Abuja, you have lost.
Okay.
Just like a electoral college in America and all that. So there are important or what they call swing states.
Okay.
In this case now, Anambra is P2B's state. Okay. If you don't win your state as a presidential candidate, then where is the popularity coming from?
The current president lost Lagos in 2023. He lost Abuja, yet he's still the president.
Look, you see, when things like that happen, don't use the compare note to.
Okay.
What happened that time can never happen again. I'm not joking. What happened was that P2B came out with a surprise for everybody. And that surprise, all of them have recovered from it. They will not allow it again.
Was it a surprise or a shock, more like?
Yeah, shock or surprise. Yeah, because nobody expected that Tinubu will lose Lagos State.
And it happened.
And this time around, they are using all means to make sure that
it doesn't happen again.
Yes.
Now, Barrister, how much responsibility should Peter Obi take for what some people have called the diminishing popularity of the Obedient Movement? Because Nigerian side instances, look, young man, if you can't fix the problems in the Labour Party, how can you fix Nigeria?
Yeah.
And all of that. And again, look at what is going on in the Obedient Movement. People are asking, why is everybody leaving? I mean, if Maurice has left, Kenneth left before, now Maurice has left. Who next will it be? And Peter Obi is there, not being able to mobilize, to hold that movement intact. Because that movement has also said, look, wherever Peter Obi goes, we are behind him. And all of that.
All those statements are very, very deceitful.
Okay.
Because the people telling you this, you don't even know who they are. It may be APC-sponsored social media rats. You are not believing what they are telling you. You're not believing what they are telling you.
No, that statement was made by officials of the Obedient Movement.
How many
people like Tanko Yunusa, they spoke on behalf of the movement.
How many?
They were properly coordinated at that point.
How many of
But it
them?
looks like that coordination is missing now. That is what Maurice is complaining about. So my question is, how much responsibility should Peter Obi take for what is happening to that movement?
All the responsibility should be on his head. That's the buck who stops on his table as the candidate of that Labour Party. If he cannot solve the problem in his party, then can he solve the problem of Nigeria? These are questions that people should be asking.
These are questions that people are already asking.
Good. So if you don't take this in serious, then you're already demarketing yourself. The initial razzmatazz that you had with the press and the people that is fading away.
Okay.
It's fading away seriously because look, truly, there is money in politics that you need to spend money. But your integrity is not enough. Because people say he has integrity, he is this. There is no sense under the sun. What we are looking at now is your degree of commitment.
Okay, and resilience.
Your degree of infraction. Somebody may come into office, Mr. Okoro, and he met 10 naira in the treasury. He may decide to take 2 naira out of the 10 naira and put his pocket for personal use, Abi, which is normal. Another person will come. Now, if you take 2 naira and use 8 naira to work, it will show. Is that not true? It will be visible that yes, somebody is doing something here. But when you come into office, out of 10 naira that you made, you took 8 naira and put in your pocket. That means that government is already failed. That's the difference. As to whether anybody takes money, all of them take money. All of them take money. So when people are saying is this, I just laugh. Even himself, he has said that he's not a saint. So looking for somebody to work that will come from heaven, it can never happen.
Okay.
It can never happen.
All right, Barrister, as we move on, I'd like for us to talk about 2027 and the chances of Peter Obi being on the ballot. Peter said something, and Maurice also complained. He said, look, we had the impression that after the 2025 Anambra Guba, the one that held last Saturday, that Obi said he was going to come out and make his position clear. Now, like how many days after that, we have not heard anything. And beyond that, we see a situation where the Labour Party did not make any impact in the Anambra Guba. So based on all of that, do you think that, because Obi has consistently said, look, I'll be on the ballot in 2027, where do you think that he's going to be on? PDP, ADC, Labour Party, or where?
That is the mystery that is facing all of us. Because if you look at the parties now, they are all crowded with one problem or the other. And Obi cannot fit into any of these parties now because of what is going on there. And he's not ready to, get into solving this problem. He's not. Obi cannot solve the problem with PDP. He can't solve the problem with Labour Party. The party that he used to, shock the whole world and Nigeria. And now, ADC, Atiku is already there, telling you that he's not going anywhere. So, which party? You can see. He can't even try it with APC. That would be suicide.
Okay, now, Barrister, 2026 is around the corner. Hopefully, in the coming days, coming weeks, or coming months, Peter Obi will make his position clear, and Nigerians will understand where he actually is.
If you ask me, he had delayed too much.
Okay.
This delay is, in fact, it whittled down the faith of his followers. This delay.
Okay.
In choosing a platform.
In choosing a platform.
By now, we should have known where he's going, and it should have helped in Anambra election.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have known where to vote. This delay has made people not to even know they are in a quandary where
he belongs.
Okay. That's what I was telling you.
All right, Barrister, they also say that there is no wrong time to do the right thing. Now, let's move on. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Ambassador Omar Damagum, has confirmed that the party's National Elective Convention will proceed as scheduled on November 15 in Ibadan, Oyo State. The committee, working with the National Convention Organizing Committee NCOC urged members to disregard any contrary directives and accused the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of attempting to destabilize the PDP to establish one-party state. While the party's assurance comes amid a deepening internal crisis marked by conflicting court rulings, while 2 Abuja courts issued orders stopping the convention, alleging breaches of PDP's constitution, and a Ibadan High Court granted permission for it to go ahead. Despite the legal confusion, preparations for the events are ongoing, with delegates and party leaders already arriving in Ibadan. While the crisis has split the PDP into 2 factions, one led by Damagum, acting national chairman, and the other by the National Secretary, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, an ally of FCT Minister Jason Wike. The Anyanwu faction announced Alhaji Mohammed Abdulrahman as acting national chairman and instructed members to boycott the Ibadan Convention, setting the stage for a possible confrontation between the 2 camps. In a statement, the PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologo-Waba, reaffirmed the party's commitment to holding a successful convention and thanked supporters for their continued loyalty. He assured that the PDP remains united and determined to resist what it describes as APC's attempts to suppress opposition and undermine Nigeria's democracy. Barrister, 2 conflicting judgments. You're a lawyer. 2 national chairmen, 2 BOT chairmen, 2 factions, 1 for Ibadan Convention, 1 against. What brought PDP to this story pass, Barrister?
Now, when you have a formidable enemy or opponent breathing down your neck, you don't play into his hands. Seriously. Granted that, yes, APC is hounding opposition, making things difficult for them, but must you now play into his hands by refusing to do the needful? These state congresses that they refuse to conduct and all that, and local government congresses before the national. Is that what the Constitution says? Is it what the Constitution says? So why did they boycott all those ones or refuse to conduct those ones and they now want to do national convention? Don't you see a recipe for failure here? How will it pan out? If they conduct this convention now, what will be the end game? Is it not obvious that somebody will go to court over it and that will be the end? Is it not obvious? Look, I don't like it when people misinterpret what the law says. This idea that you don't have a hand in the party leadership and all that, that should be when the leadership has been elected and the due process followed. You cannot violate the due process of electing your party leadership and you claim that nobody should interfere. You claim that the court should not interfere. No. No. What anybody will be looking at, the congresses from local government to state before national, was it properly conducted? Did INEC observe them? The answer is no. That means it is null and void. They are not talking of leadership here. Whoever you elect.
They're talking about the process.
Yeah, the process. Yes, that anybody can go to court against the process, not against the leadership. Get it right. Because that's the mistake people make. Because they say nobody have a hand in the leadership of a party. The court cannot interfere. Fine. If you have followed due process and elected your officials, INEC did their normal observations and all that. Yes, if anybody now go to court and say, I don't like this chairman, I don't like this, that one is the bygone. Nobody will listen to you. In fact, no court will entertain it. But the process leading to your election, if it is flawed, then there is no election of leadership. These are things PDP should have taken note of. So why are they going ahead to do this convention when the groundwork has not been done? That means if they now succeed, it will be a very bad precedent for other parties. They cannot do it equally and use PDP as a reference point. It will not work.
It will not work. But talking about the processes, and the issues that brought PDP to this point, it's convenient for a lot of people, to blame Nyesom Wike for the problem in the PDP. Now, talking about this convention, I like the fact that you said the state congresses, the local government congresses, the zonal congresses that were not conducted before these primaries. Why didn't they do that? And exactly the point, the Wike camp is saying, you have to conduct these congresses before we go to the national convention.
Of course.
So why is it convenient for people to always blame Wike for the problem in the PDP?
That's it now. That's it. That is it. When people want to avoid their responsibility, they look for somebody to blame. That is why I told you yesterday, why do you play into their hands? You know that these things are very, very important. Why did you neglect it and expect people to keep quiet? Even if you go and conduct this convention, a Wike camp will go to court. A Wike camp will go to court against it. That's the truth. And then at the end of the day, what have you done? Will you blame APC for this one?
Barrister, that is my next question. That's my next question. Why is it convenient for the PDP to blame APC for its woes? Why can't it put its acts together? Ayu was the problem. Ayu left. They said Atiku was the problem. Atiku left.
Yes.
They said Sunday Udokoye was the problem. Udokoye has left.
Yes.
Why is it difficult for the PDP, to put its problems together? Do internal damage control. Instead of having to blame APC this time, you blame Atiku next time, you blame Wike, you blame Sunday Udokoye, you blame Samuel Anyanwu and all of that. Why is it difficult for them to put their house in order?
Because
instead of having an external locus of control, having to blame Tinubu every time, having to blame APC, having to blame this person or the other person. Why?
Because in PDP, there's no strong leadership. That's the truth.
Isn't Wike a strong leader?
Who is the leading now?
He's leading a camp on the PDP.
No, Wike is out of the... Wike is a spoiler.
He's a spoiler, but he's leading. Like we just said now, look, his position is that the zonal congresses, the state congresses and local government congresses should be conducted before the convention proper. And that is your position too, as a lawyer. So why is Wike the problem?
Look, what you just mentioned now is what is already in the constitution of both the INEC and the parties.
Okay.
Is already there. So if somebody points it out, he has not made any fantastic...
This is what Wike is saying. So why is everybody blaming him?
I just told you here that whenever somebody has failed his responsibility, he will look for somebody to blame. Is that not true? Granted that Wike, yes, they have been playing the spoiler, but not in all cases. At times, you look at the message and leave the messenger. The point he's making, is it not true? Even the Damagu faction have not been replied in and convincing that, look, those things, it can go on. And I'm sure lawyers are advising Damagu. Lawyers may be telling him, don't worry, this is according to the constitution, this and that, and leadership, You can elect your leader. In fact, even if you elect an armed robber, it's okay. So with that kind of advice, they will know. Until the matter gets to court, you now realize that you have made a fatal mistake. That's the truth. It's like when this Jonathan thing was happening, and I was looking at section 137 or so, that says you must not be sworn in 2 times as a president. And people are saying he was elected, he did not campaign. He finished General Yaradua. The law is specific, sworn in twice.
Barrister, the law is specific, sworn in twice. But there are lawyers like you who also know the law that have come out to say, no, Jonathan is validly qualified to run for 2027.
I will not blame them because the mischief rule is there for you to use.
Okay.
Yeah, misuse of interpretation is there for that. It has a purpose. It has its own nuisance value. So it's there. I mean, for it to be there, then it means that there is something it's going to do for you as a lawyer. Whenever you want to, go into legal gymnastics, you now deploy your mischief rule and all that. So,
okay, Barrister, let's talk about the convention before we move on to the next topic. We have 3 judgments. 2 says conduct, and another one says don't conduct. And these courts are courts of concurrent jurisdiction. You know, high courts at the federal and the state level, and all of that. At the moment that we speak, we have 2 BOT chairmen. You have Adolphus Nwabara, you have Mao Ohuabunwa, both of them from Abia State. You have 2 national chairmen, Eli Adamagum and Abdurrahman, one from North Central, the other one from Northeast. Barrister, I would like for you to look at it from a legal point of view. In the eyes of the law, which faction is the authentic faction of the PDP?
Now, before the faction was created, which one was operating? Is it not Damagu?
Okay.
Good. Based on that, we can say yes. It's like in Libya, where you have 2 sovereignty now. But there was an authentic one that even the UN and the Western allies recognize. If you look at it from that prism, why didn't this authentic faction do the right thing? They called for this faction from Abioyabi. They called for him to exist. Because if they had done the right thing, this other faction wouldn't have had something to hold on to before coming into office. You can see. If this thing were properly planned, there shouldn't have been a faction, because the faction does not have a place to hold on to. There will be no space for that faction to exist. But you created the lacuna, and that's what they are using today. You can see. So, if there is good governance in PDP, there won't be any faction.
But Barrister, there are factions now too.
Sorry?
There are factions in PDP. The problem is already there. Now, we have a situation where the Abdurrahman faction, the Winke faction, say, look, Ili Adamagu, we have expelled you. And we have a new chairman in the person of Abdurrahman. And we have a new board of trustees chairman in the person of Ma Ohuabunwa. Meanwhile, this faction is already divided into 2 between Damagum, who is the chairman, like you said, which faction existed before, the chairman, and Sam Anyao, who were in the same camp, but now they are split into 2. So in the eyes of the law, which of these 2 factions is the authentic one for the PDP?
The authentic one is in fact, there's no authentic one now.
Yes, because the other faction is split into 2.
Yes, because they have already committed infractions. That's the truth. The other one is standing on a disabled leg.
Okay, because you have the secretary who says my signature was forged.
Exactly.
You know, that is on one hand, and we have the national chairman saying, look, the convention must hold. We have people like Bukola Saraki rather, saying, look, that Ibadan convention should not hold, because if it holds, it's going to cause problem for the PDP and all of that. And he was chairman of the reconciliation committee set up by the party to reconcile the differences within the party. Now he's on one camp.
All his effort is now null and void. We are talking of this other man from Jigawa, who went to court.
Sule Lamido.
Lamido, yes.
Okay.
And his own case is still there. I hope
his own case is still pending.
It's still there, yeah, it's still there. And the court have granted his prayer, so I hope you know. In fact, I don't see PDP.
So Barrister, do you think, in the event that this convention holds, do you see a situation where INEC will observe? And if INEC doesn't observe, what will be the implication of not observing?
The court have already told INEC.
Which court? Which talk are we talking about?
No, court who said INEC, the court at Abuja.
But the one in Oyo State said, INEC, go and observe.
But INEC will choose the one in Abuja.
So why would they choose the one? That is the confusion here.
Because that's what they wanted. INEC have never anything that will destabilize the opposition. They will observe it.
Barrister, where are you coming from? What do you mean by anything that will destabilize opposition? Is INEC supposed to be partisan?
No, it's not supposed to. But under the dispensation you and I are seeing now, INEC is obviously in support of APC, except this new chairman.
Barrister, what has APC got to do with this?
In the ruling party, if things are going wrong, won't you mention their name?
No, what is it with them about the problem in the PDP?
Because we saw it. We saw when the court ruled concerning PDP, Abure. No, Labour Party, Abure. And we saw how INEC delayed to recognize Nana de Sambo. He refused to even recognize that woman, and giving Abure leverage to be, presiding over the party, going on official.
How did INEC do that? Because INEC, at that point, the Supreme Court said, "Look, Abure, your tenure has expired. You have no business as chairman." So what else would have INEC done? Did INEC at any point invite Abure to a meeting?
The name was still there on their website.
Does it matter?
What are you saying? It took INEC ages before, at the tail end of whatever, they now agreed to remove his name and recognize the authentic chairman. By that time, everybody, Labour Party, have become wary. Yeah, they have become wary. So why do you take long to obey court order?
Okay, you think that the APC was fighting a war of attrition for the Abure camp in Labour Party?
Of course, whenever anybody that will help them to destabilize any position, they will welcome it. In fact, I don't even believe that these guys are acting on their own. They are being sponsored. They are pumping money. They are pumping money into this thing. You can't imagine how much they are making to destabilize their own party. You can't imagine.
Anyway, Barrister, the convention is 2 days away from now. Let us see what happens, whether the convention will hold or not, and if it eventually holds, whether INEC will recognize it or not. Now, let's get into Abuja, because there's still this spectacle that took place in Abuja on Monday or Tuesday, where former military generals and legal experts have reacted strongly to the altercation between Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike and Naval Officer A. Yerima over a disputed plot of land in Abuja. The clash, which was captured on video, drew condemnation from ex-military chiefs such as Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, that's former chief of army staff, who called Wike's behavior disrespectful to the military and a threat to national security. The Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, announced an official investigation promising protection for officers performing lawful duties. Wike's aide, Larry Olayinka, defended the minister, explaining that the land in Mabushi was originally designated for park and recreation use and was illegally sold to private individuals, including retired Naval Chief Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, the man at the center of the drama. While Olayinka accused Gambo of using military influence to claim ownership, insisting he lacked valid title documents or building approval. He maintained that Wike acted within his authority to reclaim government land. However, legal experts offered mixed opinions, some including Professor Sebastian Ohon and Simon Lowe, senior advocate of Nigeria, said Wike acted lawfully as the president's representative in the FCT, while others like Pelumi or Lajenbesi argued that the minister overstepped his bounds, noting that military officers answer only to their superiors, not to civilian ministers. They urged the government to handle the issue carefully to prevent further tension between political leaders and the armed forces. Barrister, various groups are weighing in on the altercation between the FCT minister and Officer Yerima. Retired General Buratai said that, look, Wike's act was disgraceful and disrespectful. Defense ministers, both the main minister, Badaru, and Matawale, said that, look, government will protect officers on active legal duty. Barrister, the operational word there is active legal duty. And I would like for you to help us define what is active legal duty in a plot of land owned by a retired vice admiral. Barrister, that is tacit support for Officer Yerima from the military, both serving and retired. What constitutes legal duty in the context of what happened between Wike and Yerima?
Under the labor law, and when you look at the Workman Compensation Act, if you are working with a company during working hours when you're on duty, and you are asked to go and do something somewhere by that company, and you use the company car, and you are going to that particular place, following the official route that, yes, anybody will say reasonable that this place where you pass through, that is where the place is. The company ought to take care of anything that happens, like if you have accident. But Mr. Okoro, if the company asks you to go to Lagos Island, that everybody know where it is, you didn't follow Western Avenue, you didn't follow Third Mainland Bridge, they saw you with the company car at Agege Motor Road, where you have an accident.
Okay.
You're on your own.
You are not on active duty?
You are not.
Okay.
They didn't send you there. No excuse will exonerate you. That is what they mean by lawful duty. Are you where you were sent to? Are you in that place? Simple. The man was even telling Wike, look, he's obeying orders. Yes, he didn't go there on his own. His Oga sent him there. And it is that Oga that is answering to, not...
But is that the Oga in question is a retired Vice Admiral? Shouldn't it matter to us?
No. Look, all these retired generals, the juniors in service are assigned to them for protection.
Okay.
All of them, in the military or police, all of them, these senior officers, when they retire, some junior officers are always assigned to them for protection. You know, is the perk of office, is their right according to their
rules of engagement.
Yes, so it is there. You can't take it away. That is why the man said, "Look, I am obeying orders." I think at that point, Wike should have respected that, knowing that this is a military tradition, and then go back. But he wanted to use force as always. Look, again, my position is that anything that has to do with the land, Mr. Okoro, you don't decide it until the court will say so. That is why landlord and tenant issues are never handled by the police. It always ends up in court. It is the court that will decide who is wrong and who is right. That's the truth. This thing has a procedure, process and procedure. If you don't follow it, you make a very big mistake. That land in dispute, who is Olayinka and the Wike to be telling us, Mr. A bought the land. This one now...
No, but Barrister, yes, Wike is the FCT minister.
Go to court,
okay,
and challenge the ownership of that land. Simple. What is wrong there? The court will now decide whether the man is right or not. All these things they are telling us now, the other party have they spoken? Did you hear Gambo come and speak how that land became his own? Did you hear him? It is Wike and is the aide telling us. Even at that, they are wrong. You can't be a judge in your own case. That means he has judged the matter. And that's why he wanted to use force to go and stop work. You know, even after the judgment in the court, it is the court that will give you order to do anything, the other to eject, to pull down or whatever. You must obtain that order. You must. But Wike doesn't want to follow due process. He wants to have his way in anything that happens in Abuja. Meanwhile, this man is heavily corrupt.
Who?
Mr. Wike.
Okay.
When he was sharing this same land to his cronies and family members, that one he didn't remember. When this land...
But they're sharing which land?
Abuja land.
Okay.
Is it not on record?
Virgin lands or lands recovered from other people?
Both of them.
Okay.
Both of them. This is on record. Has he been able to defend himself on that? No.
Have those people gone to court?
Nobody can take him to court as his FCC minister. Yes, they are afraid of doing that. If you go to court, on what ground are you going to court?
So on what ground will Wike have gone to court against Sambo?
Oh, because he's the FCC minister.
So why can't others go to court against him?
Because they are afraid of him. They don't know their rights. Even if you go to court, will he obey your court order? Okachukwu land that he has a court document and all that. What happened?
Barrister, you talked about Okachukwu. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, there is a skit that is is gone viral out there by one Dr. Charles Aboki. And he said something that the tag on the officer's camouflage, which is a northern name, and the owner of the property, who is also northerner, changed the equation. A lot of people, because we have southerners, we have people from south mounting some kind of demonstration, say, look, Wike should not be disrespected and all of that. I don't want us to ethnicize this, but that skit is gone viral. Barrister, you mentioned Okachukwu, what Wike did to Okachukwu. There is also Colonel Tunde Ogbebo, the issue of at Life Camp in Abuja, and all of that, and how it was recovered and purportedly given out to Wike's friends, cronies, and business and political associates. Barrister, people are saying that if this officer and the owner of the land were southerners, that this thing wouldn't have happened, that Wike would have had his way. What's your reaction to that?
Of course, Wike would have been so afraid of what they would do to him. He would have been so afraid.
Of what who will do to?
The northern person involved here.
Okay. Was that why he walked back?
Yes, if the northerner have paper for his land and Wike, in fact, it's a recipe for war. The North will mobilize against him. I'm not joking.
Barrister, what kind of country are we living in? Where we have different rules for different people?
Yes, it started when you allow the tradition and culture of a people in our national constitution. If you go and look at our constitution, everything is Sharia, Islam, is there.
Barrister, this has nothing to do with Sharia, religion, and Islam.
When you allow one, you will allow two. You have been giving them this preference from time immemorial. Are you going to stop it?
So what you are saying is that in Abuja, you demolish the house of a southerner, but in that same Abuja, you cannot do the same thing to a northerner.
You cannot.
And we have a country we call one country.
Of course, that's the irony here. There are things northerners do and get away with it, but let the southerner try it. Eh?
Barrister, where does that leave us as a people?
In fact, that's why we say we are not yet a nation. In fact, we are not even a country.
For how long can we continue like this?
It is left for the leadership.
The leadership or the people?
The leadership, yes. The person in office.
Barrister, the leadership is benefiting from this rot. Do you think they will ever do anything? They live in their comfort zones.
No, a leadership that wants the progress of a country will correct all these things. If not, his leadership will come and go, and nobody will remember him. Like Buhari now. Tell me one thing people will remember Buhari for. Buhari that just left office and late now. Tell me one good thing people will remember Buhari for. Nothing. Nothing, because he never achieved anything. But a leader will come and say, no, look at this, Was it not a leader that changed our constitution, our national anthem, from the new one to the old one and brought it, Is that not a leader?
No, sir, I think a lot of people will disagree with you that it is the call of leadership to change this country. Many people believe that, look, it is the call of the people, to hold leaders to account and change this country.
No, let me tell you.
To prop up good leadership.
Listen, the leader in office, that's how they say the buck will stop on his table.
How does that leader get to the office? Is it not the people that elect the leader?
When you have been elected, then you now begin to implement your promises, because before you get there, you must have promised the people very nice things that you are going to do.
And when you don't do that,
like
what should the people do?
APC telling
Barrister, when you don't do those things, what should the people do?
They look for another.
So it's the call of the people, not of leadership, to change the country.
Yes, they look for another. But
Barrister, we are out of time.
When I say leadership, I mean a leader that has been elected based on the promises he made.
Okay.
So if you renege, they look for another. That's why it's called a democracy.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. The Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to finance the remaining deficit in the 2025 national budget. But the approval followed the adoption of a report by the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt, which noted that the 2025 Appropriation Act increased total spending to 59.99 trillion naira, creating a 14.10 trillion naira deficit, with 12.95 trillion naira already approved for borrowing. The new law will cover the unfunded balance of about 1.15 trillion naira. Senators also directed the Committee on Appropriations to ensure strict oversight of how the borrowed funds are used, emphasizing that they must be applied solely for their intended purposes. President Tinubu's borrowing request submitted earlier in November aims to bridge the funding gap and ensure full implementation of government programs and projects under the 2025 fiscal plan. Barrister, the president told us about 2 months ago that the administration was done with borrowing from local sources. Less than how many days now we see an approval met by the Senate, for local borrowing to the tune of 1.15 trillion naira.
You see, when they say liars will have good memory, I'm sure they have forgotten. They have forgotten that they promised that they will no longer borrow locally. In fact, when they said that thing, I did my analysis and said that means there is no money locally for them to borrow. That's why they say we don't.
I had an argument with you that time.
That day,
you said there was no money. I said, where did the money go to?
So now that they have told us this one, it means that these people, they are not ready to tell you the truth. Mr. Okoro, these people, they are very terrible in telling lies. I'm not joking. They are not even ashamed. You will see how they are going to reverse themselves tomorrow. No, look for a way to water it down and give all manner of reasons or excuses. You will hear from them, don't worry. By the time maybe they hear our analysis and other comments somewhere, they will come up and say, why we want to borrow locally is because we want to cut down on inflation. There is so much money in the bank.
Barrister, if my memory serves me well, and this is not a laughing matter, but we are laughing over it because lives of Nigerians, at last count, we understand that 139 million Nigerians live below poverty line. Barrister, it's not a laughing matter. If my memory serves me right, when the president said it, I think he was outside the country. So does it look like they just asked him, Mr. President, this is what...
I said off the cuff.
Off the cuff and all. Does it look like?
That is how they talk. But again, I tell you, when somebody is built on lies, every little thing you must lie about it without even thinking of the implication ahead. You understand? Look, the one they told you about first subsidy, have anybody asked them a question? You said you remove subsidy, and when you remove it, there will be no borrowing. Is that not what they told everybody? Up to today, shamelessly, they are borrowing money. They forgot what they promised us. Shamelessly. They are not even bothered. So that will tell you that these guys, they came in with lies, and they will end up with lies.
Barrister, I think I personally have a problem with this. You know why I have a problem with this? In 2024, when this budget was being prepared, the executive was very clear. He said we are at the point that the budget was 54.5 trillion naira or thereabout.
Hold on. Did you say you have a problem with me?
No, not with you, but with people that are objecting, to the Senate's approval. You know why? Okay. As at 2024, when we were preparing the 2025 budget, the president, the executive was very clear on this.
Of course.
We are going to borrow 13.4 trillion naira to finance the deficit on the budget. Nigerians didn't object. Nobody went to court. The budget was increased to 59.9 trillion naira. And the deficit rose to 14.9 trillion naira.
Of course.
Now the president is saying, look, I need 1.15 trillion naira, to make up for that gap. And Nigerians are having problems. Why should we? He already told us up front that he was going to need this money. And the Senate has approved. No. People are saying Senate is rubber stamp, Senate is that. Didn't they know?
No, let me tell you. Nigerians don't react on issues until it gets to implementation stage.
Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's not right. But that will tell you the level of docility in the polity. Nigerians don't react over an issue until it gets to implementation stage. They can say, why did this one happen? Yeah, but when they say it, some of us will pick holes on it. They won't bother until implementation stage where it will now hurt them. That was so this is
Barrister, we are out of time.
By that time it will have been too late.
Barrister, take 30 seconds and give us your concluding thoughts on resignation of Maurice Monye, what is going on in the PDP, the convention, the altercation between Wike and the officer, and the 1.15 trillion naira. In 30 seconds.
I am expecting that more people will resign from obedient movement because things are no longer looking good.
Okay, one.
There is no leadership there now.
All right, two, PDP convention.
Now, if they conduct that convention, it will not about at the end of the day.
Okay.
Going by the party and the INEC constitution.
Okay, you are part of the people that they believe that the FCT minister overreacted and he overreached himself.
I am the part of the people that believe that he should have resigned or sacked by now.
Okay, and Barrister, Senate has approved 1.15 trillion naira to finance deficit for the next 2 months, 2025 budget.
This is just the beginning because more borrowing will follow.
Before the end of this year?
Of course. Because look at somebody borrowing money to finance 2025 budget and 2025 is just ending next month. So where will you implement
Barrister,
that?
you are aware that we are running 3 budgets now. The budget has been extended, by the way. I hope you understand. You recall.
So if you are going to finance 2025 by now, by November, so the next one next month, next year, what happens?
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. We are out of time. I must say a very big thank you to you for coming to Political Lens. And I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much, Barrister Agomo.
My pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena Ndomdiuto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, it's not 20 at all. It's the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo, If una want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from federal government suspending 15% fuel import duty to reps seeking to suspend WIAC computer-based testing till 2030. Also, Obedience Movement faces setback as director resigns. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, has announced that the government will no longer proceed with the previously approved 15% import duty on imported petrol and diesel, originally scheduled for implementation from November 21, 2025. This decision follows early approval by Bola Tinubu on October 29 for a tariff change aimed at increasing landing cost for imported fuels, a move intended to protect local refineries and align import cost with domestic market realities. Experts earlier stated that the initial policy shift would support local production facilities such as a Dangote refinery and other modular plants, yet potentially raise consumer fuel prices by up to 150 naira per litre. Meanwhile, the NMDPRA has also reassured the public domestic supply of petroleum products, including diesel and petrol, is robust, cautioning against hoarding, panic buying, or non-market reflective price hikes during the peak demand period. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a veteran journalist and a senior analyst. Thank you very much for joining us today.
It's always my pleasure to be here.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. And then joining us virtually is Comrade Wire Kenneth Ogenovo. He is a human rights activist, the publicity secretary of Talakawa's parliament, and a public affairs analyst and commentator. He'll get to join us during the program. So let me start with you, sir. It's a good thing you're talking about this because the first time this broke, I think we're together on this table and you talked about the advantages, or rather, you tried to allay the fears of Nigerians over this particular, then was like something that wants to be done. But now, it looks like the federal government has made a turnaround, and now they are halting it. What would you say has caused the sudden halt of its decision?
Well, I still hold to my analysis about the need to implement this policy. It's just a halt. They have not cancelled it outrightly. It could be that the timing may not be right. But the essential thing here is, and again, one thing that I know that may have made government change its mind is probably because it's only Dangote refinery now that is producing diesel and petrol locally. And if there is any little disruption in the flow of supply, it could cause a lot of panic. More so, this is U-type period. And you know the hardship people go through when there is scarcity of this commodity. You know, people have to sleep in the filling stations. Filling station attendant becomes lord of the manu and all that. So I guess maybe the government felt that there could be some level of disruptions. So they had to halt it for a later date. Again, like I said earlier, it is very clear that the game has changed. And by the time BUA and other modular refineries come on stream, the regime of importation would automatically be phased out. And so this is an opportunity for Darkman members who own tank farms and all these outlets for storage and who are the major importers of refined products to begin to look inwards and consider alternative means of survival in the oil and gas sector and not wait until the death knell is sounded on them. So for me, it is just a way of giving that warning that, look, it's almost up. The game is almost up. We will continue to monitor events as they unfold. And it is only, this 15% is only on imported fuel. Like I said, if you buy a car from Innocent and an average custom officer knows that Innocent is domiciled in Nigeria, it's not going to stop you on the highway to bring your custom papers. Because there is no way you could have imported Innocent vehicle. You know? And so you're not paying tariff. You're not paying anything. So, and that's what we are trying to look at here. Protecting the local industry. If Dangote, perhaps BUA, are fully engaged and they are producing to capacity, in fact, export will be encouraged. We will have a stronger foreign exchange and more money will come to our foreign reserve, because what has been a pattern of capital flight over the years would have to stop. And it's a game changer, and people should learn to live with it. Sometimes technology, sometimes vagaries of the international business, or some other variables may impact on you if you are not smart to leverage on new ways of doing business. We have seen managers being taken out. Today, IBM is no longer in existence. Technology drove them underground. We have seen the likes of Nokia going down. BlackBerry went down because of new innovations along the line. So we should be prepared to face some of these challenges. And that is the message to Darkman and other people that own tank farms. Better queue behind these people that are coming in to do business locally so that you can take your own share of the business. And of course, some retail outlets are joining Dangote Refinery. They're registering within. Initially, it was MRS, Hayden, and I think AP that were taken from Dangote. But today, you have as many as like 20 that are registered with him, and is planning to roll out 4,000 trucks. And the gantry feeds a truck within 4 minutes. So which means technically you can roll out like 300, 400 trucks in a day, which is enough to saturate certain part of the country. But the next day, you would also get same supply and off and on like that, and we'll get. And then if Dangote produced to capacity, it will give 100,100,000 liters a day. And our total consumption today in Nigeria hovers between 40 and 45. It has never peaked at 50 million liters. So there is room for export. If BUA comes, it will saturate the local market, and it still exports. A lot of people need our product in West Africa, rather than going to Venezuela, rather than going to some other countries. You know, if you have you can even drive your trailer across the borders here, you know, and then you can do your business through shipping across borders for West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and the rest of Africa. So it's a game changer. We have to live with it.
Okay, you know, while you were talking, it looked like you peeped into my questions and you answering them. And you were answering them. Just, okay, so one of the things I was going to ask you was if this policy was well-timed, surely given Nigeria's pressures, inflationary pressures, and of course, high cost of living. And of course, I was also going to ask you if you think the suspension reflects responsiveness, you know, and then you made mention of the fact that they might have considered it. Of course, we don't know what is in their minds, but they might have considered it based on, you know, the timing that this might not be the best time for us to have things like this, because really, you know, we know how our filling stations can be when it's this period. Okay, but I want to ask, don't you think that our government should focus more on fixing local refineries before introducing policies like this?
You mean this Ogbanje called an NPC refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri, and the Kaduna?
Well, you know, or privatization, or new some, but just ensure that our refineries work rather than just Dangote alone and BUA.
Can you imagine yourself making a Volkswagen B2? I'm sure you were not born when they were using Volkswagen B2. No, you met the ones that are in use when you were born.
As I was
Volkswagens were made in the 70s.
Okay, I met the ones that were used.
You only met the one in use. Volkswagen B2.
Because I know I'm an agency.
So now you understand that can you how much of calibration, how much of refurbishing can you do to make a B2 car a brand new car today? It's not possible. In fact, they shut down the plants over 30 years ago. It's the same thing with our refineries. Now you have to bend over backwards to beg people to fabricate something that is similar to the part that is bad from this refinery. So rather than waste our money, which we have been doing over the years, in the last 30 years or more, why don't we just give out to private concerns? Those ones may just buy the space and some other equipment that are long-lasting, and then do a real turnaround of the refinery. Unlike when government is involved, from the first point of approval to the second layer of approval to the third layer to the fourth layer to the contractor. At the end of the day, if 100 billion is allocated, what comes to the contractor may be less than 30 billion. And so the contractor would also want to make profit. He would rather do a 10 billion naira job. Meanwhile, the optics is Nigeria had sunk 100 billion into revamping a particular refinery owned by government. And that's what has been happening over the years. So for me, let those refineries go. If you now give out those refineries and you have enough from the proceeds of giving them out, then you can add more money and build, even if it's just 100,000 capacity refinery owned by government, which will be competitive. And I don't think government is even interested in building a new refinery, because if they had that in mind, they wouldn't have invested in Dangote. Because as we speak, Buhari government pledged 26% equity in Dangote refinery, and he was able to pay up to 7.2 or 7.6. And government is also looking at further investment in that. So rather than consider the moribund ones, invest in Boa, invest in Dangote, and then you get your dividends, which will be better. We should better serve Nigerians. Like NNLG. Nigeria has about, I think, 49% stake, while the private sector has 51%. Today, It's a cash cow for government, and you will never hear of any problem in that place. Anything that is government-owned is not owned by anybody, and it could go under any time because of the malicious and rapacious inclination of politicians and politically exposed people to milking the country dry at every turn.
Okay, recently, I think sometime last week or 2 weeks ago, one of the officials of the NNPCL had come out to say, if, I'm not saying the exact words, paraphrasing now, that if they get a good buyer or a very potential buyer, that they are likely or they are actually thinking about selling our refineries. But really, I think that...
But that is negating Ojulari, the current group managing director of NNPC, who said we should give him another 60 billion to revamp the 4 refineries.
So that exactly now, they're not speaking in one voice.
Now, let me now analyze that to you, for you to know how much we do a lot of damage to the economy of this country. Dangote refinery, $20 billion. 650,000 barrel capacity. The 4 refineries, Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt 1, Port Harcourt 2, combined capacity is now up to 300. And you are now seeking to spend 60 billion. When there were structures on ground, you are not going to buy land, you are not going to buy built-up area just for the maintenance of the equipment. Is that realistic? Because what that translates to is what you are going to spend to revamp less than 300,000 barrels. Somebody has spent
less than that.
A third of it to have a clean, newly built refinery with 650,000 capacity. And is also planning to even raise the bar by increasing to 700 and ultimately 1.4 million in the nearest future. How does that logically sound? It defies logic. And that's to tell you how wasteful we are in this country. But if we don't bring this nearer home to Nigerians, we are only fond of saying, we no go agree, we no go agree. On what basis are we saying we no go agree? So you need to have superior argument and verified data for us to move forward. We can't continue like this, especially in the oil and gas, particularly in the downstream sector. Upstream, we know what goes on there, but it's not something that we can tell a layman. It will be difficult for a layman to understand. But then, this one that concerns you and me, because even if you don't have a car, you travel by road, you travel by air, so you need fuel, and it's the oxygen of the nation. So it is better we are better informed for us to make choices, for us to be able to argue it out. And because these politicians, they prey on our ignorance and lack of knowledge to bamboozle us and give us a wrong direction without us knowing. We follow them.
Okay, we know that the downstream sector has been deregulated. But would you really say we are really practicing the deregulation as it should in Nigeria at the moment?
Of course.
On the downstream sector?
Of course. Come here, look, this moment as we speak, if you go to a fuel station, you might find 920 liters per liter. 920 naira per liter. But you may wake up to see 860. The next 24 hours, you could see another 930. That is responding to the vagaries of the market. Unlike before, even if you are going to report at 800, if it's pegged at 820, you cannot sell beyond 820. So the cap had been removed. So you can go to any length. And now it's a matter of choice. There are two things that drive you to any filling station. It's either the pricing or the integrity of that station. That you know that 10 liters is 10 liters in this station. Whereas in this particular filling station, it could be 7 liters and you are paying for 10 liters. So no matter how low the price of that station that lacks integrity, you will not want to go. You would rather go to the one that is more expensive, that you are sure you are buying the number of liters with the amount you have paid. Then two, quality of the fuel. For me, I have tested it. That was some months back. Somebody just hinted me. He said, do you know that the product of Dangote outlasts that of other importers, including NNPC? I was skeptical. But one of my cars, I don't have many anyway, just two. And I usually use, because it's a hybrid Camry, I usually commute from Lagos to Ibadan with about, I think, 12 liters. So on this fateful day, I decided to try what this man said. You know, there was also some of these things in the social media where they will pour other imported fuel in a generator, pour Dangote's own in a generator. 2 hours after you have exhausted the one from other filling station, Dangote's own will still be running. But I just saw it as maybe marketing strategy or whatever. But lo and behold, as a media practitioner, I don't want to be asked, did you find out? Mm-hmm. I bought that fuel. Same distance, same terrain of the road. And lo and behold, I expended only 9 liters. Wow. So that means I have 3 liters in my pocket. So today, I don't wait for my fuel to go down. Once I know it has gotten to the threshold, I look for retail outlets that are attached to Dangote products. And I go in and buy, and I'm satisfied. So we have to also contend with that. Though I'm sorry, at the risk of making advert for Dangote, but that's the truth. There was a time here that I was really, really against Dangote, because I know Dangote and government were playing hide and seek when Dangote was not ready. A lot of lies were spilled just to allow Dangote to put certain things in order. But right now, they are sure.
Okay, we have our guest join us from Benin. Welcome, Comrade Wire. Please, can you hear me?
Maybe he didn't unmute his mic.
Can you unmute your device, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Hello.
And welcome to the issues. Welcome to the conversation tonight.
Good evening.
Okay, so let's just briefly hear from you before I move to the next conversation. So we've been talking about the suspension or the halting of the 15% import duty on petroleum products by the federal government. And I want to ask you, what do you think about this new development?
First of all, I want to thank the government for having a rethink, because the last time on the program, I actually lamented that an increase or upshoot in by 50% is definitely going to mean a direct increase in the prices of fuel and diesel, and whatsoever affects fuel and diesel invariably has affected the price of transportation, you know, and generally cost of living, which which is going to be already, adding to the already exacerbated fate or plight of the common man in society. So it's a good thing that the government has had a rethink by suspending it or resigning on their thoughts of the 15% increase. So for me, it's a very, very welcome development. I applaud them for that, even as I will really appeal to them to make more people friendly policies, not just this alone, but they should bring up more plans or strategies that will be geared towards cushioning the effects of the economy on the common man.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. We'll come back to you. In a major development from Nigeria's National Assembly, the House of Representatives has directed the Federal Ministry of Education and the West African Examinations Council to suspend the planned introduction of computer-based testing for school candidates. Lawmakers say the rollout, initially scheduled for 2026, should be delayed until 2030 to allow time for schools, especially in the rural areas, to acquire the necessary infrastructure, including functional computers, internet access, and reliable electricity. The House expressed concern that rushing into CBT exams could lead to massive failures and frustration among students, noting that over 70% of candidates in rural communities would be disadvantaged. To bridge the gap, legislators have called for budgetary provisions between 2026 and 2029 to recruit computer teachers, build ICT halls, provide standby generators, and assess private schools' readiness before fully implementing the CBT policy in 2030. Let me come to you first, sir. You know, would you applaud this move by the House of Reps asking the WAEC or the exam body to hold on with the CBT implementation to 2030?
There's no way, even if it's 2030, there's no way that policy will not run into a hitch.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. The percentage of students in rural area in any state of the federation, including Lagos, cannot be less than 20 to 30%. In some areas, you have up to 60%. And these are far-flung areas where you don't even have internet access. Now, there are communities where they only teach computer science in theory. No electricity to power systems, no internet. And so, at best, they'll bring them a moribund desktop. This is how a computer looks like. Or maybe if they have a sophisticated teacher who has a laptop, you just show it to them. Is it possible for those students to pass CBT exam when they are not conversant with the use of systems? Some may not even know how to boot a system. Even those in urban areas. I took my son, the baby of the house, some years back to his CBT center. And 2 students came out crying. And I accosted one of them. I said, why are you crying? He said that the time allotted was not enough. Do you know the mistake he made? After answering the first paper, exhausting the questions in the first paper, he just saw submit. Instead of moving to next, just press submit, and he was only able to access only one paper. And there's nobody you can call at that moment to rescue you. So he would have been graded on just 1 out of 4 papers. Now, if somebody in urban area has not been schooled enough, and then you now want students to run through 8 subjects, 9 subjects through CBT, where there could be disruptions, where the generator may pack up midway, electricity from national grid is not stable, is not reliable, internet may be disrupted, the backbone in that area may not be strong enough, network disruption may happen, then who accounts for all that? So until we get to a point that electricity is no longer an issue, internet is no longer an issue, that's when we cannot begin to say we want to. Why must we put the cart before the horse? It doesn't make any sense, as far as I'm concerned. Why be in a hurry when you have not put in infrastructures in place? Go to some public secondary schools, they don't even have computer laboratory. And so how in some private schools you have like 120 desktops apart from laptops? Can a secondary school owned by government that does not have a computer laboratory compete with such a private school? It's not possible. And you can't be comfortable enough to be able to afford a laptop and still send your son to a public school. So that gap will continue to widen if we have to force this thing down the throat of students in secondary school at the terminal point of writing final exams when we are not ready. Last West African School Certificate Examination, we saw in Delta that a subject that they ought to have gone through as early as 2 o'clock, they started at 8 p.m. and they were using telephone searchlight from their parents to answer questions. With that kind of stress, can that student or those students at that venue compete with their own counterpart that sat comfortably during daylight to write such exam? So,
okay, but one of the things that one of the advantages that CBT has been, or that have been said to be an advantage of CBT, is to reduce malpractice. And don't you think that holds any water?
As a JAM CBT.
That's the YX CBT.
No, I'm asking you, has JAM CBT erased malpractice? If it has, then why shut down some centers for examination malpractice? Why? So that tells you that it's not a measure. Nigerians, particularly parents, continue to encourage exam malpractice. That's why you see somebody in the Federal House or State House of Assembly who cannot construct passable grammar. Yet, he will tell you he has masters in this, he has mistress in this, he has concubine in this. I mean, we just garbage in, garbage out. And somebody will travel to Cotonou after 1 year, 6 months. He says he has a degree in law. Some, 1 year, he comes back with a degree. And then he tenders, until recently, he tenders that degree and is mobilized for service. So that person that spent 1 year and you that spent 4 years, you'll be serving at the same time. And if that one is connected, he or she will get a job before you that spent 4 years, grueling years, plus ASU strike.
Okay, let's come to you, Kenneth. I hope you're still with us. So for you, what do you think are the key obstacles to implementing the CBT exams nationwide? You already heard Dr. Mr. Fanny Moore. He's saying he does not
Maybe
think
very
that this
soon
is our
I'll
time.
get my doctorate
yes,
degree.
Exactly. I'm in the straight. So what do you think about it?
Okay, the doctor has rightly said, we are not yet ripe or matured as a country to go into full CBT as regards WAEC, because I can remember some time ago when JAM tried going into full CBT for the first time. There were so many glitches, you know. The computers were malfunctioning. The students in question, they don't even know how to use the computer. It's the same thing with our beavers doing the INEC registration of voting exercises. These are good technological innovations, but we are not yet matured to use these things, because you know, you must be up to a stage before you begin to use certain things. We've not laid the foundation to begin to use these things, for God's sake. Because before we start using these things, from the cradle, from kindergarten, let's say, okay, from primary school, our pupils are supposed to be used to computer. They're supposed to, you know, have a good computer laboratory where they teach them from the scratch about computer. They're supposed to have qualified teachers to impart computer knowledge. Okay, leave the teachers and the knowledge first. That one is one factor or problem on its own. What about electricity? We don't have constant electricity, let alone fuel to power our generators for constant power supply. Because if you want to use the computer or CBT, you have to be on a constant source of power supply. You know, we don't have that. We will not yet mature. Okay, what about internet? Because you need good internet to at least, you know, submit after you even done. Not that when you start, then halfway you find out that the internet now has become disconnected. Okay, how can you now submit what you've done? In some cases, when the internet is not powerful or strong enough, you find out that it is not taking you back again for you to restart. So we're not yet matured as the people. For me, what we are actually doing now is not in any way different from copy. We see people do it, we want to do, forgetting the fact that these people for Origo, Ab Initio, and Tibelon, they have laid foundations, you know, before they got to where they are. But our problem is we are comparing our one step, you know, with the 2,000 steps other people. So as a nation, if we want to be serious, if we want to digitalize or computerize things, we should lay the proper foundations. We will not just do because people are doing. There are steps, there are stages, there are phases. You know, we have to really undergo before we get to this CBT stage. If not, it's going to end up as a mockery as usual. So if they're really serious foundationally from the cradle, educationally, they should set the foundation, please.
Okay.
So that our pupils and students will get acquainted with how to use computer. Then the government will sit up, provide the constant electricity or maybe a standby generator as the case may be. Then the good internet, so that there will be no hiccups or problem if we start a CBT process. But for me, it's very, very unrealizable. Even at 2030, because we've not even laid the foundation. Okay, now this is 2025. It's going to we're going to get to 2026, God willing, distant time. We are barely 5 years, and we are yet to lay a foundation.
Okay, thank
they
you.
Not they use gragrate the erect penis and a small. So let's lay the foundation, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next conversation we have tonight. The Director of Mobilization for the Obedience Movement, Maurice Moye, has officially stepped down from his position. Moye cited unmet goals, lack of financial support, and harassment as the major reasons behind his decision. He revealed that despite nearly a year of service, most of the movement's plans had not been achieved, and he personally shouldered the financial burden of nationwide mobilization efforts, spending millions of naira without institutional backing. Moye further disclosed that the Labour Party's poor performance in the recent Anambra election made his role untenable, while harassment from sympathizers and government agents placed the target on his back. His resignation letter has been forwarded to Peter Obi and the movement's national coordinator, Yunusa Tanko. Okay, let's come to you first, Mr. Fanimo. What do you think about this resignation? Does it weaken Peter Obi's influence or the obedience movement ahead of 2027?
It's either two things. It is either that guy was not, because I read his statement, which probably emanated from his resignation letter, that nobody at some point he was abandoned and he had to spend his personal money up to 40 million naira to do the job, and nobody has come to recognize that, and there was no support coming, particularly from P2B and all that. You see, this is where passion is lacking. If you truly believe in a movement, there is nothing wrong in deploying your resources to support that movement. Why wait on the person? You see, all these people, they came as opportunists just because they know that at that time, in 2023, the hot cake in the political arena was P2B. Look at the way all those people who rode on the crest of Labour Party had been defecting to APC. That is to show you that all of them are opportunists. And they never had that commitment and the heart of a true follower when they were following P2B. And of course, they know that the strength of Labour Party cannot take them to anywhere in the next election. So it's better to jump ship. Don't be surprised if you find that guy in another party tomorrow. That's the way of the politician. So for me, I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
Okay, let me come to you, Waya. What does this development say about the structure and sustainability of the obedient movement, of course, as it prepares for the 2027 elections? Do you think there's any chance of the obedience movement getting a headway in this next election?
From what we are experiencing, or especially with those who came into power through the Labour Party, with the popularity of Peter Obi, which I will refer to as a fluke. It was by mistake. By mistake. You know, I've been able to familiarize with a few of them who, you know, narrowly, as mistakenly, they never expected. Some got House of Assembly, some got House of Rep, while some got senatorial seat. But because they were never ready for the job, in no distant time, you find them, you know, they are not decamping to APC specifically, like we are noticing that the country is drifting towards a one-party system. So what that means is that the Labour Party that was once agog, that was once highly, celebrated, that people, were seen to be like the savior of the common man, is now almost a shadow of itself, because the persons who on fluke grounds, won election, they have all decamped from the party, and there is almost no figure there in the party anymore. So that does not really tell well about the party in the coming election, because it takes structure, it takes people to create awareness in any political party. And the Labour Party is really lacking, manpower, lacking people, that even those whom are saddled to be at the helm of affairs, they are not complaining as if they were not informed before. Like my elder in the house has rightly said, these are people whom have never really known what politics is all about. Maybe they were thinking politics is a game of mamako being played by children. See, you have to put in your resources, you put in your time. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. You don't have to cry. Maybe they were not informed. So him saying nobody is giving him anything, he has to deal with it. He should have known this before coming. So if Labour Party is going to I doubt if they are going to even be visible or conspicuously noticed like anywhere near what it was before. Because with the emergence of the coalition, so many persons in Labour Party, they have already left the party. Before APC now came again and almost tore Labour Party and all other parties apart. So Labour Party is not even in the picture for now, unless maybe as time progresses before the second quarter of 2026, maybe, just maybe, they could bounce back. You never can tell. But for now, I want to say that PDP is almost in ICU. Labour Party is in comatose for now, unless maybe a revival might just spring forth. Because all those persons who, through the glory of Peter Obi, they got power. None of them, apart from Alex Oti, that we really see that yes, it's working. Alex Oti and Natasha Oti. Okay. They are the only two persons. They are the only two persons from that Labour Party that will know that okay, they are working. They are working. Though Oti has left the party, but he's still doing well. So he's the only person that even gave that party facelift. The others, it was Peter Obi's glory. But for now, the party is in coma. Unless maybe something miraculous happen and they resurrect or revive before 2026 election. But it's very unfortunate that all those who got power through Labour Party, they didn't even do anything. Very unfortunate.
Okay.
Please.
But before I let you go, Oti has not decamped. He's still he's still one of the members of the Labour Party. He's still in the Labour Party.
Natasha is PDP.
Natasha is PDP and not Labour Party, actually. Just
okay, sorry, please.
It's fine.
Sure.
It's
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waya Kenneth, for being a part of the issues tonight. Thank you very much, sir, as well, for being a part of the issues tonight. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, economy, and of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nena Ndomdioto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu. Don't go away.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? it's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ibamuru nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hello and welcome to the news on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin, first the headlines. Please visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Army Debunks abduction claim confirms death of 2 soldiers and 2 civilians in Borno State. PFN condemns Gumi's stage funeral statement, deems it reprehensible. AGF hails federal government efforts at curbing insecurity in Nigeria. Marwa tells illegal drug dealers to quit illicit trade or face tougher crackdown. And on the PDP convention, 17 states end accreditation. Ondo Speaker claims lawmakers plotting to frustrate Ayedatiwa's government. And on the foreign scene, Benin lawmakers approve 7-year presidency. In business, Nigeria target 160 billion from wheat production. In sports, and declared to face TR Congo in playoff final. And in the world of entertainment, actor Babai Jesha released after 3 years in prison. Now